Chapter 473. Recently, the Alliance headquarters seized the chance when the four alliances were fighting to attack some normal sections. At the start, the Alliance headquarters occupied 31 Imperial Dynasty cities. During this period of time, the Alliance headquarters occupied 40. The speed at which the Alliance headquarters occupied territory was too quick. If no one stopped them and they continued to occupy, the outcome would be catastrophic. When the time came, half of the territory would be taken away by the Alliance headquarters. The peace faction in the Alliance slowly disappeared. The Alliance suffered a huge blow, and even some of the Alliance members who supported the peace faction started to change. Their hearts changed and they felt that it was a good idea to fight. Till now, they hadn't faced any problems and the Alliance headquarters was having a smooth journey. Large amounts of resources were transported back and the lack of resources within the Alliance was alleviated. In the face of huge benefits, some members of the peace faction gradually disappeared and joined the ranks of the pro-war faction. In the Alliance meeting room, a bunch of 9-star generals gathered here. We have noticed the gathering place of the city defense members. We should wipe them all out. As one of the strongest 9-star generals, Zhu Daoshan hadn't had a good time recently. The main reason was that he hadn't done much. Wu Zhige kept silent and didn't say much. But he agreed with this mission. Most of the problems the Alliance headquarters faced were caused by the defense members. They hid in the dark and found a chance to attack to stop the Alliance. Although the Alliance killed many of them, they also caused huge problems for the Alliance headquarters and they lost many people. If not for them, the Alliance headquarters wouldn't have only occupied 40 cities. Even 50 or 60 wouldn't have been a problem. Marshal Crimson Firmament said, "This marshal thinks it's time to take action and suppress all these remnants." I agree too. Now is a good time. The four alliances don't have time to restrict us and we can use some energy to deal with the remaining people. Once we deal with them, we can gather the alliance's fighting strength and occupy. The 9-star generals gathered here all wanted to fight. The resources were just too huge. When they saw the resources transported back from the rich land, they had never expected that they would feel so good. At the same time, they agreed with why the rich land was called that. It was really rich. Wu's temple. Abbess Miaozhen's expression was gloomy and her heart was filled with grief. She descended from the distance while carrying a corpse. The surrounding disciples quickly gathered around, wanting to ask about the situation outside. However, when they saw the corpse in Nun Miaozhen's arms, everyone was dumbfounded. "Senior sister," someone recognized the corpse. It was Yu Yunmeng, their senior sister. She was the personal disciple of Abbess Miaozhen. She had entered the sect relatively late, but no one expected such a thing to happen. "Master Miaozhen, what happened to senior sister?" a disciple asked. They could not accept such an outcome. "Last time, senior martial sister brought a man back," Master Miaozhen was furious. In the end, the man left Wu's temple. No one knew where he went, but the disciples who were close to senior martial sister knew that the man lived on a mountain near Wu's temple. Thinking about it, it seemed to have been a month. Nun Miaozhen shook her head and didn't say much. She walked towards the Wu's temple. The group of disciples looked at each other in dismay. Master brought senior sister to defend against the Alliance, then, they didn't dare to think about it. They all knew that the Alliance was a dangerous existence. Now that senior sister had become like that, it could only mean that something bad had happened to her when she fought against the Alliance. Li Mountain. Evil god Zhenming was one of the higher-ups of Hell Mountain and was terrifyingly strong. Since that battle, he hadn't left rich land and had been staying here. At that moment, Zhenming sat by the shore and held a fishing rod in his hand. He shook his wrist and a fat fish broke out of the water and was pulled up. "Not bad." Zhenming smiled. This was a huge change from the dark and evil him in the past. Suddenly, a figure hurriedly ran over from afar. "Brother Zhenming," it was a teen who ran over. She had no experience in the mortal world, so she didn't enter Wu's temple. But she was already a disciple. Zhenming looked towards the voice and knew who it was. However, his expression didn't change much. He stayed here not because of Yu Yunmeng but because he felt a bit of release in his heart. He didn't have many thoughts about returning to Hell Mountain and just wanted to stay here for a while to experience life. "Why are you here?" Zhenming asked. He continued to cast the hook. The hook landed in the water and didn't move at all. The teen looked at Zhenming and wasn't afraid because of the patterns on his face. Instead, she sobbed, "Senior sister, senior sister." But before she finished, Zhenming interrupted her. "Don't mention her in front of me." Zhenming rejected. Others might not know what happened between the man in front of her and her senior sister, but she knew everything. Senior sister rejected him because of Wu's temple. People from two different worlds wouldn't be together. "Go back, this isn't a place for you to stay." The teen hollered, "Senior sister is dead." "Pa!" Zhenming's arm shook and ripples spread out from the hook. But very quickly, the ripples disappeared. He kept silent for a long while and no one could tell what he was thinking. He just replied calmly. "Oh, so what if she is dead? What does it have to do with me?" Zhenming replied cleanly without any emotions at all. But if one looked closely, one would notice that the patterns on his face were shaking and his arm was shaking at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. How did this happen? The teen sat on the ground and looked at Zhenming in disbelief. "You like my senior sister?" Zhenming glanced at the teen and smiled. "You like it?" "No, I don't like her. I was just curious about her in the past. Now that I am not curious, I don't like her." "Oh right, who killed her?" "Impossible, impossible, you aren't the big brother Zhenming I know." "The big brother Zhenming I know shouldn't be so heartless." The teen shook her head and didn't reply to Zhenming. Zhenming frowned. "I am asking you, who killed her?" At that moment, Zhenming's voice was a little dark and sunken. It struck the teen's heart and terrified her. She climbed up and ran back. "It is the Alliance, it is the Alliance, you aren't the big brother Zhenming I know, I hate you." Zhenming looked at her slowly disappearing body. His originally expressionless face suddenly underwent a shocking change. "Damn!" He raised the fishing rod in his hand and smashed it towards the lake. Pang! The lake surface exploded and numerous dead fish appeared. How did this happen? Zhenming clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with blood. Green veins appeared on the surface of his skin and vengeful energy rose up, causing the space around to twist. That night. The night was silent. In a room, the lights were dim and a corpse laid there. The sound of footsteps spread out. A hand was placed on Yu Yunmeng's face. Not long later, the hand slowly disappeared and it was as if no one had come to the room at all. In another room, Nun Miaozhen seemed to have sensed something and opened her eyes. Her gaze seemed to be looking at Yu Yunmeng's location. After a long while, Nun Miaozhen closed her eyes and didn't move at all. In a certain forest, flames lit up the area. During the period of time Lin Fan left heaven covering demon sect, he became more well-behaved. His rage points didn't change from start to now. In his own words, the feeling of going to a top sect and causing trouble was really too great. Look at his rage points, it was just so terrifying. Rage points, 1500355. It reached 1,000,000 right away. It was really stable to use it to raise Dao Realm techniques. Improve. To raise one Dao Realm technique required 210,000 rage points. With his current rage points, it was enough to raise 7 Dao Realm techniques. From 90 Dao patterns, he gained another 7. Now that he had reached 97, he was very close to reaching 100. Lin Fan cultivated and merged the Dao patterns into his body. He was really satisfied with his own strength. Dao Realm Stage 5 was easy to suppress. As for Dao Realm Stage 6, he still needed some methods. As for stage 7, it was really terrifying. Especially when he faced peak stage 7 experts like the heaven-covering demon sect leader, his strength was just too shocking. When the spear struck, it was tough for one to block. If one was a dual cultivator and had 90 Dao patterns, one's foundations would have reached a shocking level. Any dual cultivator at Dao Realm Stage 3 would have died to him. At that moment, Lin Fan was thinking about where he should go next. Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance had caused trouble. As for Buddha Alliance and Monster Alliance, there was no need for them to do anything. His own thoughts were simple, which was to find trouble with the alliance. If he ranked them based on hatred, the other 4 alliances would have to stand to the side. The one he really had a huge conflict with was the alliance headquarters. If it wasn't for the alliance headquarters, then such a thing wouldn't have happened. Lin Fan was peacefully living as a rich young master in Yu City and didn't need to worry about food and drinks. But regretfully, because of the alliance's arrival, his days were all destroyed. Even his father was lost by him. He was really confident in his own strength, and even if he faced the strongest 9-star generals, he wouldn't be afraid. So what if he couldn't beat them? Could they kill him? He didn't have the ability to fight them head-on. But he knew how to run. He would change places, and even if he did, he would destroy the alliance. Lin Fan got up and looked around. He was still in the Evil Alliance territory, so he had to rush through the night and enter the Alliance territory. He hadn't returned to Yu City in a long time, and it was time to take a look at the situation there. If it was possible, he didn't mind teaching the Alliance members who occupied Yu City a lesson. He wanted to tell them that they were finished. Chapter 474. Sniff. Sniff. This smell is close to home. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. Although he wasn't in Yu City, this place was similar. Anyway, it was different from the air outside. But along the way, the thing that Lin Fan was unhappy about was the fact that the once beautiful scenery had been destroyed. All that was left were many giant holes that turned into a wilderness. Damn Alliance members. They actually destroyed the scenery of his home. They really deserved to die. Suddenly, a cry for help spread out from afar. It sounded like a girl. So unlucky. He wasn't interested in being a hero and saving a beauty. The main reason was that he was afraid of trouble. But this was Alliance territory, and basically only Alliance members moved. If a girl was being chased, then the person chasing was definitely an Alliance member. Regarding this, he absolutely could not tolerate it. Here, girls were rare. Take a look at the people around him. Which one of them had a partner? They were all single. If they didn't want to get closer, they would get further away. Uncle Wu, Zhang Sheng, etc. Which one of them wasn't single? He didn't think so much about it. Every second he wasted was one more minute of danger for the girl. Lin Fan wasn't someone who liked to be a busybody, but when he faced such a situation, no matter who it was, he had to help. In the distance. Girl, stop running, you won't be able to escape. Hee, I didn't expect the natives to have such a beautiful girl. I am so lucky. A woman looked flustered, but she didn't lose her attractiveness. Not far behind the girl, there were 3 men in hot pursuit. These 3 men were ugly and had wretched expressions. Anyone who saw them would have the urge to beat them up. One would even have a feeling. If such a beautiful girl fell into the hands of the 3 of them, it would be a waste. No, no. Someone save me. The girl shouted in panic. Her voice was really gentle, and it made one want to protect her. Not far away. Lin Fan wanted to save the girl, but all of a sudden, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at the 3 men and saw that they were all cultivators. Then, he looked at the girl. She was clearly a weak girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. She was just a weak girl. He frowned. Damn it, 3 men with cultivation couldn't even catch up to a woman without cultivation. Even a fool wouldn't believe it if he told this to them. There's a problem. Let's keep looking. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Lin Fan wasn't in a rush to attack. He wasn't a fool and he knew that something wasn't right. It was rare for a hero to save a beauty. Moreover, this was Alliance territory, so why would a girl appear in the wilderness? That didn't make sense. But it was true. Those 3 men were really infuriating. They attracted too much hatred, and their expressions were as wretched as they could be. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to hold it in and would directly attack. He would jump out and appear in front of the girl like an unparalleled hero stepping on colorful auspicious clouds. In just a few moves, he would defeat the 3 men and win the girl. Logically speaking, this was the normal situation. Lin Fan hid in the dark, not anxious or impatient. He was just wasting some time. Time ticked by. The situation in the distance changed drastically. I am not running anymore, I can't run anymore. The girl bent her back and panted. Sweat flowed down her forehead and she waved her hands towards the guy behind her. Can't you chase slower? Why are you chasing so quickly? It would be too fake if we were slower. It has only been an hour, so why can't we run anymore? The guy frowned. In his heart, he felt that the girl was too pretentious and couldn't even hold on for such a short period of time. I am a girl. All of you have cultivation but I don't. Although the natives are stupid, they aren't that stupid, okay? The girl was unhappy. If not for the Alliance headquarters instructing her, she wouldn't have wanted to suffer like this. The guy said, no, the Alliance headquarters analyzed it. The natives have a high sense of justice, especially those at the border. They won't sit still and do nothing. This is the best method to attract them out. The woman didn't say much. She naturally understood this point. This wasn't the first time, and she had succeeded a few times in the past. There were natives who took the initiative to jump out when encountering such a situation. She was a woman who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, so how could she arouse the suspicion of others? Thus, she basically succeeded 100% of the time. Lin Fan, who was hiding in the dark, was tongue-tied. Damn, as I expected, I didn't expect the Alliance to be so scheming. Lin Fan was most afraid of people playing with his head. Now that the Alliance was starting to do such things, how terrifying was it? If Cousin was beside him, he would have beaten up these few people. But he learned some secrets from their conversation. There were also border experts hiding in the Alliance territory. Who knew whether or not Zhao Lishan and the others were there? Sword Palace Sword Head was also defending against the Alliance. If they gathered together, they would be a terrifying force. Maybe they had rested long enough. They started to act to attract people to save the damsel in distress. If there wasn't anyone here, then they would go somewhere else. He couldn't allow them to continue like that. Since that was the case, then he had to do something. The woman was still trying her best to call for help, and the 3 men behind her were also chasing her wretchedly. Honestly speaking, after acting for a long time, it felt really good. Just at that moment, footsteps spread out from the distance. The 3 guys with some cultivation looked at one another and were delighted. Someone was hooked and the show continued. Who? The 3 of them hollered in rage and looked into the distance. Slowly, a person walked over. It was like the girl had seen her lifesaver. She cried and ran in front of Lin Fan. Young master, save me, they want to. Woo woo woo. She was weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, and anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. A normal man would naturally hold his head high and puff out his chest to protect the delicate woman behind him, and reprimand the 3 shameless people. In broad daylight, they actually did such beastly actions. That was something that couldn't be tolerated. Lin Fan smiled. Don't worry, with me here, you don't need to run. His smile was as bright as the sun. The girl's heart shook. What a warm smile, but what a waste. The goal of the three men was not to capture Lin Fan, but to catch a big fish. What was the use of one person? They wanted to make the other party believe that the woman was in trouble, and then they would bring the woman back and catch them all. Who are you? One of the perverted guys asked. Lin Fan said, I am just passing by. Passing by. The perverted guy scoffed coldly, Kid, I advise you to be smart and hand the girl over. If not, I will teach you a lesson. When the girl heard this, she shrunk back. Her slender jade hands tugged at Lin Fan's sleeves and said pitifully, Young master, save me. If I am caught by them, my innocence will be ruined by them. There was a lot of information in those words. Innocence meant that she was still clean and hadn't been ruined. Young master saving her meant that he would get a pure and flawless me. As for the word desecrate, it made one's imagination run wild, and there was a hint of movement. Suddenly, a shocking scene happened. Lin Fan grabbed the girl's wrist and then pushed her forwards. Please, do as you please. They were stunned. The three guys were stunned. This was different from what they expected. It wasn't according to the script and it was a little terrifying. Not only were they stunned, but the girl in the middle also stopped crying. When she came back to her senses, she knelt down and cried, acting pitiful. Kid, what do you mean? The perverted guy frowned and asked. Naturally, he didn't treat his words seriously. At the same time, he thought to himself, was he acting? Impossible. How could they find out that he was acting? There had to be something going on. Maybe the kid felt that he couldn't beat the three of them alone, so he used a plan. That was possible. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have chased with the three of them. He would have chased alone to give him some confidence. Lin Fan twisted his neck and his expression slowly changed. He said unhappily, Damn, I walked for a month and didn't even see a single girl. I heard some noise here, so I came to take a look. Not bad, this girl is really interesting. But as the saying goes, first come first serve. Since you all found her, then you all can go first. After you are done, I will go and I will definitely make her scream. Fuck your mother. Was he still human? Or was he a righteous native that the Alliance analyzed? He was just too evil. Young master, you. The girl looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. She forgot to cry once more. The situation had changed a little and it shouldn't have been like this. Hee hee. Lin Fan smiled. His smile was a little evil, like he had found prey. His gaze was really aggressive and the girl's body tensed up. The perverted guy thought about it. How could it be like what Lin Fan said? Kid, are you playing with us? Brothers, let's kill him. They didn't expect that they would face such a person. But even if the situation changed slightly, it wouldn't stop them from doing what they were about to do. As for what happened next, he would leave it to her. The three of them were really weak. If he attacked, he would be able to instantly kill them. But he was used to giving them chances. Pang! The three of them didn't know what happened. They only felt that the scene in front of them changed and they flew backward, smashing into the ground. So strong. That was the only thing they felt, but they were still able to stay conscious. So weak. Lin Fan was filled with disdain. He walked in front of the girl whose mouth was agape. He reached out and touched her chin. Voila! Lin Fan grabbed her leg and dragged her into the distance. Feels good, this feels so good. The girl reacted and her expression was one of panic. She was even so terrified that she peed her pants. She cried out and reached out towards her three companions who were lying on the ground. Save me! Save me! The three of them got up and exchanged glances with one another. They personally witnessed the girl being dragged into the depths, but they couldn't do anything. What should we do? One of them asked. He was really stunned. They tried so many times, but this was the most terrifying. What else can we do? It is worth it to sacrifice everything for the success of the alliance. I believe that she is mentally prepared. But she is shouting for help. She is just trying to confuse them. Trust her, she can definitely do it. As for what happens next, it is just a reversal of the process, right? Chapter 475. Don't do this, please don't do this. Young master saved me and I am really grateful. I am willing to do anything for you. Naturally, I am yours, but I can't. Please don't be so impatient. The girl's face turned ashen white and she sensed that something terrifying and cruel was about to happen. No, it wasn't a feeling but it was actually happening. She was tied to a tree and the way she was tied was really unique. But one could use one sentence to describe why she was wearing Pinru's clothes. The girl looked at Lin Fan in terror. The scenes that were about to happen appeared in her mind. It was really embarrassing and it was hard to describe with words. Kakik. Lin Fan didn't bother about her and just gave out a chilling laugh. The girl felt like she was about to die here. If she could return alive, she would definitely beat those people who said that the natives were righteous people. Was this the righteousness that he was talking about? Not long later. The binding was over. Lin Fan said, "Do you have anything to say to me?" The girl thought that he would start right away and torture her to death. She was prepared to treat it like she was fucked by a dog. In her heart, she was willing to sacrifice herself for the alliance. Young master, you saved me, so from now on, I am yours. Why are you so anxious? Can you put me down? The girl said pitifully. Facing such a perverted person, she could only act even more pitiful. She wouldn't believe the analysis of the alliance headquarters anymore. It was all a lie. Lin Fan shook his head, not that, something else. People nowadays were just too dishonest. Since the alliance wanted to play tricks, then he would play with them. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat them. The girl blinked her eyes in shock. She was really lost and innocent. Something else? There was really nothing else. Young master, I don't know what you mean. Continue acting. Lin Fan smiled, you are from the alliance, right? Shock. The girl looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. He knew where she came from. Impossible, how did he know? Young master, I really don't know what you are talking about. The girl didn't admit it and acted dumb. Maybe if she acted a little better, she would be able to get away with it. Lin Fan raised his hand and pointed at the girl. He looked around, searching for something. After looking for a long time, he didn't find anything suitable. Thinking about it, it was hard to find something in the wilderness. If you have the guts, show me what you're up to. The bug controlling technique aura spread out and started to search for a target. In the end, he found it and locked onto the male wolf who was trying his best to make a human. The woman shook her head, still pretending not to know anything. She didn't know what she was going to face next, but as a special talent of the Alliance headquarters, she had gone through professional training and was able to face everything without changing her expression. Even if the other party used some kind of terrifying method, she would, rough panting sounds could be heard. The woman looked into the distance and her heart tightened. What was that? Damn it, how could there be such a terrifying wolf? After the buff of the bug controlling technique, the wolf that was originally thigh-high grew to the height of a human. It looked really terrifying, and disgusting saliva flowed out of its sharp teeth. This is a male wolf that was just with a female wolf. I brought him here halfway. If you don't tell me, then what happens next has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. Lin Fan said. His methods were really cruel and perverted. Moreover, he had no bottom line. Young master, don't do that. The woman's pupils constricted and she broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't dare to imagine what was going to happen next. Lin Fan didn't bother and waved his hands. The human-sized wolf stared at the woman with green eyes and pounced towards her. Such a perverted scene naturally frightened the woman so much that she didn't care about her professionalism. "I will speak," the woman screamed in fear. When the wolf arrived in front of the woman, it stopped. "I am from the Alliance." The woman didn't hide anything and directly revealed her identity. Lin Fan said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I don't like to do anything to women, especially people like you who have no strength at all. Killing you is an insult to me. How did you contact the Alliance?" He knew that the woman could contact the Alliance. What? The woman was stunned and didn't understand what Lin Fan meant. But when she saw Lin Fan's gaze, her heart shook and she didn't dare to hide anymore. "There is a chip under my skin that can send my location to the headquarters." The Alliance and Rich Land didn't speak the same language, but the Alliance's technology level was really high and they had spread the language of Rich Land to the education platform. As for whether or not he understood the chip, she didn't lie. Lin Fan's guess was right. As expected, that was the case. The other party's trick was indeed very easy to trick. A woman with no cultivation was in danger and someone saved her. Even if she was suspicious, thinking about how she had no cultivation, she would relax. Lin Fan would then take the chance to trick her. Lin Fan released the woman and told the wolf to leave. "You should have said so earlier. Then, we wouldn't have wasted time. Contact them and tell them to come over. But don't play any tricks, otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." The woman was shocked and didn't expect him to have such a request. She always thought that he would kill her to hide from the Alliance. Who knew that he would ask to fight the Alliance head-on? She didn't understand what he was thinking. But it didn't matter. She just wanted to satisfy his arrogant thoughts. The woman tapped the skin on her wrist like there was a button there. Lin Fan paid attention to the situation around. This was the Alliance's territory and based on what the Alliance wanted, they would definitely install some equipment around. But he had dragged her here for a period of time and no Alliance experts had come. That meant that there was no equipment here at all. Was it because the hidden border guards knew about the existence of the equipment, so they dismantled the equipment that they discovered? That was possible, but he wasn't too sure. Alliance main camp. A bunch of workers looked at the screen in front of them. Suddenly, a red light lit up and rows of data appeared on the screen. Shortly after, a three-dimensional map appeared. "We have discovered that the natives are hiding at 32. 85 degrees 34. 2 degrees north latitude, 119. 57 degrees 120. 45 degrees east longitude. It is of a high grade and there are Dao realm experts there." General Qi Shao immediately ordered to arrange for several Dao realm experts and some below to wipe out the natives. The signal that the woman sent to the Alliance was of the highest grade. She couldn't see through what was going on with this person, but she felt that he was definitely dangerous. Naturally, she didn't dare to be careless and hoped that a bunch of experts would come to save her. Just as she was thinking about all this, she realized that Lin Fan was tying her up and she exclaimed, "Young master, what are you doing?" "I did everything you told me to. Don't be nervous. I was afraid that you would run," Lin Fan said. Yen %, the girl wanted to scold him. She had no strength at all and was already in his hands, so how could she run? How could she be so shameless? But she had no choice. She was in his hands and had no ability to fight back at all, so it was best for her to be well behaved. At the same time, what she was most furious about were her three companions. They knew that she was in danger but they didn't come to save her. "Damn. Do I look familiar to you?" Lin Fan asked. The Alliance had been hunting him down. Logically speaking, since these people were able to do the mission here, they should have seen his arrest warrant. But since they didn't recognize him, that made him a little unhappy. No matter what, he, Lin Fan, was once a person in the limelight. Now that he stood in front of her for such a long time without being recognized, that was a little embarrassing. He felt like he had lost a lot of face. The girl looked at Lin Fan in terror. She really didn't recognize him. Slowly, she frowned. You, Lin Fan smiled and nodded. It was obvious that she recognized him. I really don't know who you are. The girl shook her head. She thought for a long while and really couldn't think of anyone. The smile on Lin Fan's face retracted and he was a little unhappy. She didn't know who he was. What was wrong with the alliance? They had already ordered him to be hunted down, but they didn't let everyone know. Did they really not care about him at all? Killing intent appeared in Lin Fan's heart. This wasn't killing intent towards the girl but towards the alliance. Maybe only by doing something that would cause the alliance to collapse would they respect him. Suddenly, Lin Fan sensed the dimension fluctuation. It should be in the distance. It seemed like the people from the alliance were here. They didn't come here because they wanted to scout the situation. They are here. Lin Fan said to the girl. She was delighted and then said pitifully, "Young master, I have done what you told me to do. Can you let me live?" "Okay, no problem," Lin Fan said. In the distance, several 9-star generals hid carefully. As for the generals, they followed behind. The natives hiding in the alliance territory were all experts from the border defense. They weren't weak and they couldn't be careless. If they faced a top expert, they would need the support of the alliance headquarters. Very quickly, the 9-star generals looked at the person in the distance. Just one person. Hong Yan frowned and felt that something wasn't right. "I will attack later. If the situation is bad, we will retreat right away and inform the alliance headquarters to send the strongest 9-star generals over." Looking at the situation, it should be a young man. It is best to be careful. There are many experts at the border. They had all fought with them before and some of them were really strong. The one that left a deep impression was an old priest who was really amazing. Hong Yan's expression was solemn. He raised his hand and a sharp energy whirlpool gathered in his palm. He then tossed it into the distance. The whirlpool entered the dimension and there was no sound at all. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan tilted his head and the whirlpool shot over. With a piercing sound, it sliced the girl tied to the tree into two. What? Hong Yan was shocked. He didn't expect him to react so quickly. Lin Fan turned his head. "All of you are a little cruel." Chapter 476. Lin Fan looked at the girl who died and felt a little helpless. He couldn't be blamed for this. He was someone who kept his promise. If he said that he wouldn't kill her, then he wouldn't. But if her own people killed her, then he couldn't be blamed. Who knew that this would happen? What a waste. But she didn't die for nothing. Those people who were conned by him were probably waiting for him down there. Hong Yan and the other 9-star generals were shocked that Lin Fan could dodge. As for who died, it didn't matter. Much less a girl with no cultivation at all. The situation was a little off but Hong Yan didn't retreat. After all, there was only one person. They had so many generals, so how could they not take down a kid? You even killed your own people. Don't you feel guilty at all? Lin Fan looked at the people who came. He had attracted them over. But one had to say that the alliance really prepared well. 4 9-star generals came and 10 generals came. This was really terrifying combat strength. But what a waste. To Lin Fan, these few people weren't enough at all. They weren't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Lin Fan realized that the way the old man looked at him was a little off, like he was thinking about something. This made him a little emotional. Did they recognize him? I should try to ask him, probably to satisfy the vanity in his heart. Do you recognize who I am? Lin Fan asked. He was a little arrogant. If other people were wanted by the Alliance headquarters, they would have peed their pants and hid wherever they could. How would they dare to provoke an Alliance 9-star general? At that moment, not only did Hong Yen recognize who Lin Fan was, but so did the others. It's you. Hong Yen was shocked and the wanted poster appeared in his mind. Lin Wani's son, Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to have the courage to step into Alliance territory. Apart from expanding the map, the Alliance headquarters had been searching for Lin Fan. Based on their analysis, Lin Fan's existence was a hidden danger to the Alliance. If they noticed him, they definitely couldn't let him live. Lin Fan was unhappy. I am not happy with your words. What son of Lin Wani? I am Lin Fan. Why don't I have the courage to step in? Let me tell you, not only have I stepped in, but I will also make your Alliance cry for your parents. Preposterous. Hong Yen hollered, Lin Fan, there's a path to heaven but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell but you insist on coming. Then, don't even think about letting me leave. The reason they came here was to wipe out the natives at the border in one go. Even though he didn't meet any natives at the border, it wasn't a loss to be able to kill Lin Wani's son. Killing him early would save him trouble in the future. Ha ha ha, what a joke. A Dao Realm Stage 4 dares to say such words in front of me. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Attack together, otherwise, you won't have a chance. Lin Fan raised his hand and made a humiliating gesture. It was as if he was saying that he wanted to fight 10 of them. Rage points exploded. Hong Yen was furious. For the sake of his dignity, how could an Alliance 9-star general accept such humiliation? Kill. A strong killing intent rose up, and the space around Hong Yen gradually twisted. A terrifying aura burned on his body, making him look like a peerless demon god. Kid, since you are asking to die, then I shall grant you your wish. Hong Yen hollered in rage and a 10,000-foot light exploded from his body. It was so blinding that one couldn't even open their eyes. At that moment, a giant body appeared above Hong Yan's head. It was the astronomical phenomenon body and it gave off a really strong aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Die. The giant body punched forwards, causing the space around to twist and shatter. A strong energy wave ripped through the area and the dimension appeared. This fist contained the most terrifying power of a Dao Realm Stage 4 expert. Lin Fan was really calm. He raised his head and looked out. The aura was indeed shocking, but that was it. There wasn't much else to it. At that moment, Lin Fan clenched his fingers and muttered. If such strength can make you think about suppressing me, then I can only say that you are a little too naive. The moment he said this, he punched out fiercely. Hung long. The sky was ripped apart and the dimension shattered. A bright aura roared forwards and pressed down on Hong Yan's body. What? Hong Yan was shocked. He felt an unstoppable power sweep towards him that he couldn't block at all. There was a loud explosion. Hong Yan's astronomical phenomenon body shattered and he felt intense pain all over his body. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fan stood on the spot without moving at all. Everything in front of him was covered by the fist light and he couldn't see what was going on. But one didn't need to think to know that the situation wasn't good. Alliance Headquarters. DD. General, there is an energy whirlpool at the place where Hong Yen and the others are heading to. The energy has reached peak Dao Realm Stage 6 and it is really dangerous. The technician looked at the screen in panic. A dark red cloud appeared on the screen and at the same time, data analysis appeared. What? General Qi Shao was shocked like he had seen a ghost. Peak Dao Realm Stage 6 strength. Then, forest. Ah! What kind of power is that? What fist technique is that? How is it so strong? General Hong Yen spat out fresh blood and his shirt was ripped apart. Only his underwear was left and it fluttered in the wind. He was in a bad state and he fell to the ground. It was as if he had just come out of a mental hospital. Behind him, the generals and 9-star generals were in a tragic state too. They didn't take it head-on, but when the ripples spread towards them, they felt an unstoppable force land on their bodies and they couldn't block it at all. Thus, their outcome wasn't any better. All of them laid on the ground and rolled around. I am a little unhappy with your strength. Lin Fan shook his head. What a despicable fellow. In the past, 9-star generals were so out of his reach. Moreover, a Dao Realm Stage 4 9-star general was an unscalable mountain to him. Hong Yen was in a frenzied state. He was totally convinced by Lin Fan's strength. How strong and terrifying was that? But because of that, he was traumatized. Lin Fan walked towards Hong Yen and the others. He wasn't prepared to give them a chance. He needed to raise his reputation in the Alliance headquarters and let them understand how stupid it was to let them do whatever they wanted. Thus, only by killing some 9-star generals would they understand. He looked down at Hong Yen from above. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He attacked like lightning. Puchi! Puchi! His fingers were like sharp blades that pierced through everything in front of him. They didn't reach Dao Realm Stage 6 Undying Body, otherwise, he would have to spend a lot of effort to kill them. Lin Fan grabbed with his fingers and left with the corpses. What happened next was a little arrogant, but he definitely wouldn't be sending them to their deaths. Instead, he would be giving the Alliance a huge gift. A long while later, the Alliance 9-star generals arrived. General Qi Shao was just a Dao Realm Stage 5 expert, but he had no choice. Zhu Daoshan and the others had gone to wipe out the border natives, so how could there be so many 9-star generals? If they were deployed, time was of the essence and they wouldn't be able to make it in time. But when he arrived and saw the scenes in front of him, he knew that it was too late. The battle had ended. General Qi Shao was stunned for a moment and then his face turned dark and sunken. Investigate. Investigate for me. You must find the culprit. The Alliance members who followed all shivered. They sensed how terrifying the aura from General Qi Shao's body was. He was really on the verge of exploding. Yes. General Qi Shao didn't know who did it. If he knew that it was Lin Fan, his mouth would have been agape from shock. After all, his improvement speed was just too quick. East Forest. Lin Fan came to a familiar place and naturally, he reminisced about the past. The Yin demons were so friendly and provided him with large amounts of rage points. But at this moment, this place was really quiet. It was totally silent and there was no sound at all. The trees weren't like before, giving one a dark and sinister feeling. A few streaks of sunlight shone in and brought a bit of light. The Yin demons are all gone. Lin Fan shook his head and felt that there was a high chance that the Yin demons were killed by the Alliance. What a waste. He was someone who was nostalgic. Although the enemies in the past were annoying, they were decent people. Now that they disappeared just like that, he felt a little reluctant. He left the East Forest. There was a loud explosion. In the distance, one could see that there were large machines operating. The ground shook and a thick layer of dust rose up. They are destroying the environment. Lin Fan was really unhappy. For a good place to be dug up by the dogs of the Alliance, that was just so annoying. Forget it. He would let them off and settle the things at hand before dealing with them. You city. Lin Fan floated in the air. This was his old home and he enjoyed the life of a rich family young master. But because of the Alliance, he lost everything. Just thinking about it made him furious. City Alliance Meeting Hall. This wasn't the main camp of the Alliance and could only be considered an important contact point. Like the other cities, after occupying this place, they would use it as a base to slowly eat up the rich land. At this moment, at the gate, Two alliance guards were casually chatting. Their days were boring and boring. The alliance had gained a foothold in the rich land and didn't have many enemies. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. They knew that the four alliances were at war. They would let them fight, and when both sides suffered heavy losses, it would be time for the alliance to occupy them. As for the imperial dynasty, naturally, one didn't need to say much. They were puppets that the alliance raised and could do whatever they wanted. They could vent all their unhappiness on them. This made them feel really proud as members of the alliance. Suddenly, a corpse fell from the sky. With a thud, it landed on the ground. The two alliance members jumped up in fear. When they saw the corpse, they were stunned and felt like they had seen it somewhere before. Very quickly, the two of them reacted. Wasn't that an alliance general? How did this happen? They raised their heads and looked into the sky and noticed that someone was floating there. At that moment, the alarm of the entire U city rang. Lin Fan was noticed. Chapter 477. U city shook. This was the first time the alarm sounded since they occupied U city. Numerous experts rose into the air to search for the invader. Lin Fan landed on the ground where he used to live. He felt a sense of familiarity, like he had returned to the past. You have a good eye to know how to treat my old home as your main camp. Lin Fan ignored the two alliance members who were guarding the door and walked in leisurely. One of the alliance members was covered in sweat. He struggled in his heart and then hollered. Stop right there. Pang. Lin Fan didn't even look and slapped him. He turned into a cannonball and flew into the distance. The other alliance member was stunned. If Lin Fan asked him if he dared to move, he would definitely shake his head and not dare to move. He really didn't dare to move. He returned to his old home. Even if he closed his eyes, he would be able to feel everything clearly. He walked towards the back courtyard. Many alliance members appeared on the way. Lin Fan's appearance shocked them and they were filled with disbelief. They then charged towards Lin Fan, but to Lin Fan, these people were just too weak. Pai Pala. He dealt with him really easily. On the streets, U City 9-star general learned that someone was invading and started to search. The member who was slapped away by Lin Fan laid on the ground and no one knew if he was dead or alive. When the general saw this, he looked towards the main camp. He waved his hands and brought people over. General Juha cultivated the Blade Path and was at Dao Realm Stage 5. He was one of the top experts in the Alliance headquarters. Of course, he wasn't the only 9-star general in U City. There were many other strong 9-star generals. To them, someone invading U City was a huge matter and couldn't be dealt with so casually. Lin Manor. Lin Fan returned to his room and moved a chair over. If Go Zi was by his side, he might have asked him to bring some fruits over so that he could enjoy life. I have to snatch this place back. He looked at the sky. It wasn't so blue anymore and was a little gray. As expected, the sky depended on who lived in it. I'm right here. Since you're already here, come out. Stop hiding. There was movement around. He was surrounded by Alliance experts. An old man slowly walked out from the darkness. Schwa. Following that, figures appeared all around Lin Fan, sealing off all his escape routes. Even a fly would find it hard to escape. I was wondering who dared to come here. So it's young Master Lin. Isn't it good to hide outside? Why must you come here to die? Marshal Juha recognized the person lying there. The 9-star generals all knew about the Alliance headquarters bounty. The cause of the war between Evil Alliance and Celestial Alliance was definitely related to him. Lin Fan smiled and pointed, not bad, I didn't expect you to recognize me right away. Since you have such good eyes, I will let you live and let you live. Marshal Juha didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. Interesting, this is really interesting. Look around you. Do you think you can leave this place safely? Lin Fan's expression was calm, but his eyes were filled with confusion. Are you saying that you can stop me by relying on numbers? Actually, I don't think you should be so confident. Confidence often brings disaster. Then, Lin Fan got up and sighed, I have left this place for several months and I miss it. So, when I passed by Evil Alliance, I wanted to come back to take a look. Where are Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshan? They were lucky to escape last time, but I don't think their luck will continue to be good. Am I right? What did you say? Juha didn't understand what he meant, but it wasn't important anymore. He nodded towards a 9-star general and told him to take Lin Fan down. The 9-star general standing at the east corner disappeared like a ghost and appeared beside Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. His fingers landed on Lin Fan's shoulder. Kid, if you don't want to die, then don't move. He didn't think that Lin Fan could escape from his hands. General Juha said, Young Master Lin, please stay here for a period of time. I think you will be able to see your partners soon. Zhu Daoshan and the others chased the border natives. Under normal circumstances, naturally, there wouldn't be any problems. The Alliance headquarters paid a huge price to deal with these natives. After all, to the Alliance headquarters, these people were like sharp blades hanging on their necks. If they didn't wipe them out, they would always feel like there was danger in the dark. What do you mean? Are you saying that the Alliance is doing something again? Lin Fan asked. He didn't know much about the Alliance and it was just the overall situation. Imperial Dynasty, just the 4 alliances. General Juha smiled, there is no need to ask. Young Master Lin will find out soon. We are really curious about where Lin Wani is. Maybe young Master Lin can help us. I am also searching for my father. If the Alliance knows where he is, then you can tell me. But I didn't come here to chat with you. I am prepared to deal a heavy blow to your Alliance. Lin Fan smiled calmly and then his gaze turned solemn and unhappy, but with your current strength, you won't be able to stop me. General Juha was amused by Lin Fan's words. Right as he wanted to say something, his pupils constricted and his heart shook. What happened in front of him was really unexpected. The 9-star general who placed his palm on Lin Fan's shoulder didn't know what happened. His head felt like it was pressed down by someone and smacked into the ground. There was a loud explosion. The ground shook. Lin Fan prepared a combo. After his palm landed on the ground, he stepped down. He was really quick. It was so smooth that one didn't even have time to blink. What? Marshal Juha was greatly alarmed. All of these changes happened too quickly. It was so fast that people couldn't react in time. Lin Fan brushed off the dust on his hands and said in disdain, just a Dao Realm Stage 2 9-star general. In the past, you were someone, but now you don't even have the right to lick my shoes. Just as Lin Fan said this, a cold light struck from the sky. Marshal Juha drew his blade, becoming one with it as he slashed through the air. Lin Fan stood on the spot, his fingers forming a sword and he stabbed forwards. Clang! The space shook and sparks flew. The sound of explosions spread out. General Juha's blade technique was really high and naturally, many of his techniques were at return to true realm. But if one really wanted to compare who had cultivated more secret manuals to returning to true realm, there really weren't many people who could beat Lin Fan. General Juha didn't dare to believe what was happening in front of him. He slashed out hundreds of blades and each blade was really terrifying. But Lin Fan didn't use a weapon and used his fingers to block. That was something that General Juha couldn't accept. Kanglin! General Juha hollered in rage. Dao patterns roared out and the power of heaven and earth surged down. Blade intent exploded and a cold and majestic intent rose up. Kanglin intent was cold and the waves were like waves. It was really sharp and cold, the waves were endless. The power was huge and the killing intent was really sharp. Slash. The light was really eye-catching and the sky was ripped apart by this blade intent. The entire area seemed like it had been sliced into two. The current martial Jew, he was like a saber sovereign. How could others compare to him? Hung long. The blade light landed and gave off an unlimited amount of light. The light was really sharp and even the space around was sliced open. The surrounding 9-star generals were shocked by General Juha's strength. At the same time, they were confident that Lin Fan wouldn't be able to survive in his hands. Slowly. Even if the light dissipated, the surrounding space was still covered in a cold blade intent. General Juha sucked in a deep breath and his arms trembled. That move just now was his strongest saber dao. If not for Lin Fan being so skilled, he probably wouldn't have been so serious. Suddenly, a voice that General Juha didn't want to believe spread into his ears. A decent blade, it even made me take a step back. Lin Fan said. Looking closely, one could really see that Lin Fan had taken a step back. Apart from his clothes being a little dusty, there was nothing else. General Juha was shocked. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead and he exclaimed in his heart. What kind of monster was this? The latest news that the Alliance got was that Lin Fan was only at Dao Realm Stage 3. Although Stage 3 was not bad, there was still a gap between him and him. I said that I would let you live, so I will. Lin Fan took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Marshal Juha. He pointed out with a finger and Dao patterns exploded forth. To Marshal Juha, he only felt an irresistible force rushing towards him. This power spread to his limbs and bones. There was a loud explosion and his body trembled. Lin Fan retracted his hand. General Juha's eyes lost the light and he slowly became listless. His body went soft and he fell to the ground. He was a man of his word. He said that he would give him a chance, so he definitely wouldn't take his life. Uproar. The surrounding 9-star generals panicked. The difference in strength was obvious and even General Juha was suppressed. With their strength, how could they be his match? Where is the expert? Lin Fan looked at them. City is such an important place, so don't tell me that he is the strongest. Everyone was really nervous and didn't know what to say. General Juha wasn't the strongest in City. But the strongest 9-star general went to wipe out the natives and wasn't here at all. At that moment, some Alliance dogs panicked and sneakily went to inform the Alliance headquarters. Something huge had happened. City was invaded by natives and General Juha was suppressed right away. The other 9-star generals didn't dare to fight back. Alliance headquarters. DDD. The staff frowned. Damn, what was going on? Why was it beeping so much? But when they saw the content, the Alliance members couldn't keep calm anymore. Not good, native experts have invaded City. General Juha has been defeated and the other 9-star generals have surrendered. The members who saw the news exclaimed. When everyone heard this, they all blinked their eyes in a daze. What was he saying? To them, this was a little too much. It was a lie, right? City was invaded by natives and General Juha was defeated. Just thinking about it made them feel that it was impossible. Chapter 478. If the 9-star generals surrounding Lin Fan found out that someone didn't even know the truth and said that they had surrendered, they would probably explode on the spot. That was just too much. The Alliance headquarters found out about Lin Fan's appearance in City. This was something that the Alliance headquarters didn't expect at all. Most of the 9-star generals had missions, so how could they find people to head to City? General Juha was at Dao Realm Stage 5 and even he wasn't his match. Even if they sent more 9-star generals, it would be useless unless they sent Dao Realm Stage 6 9-star generals. But the current situation meant that there weren't many Dao Realm Stage 6 9-star generals who were free. Why? Don't you have anything else to say to me? Lin Fan looked at them. These 9-star generals were all experts from the Alliance headquarters. But now that they were facing an expert that they couldn't fight back against, the helplessness that seeped out covered their hearts. Lin Fan, this is Alliance territory. What do you want? An Alliance 9-star general thought about it for a long while and his expression slowly calmed down. With their strength, they weren't able to do anything to Lin Fan. The Alliance headquarters definitely knew about the situation here and would send experts over. As long as they delayed until then, everything would be perfectly solved. Lin Fan smiled, I don't want to do anything. No matter what, this was my home. Oh right, I want to ask you something. After you occupied Yu City, where did you bury the people? For some reason. They suddenly realized that when Lin Fan asked that question, he was indeed smiling. But for some reason, there was a dark and solemn aura that covered all of them. This, the 9-star generals didn't reply. They felt that something wasn't right. There was a ball of rage hidden deep in his heart. I am asking all of you a question. Are you not even going to reply? Lin Fan glanced at one of the 9-star generals, tell me, where did you bury them? The expression of the 9-star general that Lin Fan pointed at changed. Fear spread throughout his body. No. He was an Alliance 9-star general, so how could he be afraid because of his gaze? Embarrassing, that was just too embarrassing. They were buried in a hole outside the city. Pang. The 9-star general who replied to Lin Fan lowered his head in disbelief. An arm pierced through and fresh blood flowed out. He felt like his body was empty and his heart was in Lin Fan's hands. You are really unlucky. Puchi. Lin Fan crushed his heart and the Alliance 9-star general died. Such cruel methods shocked everyone. How could you kill him? Some 9-star generals couldn't help but say. They were too quick and in the blink of an eye, a 9-star general died in front of them. To them, this was a precious talent of the Alliance. To nurture a marshal, not only did it require a huge amount of resources, but it also required a very long time. Just a moment ago, he had destroyed a genius who had worked hard for decades. Lin Fan smiled, interesting. After the Alliance occupied Yu City, you killed all of us. Now that I am back, naturally, I am here to take revenge. He is the first but definitely not the last. Are you all prepared? As soon as he finished speaking, the marshals panicked. Run quickly, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. None of them were fools. They knew that the gap between them and the other party was truly an insurmountable chasm. Marshal Juha was so powerful, but even he was not a match for the other party, let alone them. Therefore, to them, escaping was the only option. Darkness God Domain. Lin Fan stood on the spot and smiled. He activated the Chief God Domain. Instantly, the gray veil expanded with Lin Fan at the center and covered the entire Yu City. What happened? The Alliance members in Yu City raised their heads. Just now, they felt their hearts tighten like they were being squeezed by something. Just as they were filled with doubts. A shadow shot over like a cannonball and smashed into the ground with a loud rumble. They didn't know what it was, but when they looked closely, they realized that it was the 9-star general. The 9-star general was in a bad state. His skin cracked and fresh blood covered his body. He looked at the Alliance members around and said weakly, "Quick. Inform the headquarters." He said those words with much difficulty. Then, his neck tilted and he lost all feeling. Did the general faint? Someone asked. No, he is dead. The person who said that stared at the 9-star general's chest. There was a bloody hole there and one could see the white bones within. It was just too tough to survive from such injuries. Quick, listen to the general and ask for help from the headquarters. At this moment, Lin Fan was prepared to start a massacre. He thought about those people who were sacrificed when he came to U City. That battle was fresh in his mind. In the end, only a few people survived. All the experts went all out against the Alliance. A 9-star general panicked and fled. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so crazy to come to U City alone and start a massacre. They didn't have the ability to block him at all. Suddenly, his body shook and a voice that terrified him spread into his ears. "Where do you want to run to?" The 9-star general turned his head uneasily. "Lin Fan, I am an Alliance 9-star general. You are asking to die by killing people in U City." Although he was a 9-star general and his cultivation had reached Dao realm, when he faced Lin Fan, he actually panicked. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed the back of his head. He used strength and pressed him to the ground. With a loud explosion, the ground cracked and a giant hole appeared. "Lin Fan, I have no grievances with you, so why are you doing this, Pucci?" Lin Fan's sword slashed down and pierced his head. His methods were really vicious and he didn't give him any chance at all. A Dao realm expert died just like that. It was really a waste. Today, I will kill so much that the Alliance will cry for their parents. Given Lin Fan's current cultivation state, what he was doing was equivalent to bullying the weak. In his hands, there was no way that these Dao realm powerful beings could hold out at all. He dealt with 2 9-star generals consecutively, causing the Alliance headquarters to suffer huge losses. But this was just the beginning. He wanted to give the Alliance headquarters a huge gift, which was to kill all the 9-star generals in U City. That was a crazy thought. But it wasn't difficult at all. He knew that the Alliance headquarters would definitely send people over, and during this period of time, he had to kill all the 9-star generals who were fleeing. In the distance, a 9-star general was fleeing. How could this be? How could this lad be this strong? This is something that should be impossible. Pang! He teleported through the dimension and wanted to flee, but suddenly, he felt like he had smashed into an iron board. An invisible iron board. There was no one blocking him at all. What was going on? Impossible, even a domain can't stop me from teleporting through the dimension. What is going on? The 9-star general hollered and wanted to destroy the obstruction in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried, the obstruction was still there. This is the chief god domain. With your cultivation, naturally, you won't be able to break it. Lin Fan appeared behind him like a ghost. The 9-star general's pupils constricted and his expression turned into one of panic. "Lin Fan, let's talk about this. I think we should have something to talk about." What a waste. What welcomed him wasn't anything to talk about but an iron fist. In other words, it was a fist the size of a sandbag. Pang! The fist smashed into the general's face and his features twisted. He opened his mouth and blood spurted out. His body spun like a top and smashed into the ground. "You are so weak that I have nothing to say. You are just Dao Realm Stage 2. Lin Fan waved his hand and flung the blood off. Explosions spread out from within U City. The Alliance members in U City had uneasy expressions on their faces. They could see dust rising up from all corners of the city and there were buildings that were broken. The ripples from the battle spread out and covered everyone. To them, this was already quite friendly. The gap in strength between Lin Fan and these 9-star generals was just too huge, so there wouldn't be any intense clashes. This was why the ripples that spread out weren't like waves that struck one after another. Instead, they were short-lived and occasionally swept everything. Pata! Lin Fan stepped on a 9-star general with one foot. To a 9-star general, this was a humiliation. He didn't beg and just stared at Lin Fan in rage. Fresh blood seeped out of his mouth. "Kiki, native, don't think that I will beg for mercy. Alliance 9-star generals aren't afraid of death. Now, there is probably a massacre happening somewhere. Those people that you have high hopes for are being tortured by our 9-star generals, ha! The 9-star general laughed in a maniacal manner and his expression was one of madness. Lin Fan frowned. What do you mean by that? Scoff, how can I tell you? I just want you to know that things aren't what you think they are. Cry for their deaths. The 9-star general raged and was prepared to die. He definitely wouldn't tell him the exact location. He just wanted him to know that such a thing was happening. Puchi. Lin Fan used strength in his feet and Dao patterns exploded, instantly smashing the 9-star general's head. He then raised his head and looked at the endless space. He knew that the border defense experts were hiding in Alliance territory and would occasionally cause problems for the Alliance. His words clearly told him that what was happening now had a lot to do with him. Not good. Lin Fan thought about one possibility, which was that the Alliance headquarters had found out where they were hiding. Since he stepped into the Alliance's territory, the Alliance tried to trick him into coming out. Based on the Alliance's characteristics, this might have happened. Lin Fan didn't worry about anything else. He rose into the air and looked around. He didn't sense any fluctuations in the air. At that moment, he disappeared from the spot and headed into the distance. Chapter 479. Lin Fan didn't destroy U City. This was his old home and it was temporarily controlled by the Alliance headquarters. But one day they would snatch U City back, so if it was destroyed too badly, then it would be a huge loss. Within a certain room in U City, a fat researcher had a terrified expression on his face as he typed on the keyboard with both hands. He reported what happened in U City back to the Alliance network. He used really exaggerated words to describe what had happened. The native expert trampled the Alliance expert and at the same time, he recorded many videos which exploded in the Alliance. From the start, the occupation of the Alliance headquarters gave many people hope. They felt that the natives were just SOSO and weren't their match at all. But the content taught them a huge lesson. When the Alliance headquarters came back to their senses and wanted to ban the content, they realized that it was too late. U City was an important place. Now that it was suppressed by the natives, that was something that the Alliance headquarters couldn't accept. This was why when they found out, they sent 9-star generals over. Moreover, it was a special assignment. When a Dao Realm Stage 7 9-star general came to U City, his expression was really solemn. The situation around wasn't good. Although there weren't any heavy damages, he saw the corpses of no less than 4 9-star generals. Juha was suppressed by Lin Fan and fainted. When he woke up and saw the situation around, he was totally stunned. He then searched for Lin Fan. But he couldn't find him at all. Juha, what is going on? Just as Juha was stunned, he heard this voice and came back to his senses. When he saw who it was, he heaved a sigh of relief. Is Lin Wani here? The person who came was one of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance headquarters, Yellow Springs. He wasn't in rich land but at the border of the Alliance. He visited Hell Mountain and Ocean Emperor Island but he had no choice. The Alliance headquarters said that U City was under attack and needed the strongest 9-star generals, so he could only rush over right away. Juha said, no, it is Lin Fan, Lin Wani's son. How is that possible? Yellow Springs frowned, how can Lin Wani's son have such cultivation? You are at Dao Realm Stage 5, so how can you not be his match? At this moment, even if Marshal Juha didn't want to admit it, there was nothing he could do. This was the truth. He lowered his head and said helplessly, General Huang Quan, this old man is indeed not his match. There's a huge gap between us. Marshal Huang Quan stared blankly, clearly stunned by Marshal Juha's words. He didn't see it with his own eyes, so it was hard for him to imagine what had happened. But if Lin Wani was able to suppress them, that was something that was inevitable. But now, his son was actually able to suppress them? This was simply unimaginable. That could only mean that the Alliance headquarters analysis was wrong. Lin Fan wasn't as strong as they said. He was much stronger and much more terrifying. Bastard! Yellow Springs Marshal released his senses to search for traces of Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan had long left this place and there was no trace of him at all. Where did he go? Where? Where? Lin Fan sensed the void in the distance. However, he could not sense any ripples at all. It was as though nothing had happened at all. As long as there was the slightest shockwave from the battle, he would be able to detect it. Although he didn't know who was hiding in the Alliance territory, it was definitely one of them. Then, in the sky above the Alliance territory, a person sped through the dimension and searched for the shaking void. As long as he attacked, he would be able to sense it and find some clues. A certain place. We can't leave, we have been surrounded. The person who spoke was Zhao Lishan. Since he gave up Laozhan City, he didn't leave the Alliance territory. He hid and searched for a chance to deal heavy damage to the Alliance. They succeeded several times and the Alliance treated them as enemies. As long as they knew where they were, the Alliance would definitely wipe them out right away. Old Shen frowned. How did the Alliance know where we were hiding? Did someone betray us? Zhao Lishan said, no, don't suspect the people around you. We are all brothers who fought against the Alliance, so how can we suspect one another? We were just too careless and the Alliance found out where we were. Old Shen kept silent. He knew what Master Zhao meant, which was to not suspect anyone. But he had to suspect others as it was tough for them to find out where they were hiding. Moreover, there were people who were good at hiding. Each time they moved, they would be really careful and definitely wouldn't leave any traces. But he had no choice. Since Master Zhao had already said that, then what else could he say? Old Master Wang sat there and smoked. Now, us old fellows will charge out. You young fellows should find a chance to run. Hu Luo, whose face was covered in pimples, shook his head. Old Master Wang, we aren't prepared to run. At most, we will continue to fight them. Zhao Lishan looked at Sword Head who was sitting cross-legged and comprehending the sword. Sword Head, how confident are we in killing our way out? Sword Head opened his eyes and a sharp sword intent shook within. He then shook his head, the chance is slim. The Alliance sent many experts and even I am not their match. But if we fight to the death, we might have a chance of living. The fact that Sword Master was with Zhao Lishan was also a coincidence. Since the Alliance occupied Defense City, Sword had returned to Sword Palace to give some instructions before returning to fight to the death with the Alliance. However, when he returned, Daoist 3 lunatics and the others were no longer around. He did not know where they went. Later on, he met Zhao Lishan and the others and stayed with them. Instantly, a furious roar spread out from the outside world. Natives, come out. Stop hiding. We have already noticed your tracks, so how long are you going to hide for? The voice was like thunder. Zhao Lishan and the others had solemn expressions on their faces. Even if they didn't fight, just from the voice, they knew who it was. Moreover, they weren't weak and even they might not be able to do anything to him. Wu Zhiga and Zhu Daoshen, the 2 strongest 9-star generals, were here. They weren't lucky a while ago. They weren't able to complete the missions that the Alliance gave them and they faced a rare reputation crisis. Now, they needed to complete some things to regain their reputation. Thus, they were in charge of wiping out the natives. Logically speaking, they just needed to send one of the strongest 9-star generals to deal with these people. But they had no choice. Zhu Daoshen and Wu Zhiga needed to do something to prove themselves. After all, those stupid Alliance citizens had been slandering them. What strongest 9-star generals? They were old. It was useless. They couldn't do anything. Just thinking about it made them furious. How could they swallow this insult? Wu Zhiga, don't fight with me later. Zhu Daoshen said. Wu Zhiga giggled, why would I fight with you? Let's see how strong we are. Without Lin Wani leading them, they are just scattered sand. So what if they hide? As long as they are noticed, they will die. As the two strongest marshals chatted, the marshals and generals behind them didn't dare to speak. Zhu Daoshan turned his head and pointed at the people who followed. All of you are not allowed to attack, do you hear me? Strength was just overbearing. The moment he said this, the people behind didn't dare to say anything. They only had one thought in their hearts. The two of them were the strongest 9-star generals, so naturally, they would listen to them. They would do whatever they said and wouldn't resist at all. Just at that moment, a sword intent surged up from below, charging into the clouds and slicing open the sky. Decent sword intent, it can compare to the top sword expert in the alliance. Zhu Daoshan wasn't stingy with his praises. At the same time, he felt much happier. He didn't expect that he would be able to catch a big fish. Maybe only Sword Head could be considered a big fish by Zhu Daoshan. Shortly after, another burst of aura erupted. Zhao Lishan and Sword Head stepped out and floated in the air. Alliance, you are really skilled to actually find us. Wu Zhiga smiled, not bad, I didn't expect there to be two big fishes. As for those people, they are just small fries. Not bad, not bad. Everyone present. Only Zhao Lishan and Sword Head were treated seriously by the Alliance's strongest 9-star generals. The others were just SOSO and weren't worth mentioning at all. General Zhu, do you really not need us to attack? The 9-star general who followed asked. Zhu Daoshan waved his hands, no need, just watch. You don't need to worry about anything else. The 9-star generals dissed in their hearts. It was really unbearable. If they didn't need to do anything, then why did they come here? Were they here to watch a show? Sword Head's expression was solemn as he looked at the two strongest 9-star generals. If they didn't meet, although he wasn't confident, he still had some hope. But now that he saw them in person, he knew that he had no confidence at all. Not to mention the two of them, even one of them was hopeless. But to cultivate the sword, one had to be courageous. Even if one knew that they couldn't win, one wouldn't retreat. At that moment, the sword intent on Sword Head's body surged and became even more terrifying. His mental energy reached its peak. With a shio, a sword spun around his body. He took in a deep breath and the millions of swords from Sword Palace swept over from afar, forming a sword path river in the air. Although I will die today, I won't regret it. What a waste, I will end Sword Palace's foundations. Sword Head's eyes shone with a sharp glow and he was prepared to fight. Zhao Lishan smiled, everyone has their own talents. Sword Palace's sword path is the path of the predecessors and you are walking your own path. Do you think that no one in the future can surpass you? The Sword Head revealed a smile, Brother Zhao is right. I have underestimated the later generations. Okay, since that is the case, then I will give up on life and activate the massacring sword path to contribute to the future. The moment he said this, a shocking aura exploded from Sword Head's body. Slaughter seethed, and the heavens and the earth were suffused with a horrifying might. Chapter 480. Pang! Pang! Two loud explosions rang out. Sword Head and Zhao Lishan couldn't fight back at all in Wu Zhiga's hands. They were smashed deep into the ground like cannonballs, causing thick dust to rise up. What kind of trash are you? You can't even hold on for such a short time in my hands. Wu Zhiga stood with his arms behind his back. His expression was cold and the aura of an expert spread out from his body. We agreed to take one each, but now you are taking two each. Isn't that a little too much? Zhu Daoshan was unhappy with Wu Zhiga taking two each. He also wanted to show off. To prove himself, he had waited for this day for a long time. But looking at what Wu Zhiga did, was that even something a human could do? Wu Zhiga said, how? Even when the two of them work together, they aren't my match. If you let them face one each, what will happen to them? Zhu Daoxian had nothing to say and he didn't know what to say. Wu Zhige's words made sense. Even when the two of them worked together, they weren't their match, much less one-on-one. Wasn't that just bullying them? Hung Long. The ground shook. A sharp sword intent broke through the sky. Sword Head looked into the sky with a solemn expression. He and Zhao Lishan worked together and were shocked by their terrifying strength. But even if they weren't their match, they wouldn't retreat. Sword Head, even when we work together, we aren't able to gain an advantage. It seems like this will be our last battle. Zhao Lishan said. Sword Head stretched out his arm and opened his fingers. He drew a circle in the air and the millions of swords behind him spun up like a sword dragon. Brother Zhao, we will try our best. The moment he said this, Sword Head roared and pressed down with his 5 fingers. The sword dragon roared and one could vaguely see a real dragon within this sword dragon. Decent sword technique, but unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Wu Zhige said calmly. He loved the current feeling. This was the treatment that one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance deserved. He looked at the shocked and worshipful gazes that were all gathered on him. Needless to say, that feeling made him feel really good. A sharp and murderous sword intent attacked. Wu Zhige slowly stretched out his hand. In the eyes of others, Wu Zhige's palm was expanding endlessly. Then, with a loud bang, it clashed with the sword dragon. Heaven and earth shook, and the sky became extremely unstable. As expected of the strongest 9-star general. The marshals who followed were very envious. They also wanted to be as strong as Wu Zhige. Just thinking about it was enough. How could it be so easy to achieve? Sword Master, your moves aren't bad. You're using the foundation of Sword Palace to fight with me. It's not bad that you can do this with your strength. But if that's all, it's far from enough. Wu Zhige's lips curled into a smile as he clenched his fist. With a loud rumble, the space around him shattered as the sword dragon was destroyed. A powerful backlash swept over. Puchi. The sword master was heavily injured and his body swayed. He couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Wu Zhige in shock. He hadn't expected the difference in strength between them to be so great. How is that possible? Swordmaster didn't expect things to turn out like this. Were the Alliance's strongest 9-star generals so strong? How is it? Wu Zhige smiled and asked. Out of the natives, only Lin Wani could make him feel pressure. As for the others, he really didn't care about them at all. Suddenly, Zhao Lishan realized that Swordmaster's aura was a little different. His expression changed and he wanted to say something, but Swordmaster stopped him. Swordmaster shook his head. He stepped forwards and his sword intent boiled. A shocking aura exploded from Swordmaster's body. Wu Zhige frowned and found it weird. Are you going to make a useless struggle? Swordmaster's body shook. A red aura covered his body and an extreme killing aura covered the area. I cultivate the sword and I cultivate the breath in my heart. Today, I will use my strongest sword to fight the strongest 9-star generals. The moment he said this, Swordmaster raised his head and looked at him. A sword intent that shouldn't exist in the world broke through the clouds. The sword intent was like a rainbow that stirred up the entire area. Wang! The area shook and a shocking phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, some of the Alliance 9-star generals exclaimed. They discovered something strange. The weapons in some people's hands were trembling, and a visible aura floated out from the weapons and flew towards the Swordmaster's head. Not only did the surrounding situation change. Many visible auras swept over from the distance. Initially, Wu Zhige didn't care about this scene at all. But gradually, his expression turned solemn. He could feel a sense of danger from this pressure. This made him a little shocked. He really didn't expect this to happen. Zhu Daoxian smiled and asked, "How is it?" Do you need help? His aura is really strong and it is obvious that he has a killing move. Don't die. Wu Zhige smiled instead of being angry. I am looking forward to it. I hope that you don't disappoint me. Zhao Lishan's expression was solemn. He knew that Sword Master was using his strongest move. As for what the outcome would be, even he didn't know. But he was sure that everything would become terrifying. Brother Zhao, I will lead the way. The moment he said this, Sword Master disappeared from the spot and the area shook. Vast sword intent stirred the area but there was no sign of Sword Master. It was like he had totally disappeared. At that moment, Wu Zhige felt like the space around him had been locked down. Even time seemed to have been locked down. Danger. He didn't expect that Sword Master could actually make him feel danger. To others, Sword Master seemed to have disappeared but to Wu Zhige, Sword Master didn't disappear and was just around. Puchi. At that moment, a wound appeared on Wu Zhige's arm and fresh blood flowed out. No one knew what was going on. He didn't even see who attacked and his arm was sliced open for no reason. Brother Wu, when Zhu Daoshan saw Wu Zhige's situation, he couldn't help but worry. But Wu Zhige stood there without moving at all. His expression didn't change at all. Puchi. Wu Zhige's neck tilted slightly and a wound appeared on it. He was terrified. The marshals at the back looked at the scene in shock. They didn't know what had happened and just noticed that wounds had appeared on Wu Zhige's body. Such a weird situation was the most terrifying. Wu Zhige's expression was cold and there was no emotion at all. He was serious and didn't underestimate him like before. Puchi. Suddenly, many wounds appeared on Wu Zhige's body. They just appeared out of nowhere and no one was able to react. Zhu Daoshan wanted to see the exact situation. But regretfully, even he didn't notice what the problem was. How did Lin Fan do it? Was it an invisible killing technique? What is going on? Do you need help? Zhu Daoshan asked. They were the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance and they couldn't let anything happen to them here. Wu Zhige didn't reply. He seemed to have entered a weird state. It is indeed problematic. That old man was right. When one cultivates the sword and goes all out, one will be able to use unimaginable power. Your current performance is not bad. But everything about you is under my control. The moment he said this, Wu Zhige opened his fingers and grabbed towards the air. With a smacking sound, he grabbed Sword Master's neck and pressed him to the ground. There was a pang. The ground shook and cracked. At a speed that normal people couldn't see, he slapped Sword Master several times. Hung long. Sword Master's body flew backward and he smashed into a giant stone in the distance. Blood flowed all over his body and his eyes lost their usual glow. Everything was really dim. You really are a decent sword cultivator. Unfortunately, the gap between cultivation isn't something you can cross. But it is already not bad that you can injure me. Wu Zhige praised Sword Master. The injuries on his body contained terrifying sword intent that destroyed the life force in his body. If it was a normal person, naturally, they wouldn't be able to block it. But to Wu Zhige, these were just minor injuries. Wu Zhige looked at Sword Master and had a high evaluation of him. Although he was trying to hit a rock with an egg and overestimating himself, his final move was really decent. However, the final move was indeed very good, giving him quite a headache. The formless attack was simply impossible to find a flaw. But regretfully, he was facing one of the strongest 9-star generals in the alliance and there was nothing he couldn't solve. Sword Master, Zhao Lishan was shocked and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He realized that Sword Master's aura was really weak and if he couldn't be healed, the outcome would be really terrifying. Sword Master had already fainted. Maybe because the move he used was too terrifying and it took a huge toll on him, many cracks appeared on his skin. Master Zhao, bring Sword Master away. We will open up a path for you. Old Shen said. He knew that even if all of them worked together, they definitely wouldn't be his match. But no matter what, they had to buy time for Master Zhao. Even if they worked hard for their entire lives, they might not be able to catch up to him. But Master Zhao was different. Although his cultivation was weaker, as long as he had some time, one day he would be able to suppress him. Zhao Lishan shook his head and didn't say anything more. He knew that it was useless. The Alliance headquarters actually sent 2 of the strongest 9-star generals for them. That was something that he didn't expect. When he defended Maigu City, he only faced 9-star General Mao Shintai. Mao Shintai was Dao Realm Stage 5. However, the 2 experts they were facing right now had already surpassed them by far, far too much. Fleeing was already an extravagant hope. Zhu Daoshan said, "Leave it to me. No matter what, you should let me perform." He was a little emotional. Although they were the strongest 9-star generals, they needed to prove themselves. They also needed to show everyone that they were old, but they weren't old. Chapter 481. Wu Zhige suppressed Sword Head and felt really happy. He had finally done something. This was why when Zhu Daoshan asked him to hand Zhao Lishan over to him, he agreed. Who asked them to have such a good relationship? It was good on the surface but not on the surface. Okay, then I shall leave him to you. Wu Zhige said and gave Zhu Daoshan a chance to shine. To send out 2 of the strongest 9-star generals to deal with these bastards was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. As long as they were caught, they would definitely die. Good. Zhu Daoshan felt really good and found Wu Zhige much more pleasing to the eye. The 2 of them didn't have much interaction with one another. They were both the strongest 9-star generals and would occasionally have conflicts, so their relationship wasn't that good. Zhao Lishan, you will face me next. But don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. Naturally, Zhu Daoshan was confident in suppressing Zhao Lishan. Dao Realm Stage 5 was strong, but compared to the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance, the gap was huge. Zhao Lishan looked at the fainted Sword Head and was really calm. He then looked at Zhu Daoshan, "One day, all of you will be chased out. Today, I shall see how strong one of the strongest 9-star generals of the Alliance is." Hung Long. A shocking fighting intent swept the area like a storm. The winds started to blow. Even if he knew that he wasn't his match, he had no intention of retreating at all. Zhu Daoshan looked at Zhao Lishan like he was looking at a toy in his hands. "Old Shen, find a chance to bring people and run. Leave this place to me. Remember, don't come back after you escape. Go find Lin Wani." Zhao Lishan was prepared. He knew that he wasn't his match in a normal battle, so there was only one choice. Maybe he would have a chance of living. His choice was to self-destruct. The impact of a Dao Realm Stage 5 cultivator's self-destruction would be really terrifying. Master Zhao, Old Shen and the others saw the determination in Zhao Lishan's eyes and knew that something huge was about to happen. Zhao Lishan raised his hand and told them not to say anything. Since they had made up their minds, then they wouldn't change anything. "What are you all talking about? At such a time, it is best if you don't think so much. Today, all of you will die here. Remember, this is the outcome of going against the Alliance." Zhu Daoshan was prepared to use absolute strength to suppress him. Not to mention how domineering it was. But he had to be more shocked than Wu Zhige. Suddenly, something was wrong. Wu Zhige, Zhu Daoshan, and the others frowned and locked onto Zhao Lishan. Very soon, they understood what had happened. Zhu Daoshan hollered in rage, "You are crazy." He did not expect the other party to self-destruct. The surrounding power became very chaotic and berserk. The power of heaven and earth began to boil. Everyone felt as though their hearts were being pressed down by a rock. Such a big gamble. Wu Zhige took a few steps back. It wasn't that he was afraid of Zhao Lishan, but that the other party was a little too ruthless. If it was anyone else who self-destructed, he wouldn't be afraid at all. But he knew that Zhao Lishan wasn't weak and was at Dao Realm Stage 5. He was so close, and if he really self-destructed, the power that would explode wouldn't be so easy to handle. Ha ha ha, I am prepared. I will use my life to bring some people down and we will earn a lot. Zhao Lishan laughed maniacally. Zhu Daoshan only had one thought in his heart. Crazy. These natives were all crazy. When the Alliance headquarters attacked the border, those natives were really crazy. They self-destructed to die together with them, causing heavy losses to the Alliance headquarters. He wanted to slice open their heads and see whether or not they were filled with mush. They were just sick in the head. Who were they trying to scare by doing such a thing? But please don't say it. He didn't know whether or not other people were frightened, but Zhu Daoshan was. Retreat. Zhu Daoshan and the others waved their hands and retreated into the distance. They maintained a certain distance, not too far and not too close to ensure that Zhao Lishan couldn't escape. This is problematic. If I knew that this would happen, I would have been more decisive and not given him a chance. Zhu Daoshan said. Wu Zhige said, this is all because of you. If you were like me and suppressed him right away, then all of this wouldn't have happened. Old Shen obviously wouldn't allow Zhao Lishan to self-destruct. He persuaded, Master Zhao, run. We will self-destruct to stop them. Old Master Wang shook the tobacco in his hands and said firmly, since my son was killed by the Alliance, I just want to fight them to the death. Now that the chance is here, let me do it. Master Zhao, bring them away. Leave this place to me. It is useless. Your self-destruction won't be able to stop them. Only I can threaten them. Bring sword head away. Zhao Lishan said. He knew that no one here was afraid of death. But with two of the strongest 9-star generals here, if one's cultivation wasn't high enough, even if they self-destructed, it would be useless. This was why he had to be the one to do it. Go. Zhao Lishan hollered. His eyes were bloodshot and the explosive power in his body was getting more and more uncontrollable. The moment he self-destructed, not only would it cause problems for the enemy, but it would also cause problems for his own people. But all of that wasn't important anymore. As long as most of them survived, that was enough. Just at that moment, an astonishing power was transmitted from the void. Everyone was stunned by this power and they had no idea what was going on. Sword seed, explode. A familiar voice spread into their ears. Shortly after, the sky shook. A sharp power ripped through the sky and covered all the Alliance dogs. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhige were stunned. They were unable to react at all and didn't know what was going on. Ah! There were screams. Those Alliance dogs that followed were slightly weaker. Under the power of the self-destruction of the sword seed, they weren't able to block it at all. Their bodies were ripped apart by a terrifying power. Those below Dao Realm were ripped into pieces. Those with Dao Realm cultivation were all coughing out blood. Those who were slightly unlucky were on the verge of death or had broken limbs. It was a tragic sight to behold. Who is it? Who is it? Zhu Daoshan and the others' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Their eyes were spitting flames. With them here, such a thing actually happened. Who would believe that? It is me. Lin Fan calmly walked out. In the end, he still rushed over. To search for those people at the border, he sped through the dimension and finally felt the space tremble. He rushed over right away. Looking at the situation, it seemed like he was a little late but not too late. Zhu Daoshan looked at the person and his expression changed. He exclaimed, "It is you." He recognized who it was. Even if he turned to dust, he wouldn't be wrong. Lin Wanni's son, Lin Fan. So, it was this kid. Brother Lin. When Hu Luo saw the person, joy appeared on his face. He was really pumped up as he waved his hands and shouted. He hadn't seen Brother Lin in a long time and didn't expect that he would be able to meet him here. Wah, little sword god is here. So, little sword god saved us. The people in Laoshan City recognized Lin Fan and they called him Little Sword God. Lin Fan acted like he was calm but his heart wasn't calm at all. This title sounded a little weird. Long time no see. I hope that I am not too late. Lin Fan giggled. Although the situation wasn't good, he wasn't afraid at all. The two strongest 9-star generals were a little problematic but he still had a way. Old Shen laughed, Little Sword God is not late at all. Right. Lin Fan was just too young and logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to help much. But for some reason, they trusted Lin Fan and felt like he would definitely be able to save them. Young Master Lin, why are you here? Zhao Lishan was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Fan to appear here. He was prepared to die together with the Alliance. Lin Fan said, I made a trip to Yu City and wiped out some 9-star generals. I heard about all of you, so I came to find you. Zhao Lishan hadn't seen Lin Fan in a long time. Now that he looked, he realized that young Master Lin was much stronger than before. This was just unbelievable to him. At the same time, it proved his thoughts. Young Master Lin's talent was unparalleled, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach such a level in such a short time. Not far away. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga looked at one another. The people who followed them over were just too tragic. Half of them were dead. The sword seed explosion was something that they couldn't block at all. Even those who survived were badly injured. It was a huge contrast from before. Zhu Daoshan could imagine what he would face when he returned. He failed. Another fucking failure. In fact, he even began to doubt himself. Could it be that he was really old? He couldn't do anything. No, he definitely couldn't let this happen. Lin Fan, you are asking to die. Zhu Daoshan hollered. Rage burned and he really wanted to rip Lin Fan into pieces. Lin Fan laughed. I was wondering who it was. So, it was the two of you. Wu Zhiga, Zhu Daoshan, you are both the strongest 9-star generals and you are so old. Why not just retire at home? Why did you have to come out and cause trouble? Are you really so stubborn? He had to admit that with his current strength, he really couldn't do much to these two old fellows. If they really fought, he would be beaten up badly. He wouldn't come out to ask for trouble when he faced these people, but he had no choice. He couldn't watch as Zhao Lishan and the others died in front of him. This was why he had to think of a way to save them. Just now, Zhao Lishan wanted to self-destruct to sacrifice himself so that the others could leave safely. That was a good idea. But if he self-destructed, then he would die without a whole corpse. Lin Fan's words struck a chord in Zhu Daoshan's heart and his gaze was vicious. Kid, you are asking to die. Chapter 482. Stop, please wait for a moment. Lin Fan raised his hand and the furious Zhu Daoshan was stunned. What was this kid doing? He couldn't take this kid's attitude. Maybe Lin Fan's calm expression scared Zhu Daoshan. Lin Fan walked in front of Sword Head, he needs to be healed, otherwise, the outcome will be catastrophic. He had never seen Sword Head before and they were strangers. But the aura left in Sword Head's body seemed really terrifying to Lin Fan. Thus, Lin Fan was certain that he was an expert, a top expert on the same level as Zhao Lishan. Zhao Lishan said, Young Master Lin, he is Sword Palace's Sword Head. Sword Palace's Sword Head. Lin Fan walked in front of Sword Head and placed his palm on his stomach. Large amounts of faith power turned into Chief God Light and surged into his body. The Darkness Chief God's technique was really amazing but it consumed large amounts of faith power. God Revival Technique. This was the strongest recovery technique that Lin Fan could use. As he didn't consume any faith power, the god domain in his body had accumulated a large amount of faith power. But at this moment, a large amount was being lost. Maybe this had a lot to do with how strong he was. What is he doing? Zhu Daoshan frowned and didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. To him, no one could save Sword Head as his mind was on the verge of collapsing. But shortly after, a shocking scene happened. A light covered Sword Head and the cracks on his body started to heal. His injuries also started to turn for the better. I lack a sword seed, so I will give you one. Lin Fan grabbed with his fingers and a sword seed appeared in his palm. He shot it into Sword Head's body. Very quickly. The light dissipated and everything returned to normal. Sword Head opened his eyes. Apart from feeling a little weak, he was fine. He was shocked. When he fainted, he felt like the world was spinning. His consciousness was in total darkness and he couldn't see any light at all. But at that moment, the darkness was broken and an eye-catching light chased it away. When he opened his eyes, he saw the people in front of him. Lin Fan smiled, okay, everything is fine now. You just need to rest and you will be fine. How is that possible? Zhu Daoshan and the others were astonished. To them, this was impossible. Then, all of them looked towards Lin Fan. What did this kid do? Lin Fan felt everyone's gaze on him. He smiled calmly and said, don't look at me like that. This is just a very normal operation. I dare not say that I can bring the dead back to life, but as long as they are still breathing, I can save them. 2 strongest 9-star generals, do you have any family members who are about to die? If you do, beg me and I can help you. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhige looked at one another. The two of them exchanged glances. The meaning was clear. This brat had to die. Whoever kept it was a fool. Brat, it's good that you're here. Let's see who else can save you today. Wu Zhige's killing intent boiled. He had already made up his mind that no matter what, he would kill this brat and not leave any future troubles. Otherwise, one day in the future, they would have to suffer the consequences of their own actions. In an instant, Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhige instantly attacked. When 2 of the strongest 9-star generals attacked, their aura was naturally shocking. It could be said that the slightest bit of carelessness could result in death. Suddenly, space trembled. Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhige were shocked. A terrifying thing happened. Right as they attacked Lin Fan, the dimension in the distance opened up. Numerous sword seeds swept out from within and their target was the 9-star generals and generals that they brought with them. Hung Long. A destructive power ripped open the sky. The space shattered and the sky turned gray. Screams spread out. The marshals and generals who had followed him here had already suffered heavy injuries. Now that it happened once more, how could they block it? No matter what. Lin Fan's cultivation was at Dao Realm Stage 3, not to mention the sword seeds, which were a killing move. Ah! General, save us! They shouted loudly with terrified expressions. Some marshals could hold on for a moment, but the impact of the explosions came wave after wave, not giving them a chance to breathe at all. This ghost could hold on. Jerk, you actually dare to do that? Zhu Daoshan went mad. He thought about something terrifying. He brought so many people out and only the 2 of them returned. How was he going to explain that? Lin Fan said towards Xiao Lishan, bring them and leave. Leave them to me. Don't worry, it won't be so easy for them to kill me. I have my own way to leave. The moment he said this. Before Xiao Lishan said anything, Lin Fan dashed into the distance. He opened his arms and the sword seeds swept forwards. They exploded around Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhige. Although the sword seeds were really strong, they weren't much to the strongest 9-star generals. Swordhead looked at those scenes in shock and his mouth was agape. He recognized what this was. This was Sword Palace's secret technique, but he didn't understand how Lin Fan knew it. What terrified him the most was that Lin Fan's sword seeds kept on exploding like they were free. Who could take that? Zhao Lishan was a decisive person. Although he was worried, he knew that young Master Lin had many tricks up his sleeves. Since that was the case, if they didn't listen to his arrangements, then all their efforts would have been for nothing. Go, let's go. He grabbed Swordhead and waved his sleeves. An aura wrapped up all of them and opened up a dimension tunnel. They want to run. When Wu Zhige saw Zhao Lishan and the others leave, he hesitated. Zhu Daoshan was furious and hollered, "Don't worry about them. Kill this kid and everything will be worth it." "Okay, you damn kid, you are such a bully." Wu Zhige was furious because of Lin Fan. He didn't expect this to happen. In the distance, Lin Fan ran the fastest, but so what if he ran fast? He made it sound like he was running slow. Damn. Someone save me. Facing Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhige, these two strongest 9-star generals, there was nothing he could do. But as the overlord of Yu City, he wasn't afraid of the Alliance's dogs. At most, he would continue to be beaten up. He was thinking of a way to escape. That would work, right? Kid, you won't be able to run. Once I capture you, I will bring you back to the Alliance headquarters and rip you apart. I will dig out your heart, dig out your brain, and suck out your blood. Wu Zhige was really overbearing and his words were really vicious. He was totally infuriated by Lin Fan. He could bear with anyone but Lin Fan. Kiki, that is a little cruel, but don't be anxious. After a period of time, I will put a collar on you and treat you like a dog. I will bring you around the streets of the Alliance. Lin Fan replied. He continued to cause trouble for the two of them. Although it was useless to them, along the way, they chased and chased each other. You are asking to die. Wu Zhige didn't expect that he would face such an arrogant person. His heart was about to explode. If one didn't personally experience that rage, one wouldn't be able to understand. Slash. At that moment, a shocking aura spread from behind him. Wu Zhige was furious. His fingers turned into a blade and he slashed forwards. The sky was sliced into half and the aura was really violent. Lin Fan's hairs stood on their ends. He knew that Wu Zhige was serious and each time he attacked, he wanted to kill him. Hung Long. An intense explosion rang out in Lin Fan's ears. A shockwave that could destroy everything covered Lin Fan's back. Even if Lin Fan was a dual cultivator, it was tough for him to block such a strike. His back was badly mutilated and fresh blood splattered in the air. Lin Fan sucked in a deep cold breath. It was so painful that his body shivered. Damn. How vicious. But he didn't fear anything. Blood Demon Reversal Technique was enough to recover everything. This technique was just overpowered. Unfortunately, the only secret technique he knew was the Blood Demon Reversal Technique. Ever since then, he hadn't seen any other secret techniques. Maybe it was because they were too rare. You want to kill him? Zhu Daoshan was stunned when he saw Wu Zhige's methods. After all, he was really vicious. With Wu Zhige's strength, his attacks weren't easy. Scoff, what else can I do but kill him? Just watch him flee from us. No matter what, just bring his corpse back. Everything else isn't important anymore. Wu Zhige was much more vicious than Zhu Daoshan. It wasn't that he didn't want to capture him alive but that he was really afraid. If he didn't do anything like before, it would be tough for him to answer to his superiors. The key was that those stupid commoners were just too despicable. They actually dared to scold the strongest 9-star generals. If not for him being afraid of having a bad influence, he would have killed them. Suddenly, Wu Zhiga realized that Lin Fan's situation was a little off. Damn, that kid is actually fine. Impossible. Zhu Daoshen didn't believe it. Although that move didn't hit, the shockwave caused his back to become a bloody mess. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be badly injured. Zhu Daoshen looked at Wu Zhiga with a weird expression. You held back? Do you think I will hold back? Forget it, this kid definitely has a way to protect himself, so just go all out and don't worry so much. Wu Zhiga said. If someone asked them in the past, would they believe that a Dao Realm Stage 3 kid would be able to escape from their hands? They would definitely laugh out loud and tell them with a smile on their faces. That is a good thought, but don't treat it seriously. Don't say that next time, otherwise, it will be an insult to us. But now, Lin Fan was only at Dao Realm Stage 3 and he was fleeing right under their noses. Moreover, they weren't able to do anything to him. To them, this was an insult, a huge insult. How should I escape? Lin Fan was in deep thought and didn't know what to do. It was really difficult to escape from the hands of two of the strongest 9-star generals. Destroying the dimension, intercepting him, those were all normal methods. Maybe only when they didn't notice would he be able to sneak away. But just thinking about it, he knew that it was impossible. How was it so simple? Chapter 483. Kid, how many legs do you have to be able to run so quickly? Zhu Daoshen scolded. He was unhappy that Lin Fan ran so quickly. To think that the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance weren't able to surpass him in terms of speed, that was just so embarrassing. Lin Fan turned his head, 3 legs, thick and long. Zhu Daoshen was stunned. He came back to his senses and raged. Kid, if I catch you, I will let you personally witness my 3 legs being cut off. Lin Fan was still able to reply while running. One could see how much he disrespected the 9-star generals. But Zhu Daoshen's words made Lin Fan's pants tighten. Damn, this old fellow was so cruel. He was just casually saying it and he actually wanted to cut it off. It seemed like no matter what, he couldn't let him catch him. At that moment, Lin Fan felt the space behind him explode. He turned around and was so terrified that his body shook. The two of them attacked at the same time and the space was squeezed. It was as if a high-level civilization had smashed a 3-dimensional space into a 2-dimensional one. Lin Fan hollered and struck with all his strength. He had to block it, otherwise, just the ripples alone could kill him. When facing other people, he could casually tease them, but he was facing the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance. Moreover, there were 2 of them, so it was best if he didn't ask to die. He had to treat it seriously and think of a way to flee. Hung long. Both sides clashed, causing the dimension to become really unstable and then it collapsed. Lin Fan frowned. The ripples ravaged his body and it was really painful. Recover. Fortunately, he had obtained a useful secret technique, otherwise, who knew what the outcome would have been. This kid has recovered again. He has some kind of secret technique that can heal his injuries. Wu Zhiga saw it clearly. He had heavily injured the kid but in the blink of an eye, he recovered. Zhu Daoshen was interested in Lin Fan's secret technique and thought that it was the ability to save Sword Head. If we can capture him alive, then so be it. If we can get that secret technique from him, it might be helpful to us. At the same time, he was terrified of Lin Fan's strength. He was only Dao Realm Stage 3. If one day, this brat's strength reached level 4 or level 5, with this kind of leapfrogging combat ability, the 2 of them might be easily killed. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Are the brains of those analysts in the alliance full of shit? Why did they notice him so late? Also, the 4 alliances informed them long ago but they didn't wipe him out, allowing him to grow to such a stage. No matter what, we have to kill him here today. Wu Zhiga's eyes turned ferocious and terrifying, his killing intent boiling. Perhaps in his opinion, as long as he could kill his opponent, it was necessary to pay a price. Rumble. Rumble. The world rumbled incessantly. The commotion caused by the two strongest 9-star generals chasing Lin Fan was too huge. But as it was in the Alliance's territory, it didn't attract people from the 4 alliances. Only the Alliance headquarters kept beeping. As the level of power that exploded out was too high, the nebula that formed covered the entire Alliance's territory. They didn't know who the Alliance 9-star general faced for such an intense battle to occur. Could it be Lin Wani? This was what they all thought. Maybe to them, only Lin Wani would make the Alliance 9-star generals so serious. Fuck, these 2 old farts are so ruthless. Lin Fan was a little haggard, but he could tell the other party loudly that even if he was proud, he would never lose out. He didn't lose out at all. Not only did he kill some generals, but he also allowed Zhao Lishan and the others to escape. The price he paid was that he was being chased. It wasn't much. He could still take it. But if he didn't have the blood demon reversal technique, the outcome would be totally different. How should I escape? Lin Fan just wanted to escape. As for fighting the 2 of them, there was no need for that. He obviously couldn't beat them, so why did he have to find trouble for himself? He didn't need to prove anything and he didn't need to get himself covered in blood. Once he raised his cultivation to Dao Realm Stage 4, then he would have a good fight with them. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that the situation was a little off. A pair of giant hands reached out from the ground and grabbed towards the 2 9-star generals. It was like they were blocking the path of the Alliance 9-star generals. Lin Fan turned his head and saw a person standing there. He couldn't see his face but his body was a little scary. He was just too fat. He wanted to thank Brother Fatty and then he would take his leave. But forget about it. Brother, thank you. If I have the chance, I will head over to thank you. Lin Fan didn't stop. He didn't know him, so there was no need to say anything about brotherhood. He used this chance to rip open the dimension and step in. Hung Long. Ah! Monster Emperor, you are asking to die. Wu Zhiga hollered. They followed Lin Fan and knew that no matter how the kid ran, he wouldn't be able to escape from them. But Monster Emperor's sudden attack caught them off guard. They hesitated for a moment and the kid took the chance to flee. Zhu Daoshan looked at the dimension and couldn't find any traces of him. His expression turned dark and sunken. Shua. He looked at Monster Emperor and the vengeful energy was like an ocean. It surged and struck Monster Emperor's body. Monster Emperor, the Alliance has never offended you. What is the meaning of this? Zhu Daoshan didn't expect Monster Emperor to appear here. At the same time, he even let him go. This was going against the Alliance headquarters. Monster Emperor's body was like a small mountain. He turned his head and looked at the dimension that Lin Fan disappeared into. A smile appeared on his face. There is no need to thank me. He then looked at Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhiga, ha ha ha, I never have a reason to do anything. If you are unhappy, then kill me. I am not afraid of anything. Ha ha ha, Zhu Daoshan was extremely furious, you lunatic. To them, Monster Emperor was a lunatic, a complete lunatic. He didn't know what Monster Emperor was thinking to actually go against the Alliance headquarters. At the same time, they knew that this wasn't the first time. You dog, I will kill you. Wu Zhiga hollered in rage. He transferred all his rage towards Lin Fan onto Monster Emperor. If not for him, Lin Fan wouldn't have run. If not for him, they wouldn't have failed. No one knew where Monster Emperor was and it was as if he had disappeared from the world. But now that he appeared here and spoiled their plan, who could accept that? Hung Long. An even more intense battle erupted. Everything within a few miles was destroyed and it continued to spread outwards. Monster Emperor fought against 2 of the strongest 9-star generals. The first strike. Monster Emperor was badly injured and a bloody hole appeared in his body. Fresh blood flowed and one could even see his organs. But Monster Emperor didn't care at all. Ha ha ha. Come, I don't fear anything. Zhu Daoshan frowned, you stupid monster. In their eyes, Monster Emperor was a monster and he wasn't human at all. Just as Zhu Daoshan said this, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Monster Emperor lowered his head and his breathing became rushed. A fierce glow flashed in his eyes and his face was vicious like there was something hidden under his skin. I want all of you to die. Hung Long. A battle exploded. Wu Zhige and Zhu Daoshan were really strong. Even if Monster Emperor was strong, he wasn't their match at all. But, just as they said, Monster Emperor shouldn't be a human, right? Who knew how long passed? Beside a small stream, a giant body walked there. Drip. Drip. Monster Emperor's body was riddled with holes and large amounts of blood dripped down, dyeing the ground red. At the same time, it dyed the stream red. Shortly after, many dead fish floated on the surface. Hee hee. Monster Emperor wanted to laugh but each time he did, he would spit out large amounts of blood. He walked beside the stream and his entire body was reflected in the water. I am not a monster, I will kill all of you. Monster Emperor hated people calling him a monster. Suddenly, Monster Emperor's eyes turned gray and his will dissipated. With a loud thud, he fell into the stream. Who was the one who attacked? Lin Fan came to a safe place and was really confused. He had never seen that body before and anyway, it definitely wasn't a friend. Perhaps it was a reclusive expert. It just so happened that they passed by his territory and angered him. Since the two of them were the strongest, the expert took the initiative to challenge them. That was possible and there shouldn't be any problems. It is time to find Zhao Lishan and the others. Before Zhao Lishan left, he told Lin Fan where to find them. With the current situation, although it was good to fight one-on-one, if they recruited more experts to fill up Martial Path Mountain, it would be a huge help in expanding the map. Wu Zhige and Zhu Daoshan stood on the cliff. The two of them stood with their arms behind their backs and looked into the distance. They kept silent like they were one with heaven and earth. After a long while, Wu Zhige opened his mouth. Do you think that kid is our nemesis? Zhu Daoshan looked at Wu Zhige and wanted to say something, but his throat seemed to be stuck. He wanted to say something but he stopped. He could only sigh and express the pain in his heart. Lin Fan ran. Monster Emperor was beaten half to death by them and fled. In the end, they didn't get anything and even lost the 9-star generals who followed them. To put it nicely, they lost them. To put it simply, they died. They were killed by a sneak attack right in front of their faces. They would go back and tell the Alliance headquarters that they couldn't blame them and that they had to blame Lin Fan for appearing and sneak attacking them. But even if they believed them, would the Alliance headquarters believe them? Wu Zhige continued, when did we become 9-star generals? Thinking about it, it has been decades. At that time, everything was smooth sailing for us and we didn't face any problems, but now. Haze. A gust of wind blew over. The two old brothers suddenly felt melancholy. Their hearts were empty and they didn't even dare to head back. It was like they had failed an exam and had to ask their parents to sign it. They felt really terrified. Zhu Daoshan kept silent for a long while and said, why not? We don't go back. Wu Zhige was stunned and looked at Zhu Daoshan like he didn't expect him to say such a thing. Actually, it is good that we don't go back, but can you help me with something? Zhu Daoshan, what? Wu Zhige, anyway, you aren't going back, so why don't I say that you betrayed the Alliance and messed with the natives? I was tricked and only I survived. What do you think? Zhu Daoshan. Chapter 484. Damn. Zhu Daoshan had a good upbringing. After all, he had a granddaughter and was usually a really nice grandfather in front of her. But now, he really couldn't take it anymore. Words couldn't describe what he was feeling and he could only use one word to describe it. Wu Zhige had a good plan. To not be the scapegoat, he tossed all the blame to him. What a good teammate. Of course. The two of them were just randomly saying those words and they weren't really going to leave the alliance. But to Wu Zhige, when he suggested that, he really hoped that Zhu Daoshan would pat his chest and say that. Okay, don't worry, leave this to me. Although it was a little fake. But one had to be filled with hope. What if it came true? In the end, the two old men walked into the distance. They looked at their backs and felt that the surrounding atmosphere was really lonely. Maybe to them, this was because they couldn't keep their chastity. The two of them were just unlucky. For example, this time. If Monster Emperor hadn't appeared, it would have been tough for Lin Fan to escape from their hands. What a waste. Luck was also a part of strength. It was just so interesting. They couldn't understand. Was there something wrong with Monster Emperor's head? Why did he keep helping Lin Fan? Was Monster Emperor close to Lin Wani or Lin Fan? That was impossible. Monster Emperor did things that even Lin Wani couldn't help but want to kill him, so how could they have a good relationship? Maybe there was something wrong with his head. Master Zhao, what happened to young Master Lin? Can he escape from their hands? Old Shen asked. He didn't expect that young Master Lin would be the one to save them. Zhao Lishan's expression was solemn and he hesitated. He should be fine. Thinking about how Lin Fan was facing two of the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance, he wasn't confident that Lin Fan could return alive. Suddenly, there was movement outside. Zhao Lishan told everyone to be quiet, there is someone outside. But very soon, he heard someone shouting outside. Where is he? I am Lin Fan, where are all of you? Zhao Lishan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. But he felt that young Master Lin's communication method was a little arrogant. Wasn't he afraid of drawing people over? It is Brother Lin is fine. Hu Luo was really excited and ran outside. Seeing how hurried Hu Luo and the others were, Zhao Lishan smiled and shook his head, following closely behind. After confirming that young Master Lin was fine, he was relieved. Outside, Lin Fan was really calm as he was surrounded by people. Hu Luo surrounded him and said many things. Of course, there were many border defense experts who praised Lin Fan. To be able to lure away the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance alone was something that made them respect him so much that they were moved to tears. Zhao Lishan looked on from the side and when it was about time, he walked forwards. Young Master Lin, how did you escape from the alliance 9-star generals? Lin Fan smiled, it's a long story. It's not something that can be explained in a short time. But I have to say, this place is really hard to find. I shouted for you guys for half a day before you guys responded. Zhao Lishan smiled. He didn't expect young Master Lin to be so bold. At that time was too tight and he couldn't say it clearly. He could only give a rough location, which was why young Master Lin had searched for so long and they couldn't do anything about it. Last time, when Lin Fan passed by Giant Sword Sect, Zhang Rongming followed him to join Laozhan City. Now that he saw him again, his aura had changed. What was more shocking was that his cultivation had increased too. In the past, he was at initial Grandmaster and now he was about to step into God Essence realm. This improvement speed was just too quick. That was enough to show how talented Zhang Rongming was. Moreover, he had an expert teaching him, so it was tough for him not to improve. This was the first time Swordhead saw Lin Fan and he was grateful. But he was also curious as to why Lin Fan knew the Sword Palace technique. He thought about it for a long time and still couldn't understand. Lin Fan told Sword Head the story between him and Elder Han Qing. He knew the sword palace technique because before he died, he saw that Lin Fan was talented and knew that he wasn't a normal person. For the peace of the world, he taught it to me. He said it in such a righteous manner. Swordhead thought about something and his expression was one of disappointment. He sighed and didn't pursue the matter. He was just shocked by Lin Fan's cultivation speed and called him a genius born for the sword. Lin Fan's expression didn't change and he just accepted it. He didn't really want to tell the other party that he didn't care much about the sword Dao. He just happened to cultivate it, and it wasn't much. Of course. If he really said that, Swordhead probably wouldn't be able to take it. Lin Fan had promised Han Qing one thing. Han Qing had given him his sword, regret, in hopes that he would be able to find a woman with 6 fingers. This matter was really difficult. But he didn't care. He could only take it one step at a time. Who knew when he would bump into her? Zhao Lishan said, "Young Master Lin, what do you plan to do next?" His initial thought was to lead his brothers to fight the alliance to the end. Even if they couldn't cause much trouble for the alliance, they definitely couldn't let them have it so easy. In truth, they did do many things that made the alliance headquarters hate them to the bone. This was why the alliance attacked them so crazily. If it wasn't for young Master Lin leading the enemy away, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. "Why don't you follow me back to Martial Path Mountain? All of you know about the current situation. Imperial Dynasty, Alliance, and the 4 alliances have occupied their own territory. Now that the 4 alliances are at war, it is a good thing for the alliance headquarters. They have started to take action and occupy more territory. We won't be able to achieve much by fighting against the alliance aimlessly. My idea is simple. We will use Martial Path Mountain as our foundation to expand and become the 6th faction." Lin Fan's words were really firm. He had absolute confidence in becoming the 6th faction. As he had the chief god domain, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem. Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect young Master Lin to be so ambitious. He lowered his head and thought about it. He felt that it made sense, but to him, it was really difficult. After all, it was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. "Young Master Lin, are you confident?" Zhao Lishan asked. Lin Fan smiled confidently. "If it was just me alone, I would be 70% confident. But if all of you join in, then I am 100% confident." Zhao Lishan was shocked by Lin Fan's confidence and then he laughed out loud. "Great, since that is the case, then I will follow young Master Lin and help you form the 6th faction to fight against them." Lin Fan smiled. "We can't fight against them. My goal is to crush them." Everyone was shocked. They instantly felt their blood boil and it was like something was burning in their bodies. Lin Fan asked, "Old Zhao, do you know where my father is? I have been searching for him but I have no news at all." Zhao Lishan shook his head. "Young Master Lin, I don't know where Master Lin is but based on my guesses, he is definitely with the Imperial Dynasty princes." Lin Fan thought about it and felt that it was possible. He then said, "Have you seen my cousin?" He missed his cousin. Although he knew that his cousin was fine, his cousin was a little dumb. He was afraid that his cousin would be bullied outside. Zhao Lishan was stunned. "Young Master Lin, who is your cousin?" Forget it. He didn't want to continue pursuing this matter. If he wanted to find his beloved cousin, he had to rely on himself. Old Zhao probably hasn't seen him. Let's just leave this place. Lin Fan waved his hands. He had been out for a period of time and was eager to head back to take a look at Martial Path Mountain. They didn't stay here and followed behind Lin Fan towards Martial Path Mountain. Alliance Headquarters Meeting Room. "Wu Zhiga, Zhu Daoshan, do you have anything to say?" In the meeting room, the commander's voice was dark and sunken. He was already in a furious state. The two of them looked at one another. No. They really had nothing to say. The key was that they couldn't find a suitable reason. They looked at the gazes of those old fellows. They were all gloating and were filled with jealousy. As the strongest 9-star general, his status was much higher than theirs. Pa! The commander was furious. He got up from his throne and kicked the table in front of him. The documents on it scattered all over the ground and the situation was a little chaotic. He pointed at the two of them and raged. The two of you are one of the strongest 9-star generals in the Alliance headquarters and you led so many generals. But now, not only did you not wipe out the natives, but only the two of you returned alive. What use do you have? Are you still the strongest 9-star general of the Alliance headquarters? The commander's rage terrified everyone. Even the guards outside shivered. Who knew how long it had been since they saw the commander angry? Wu Zhige and Zhu Daoxun felt really annoyed. When did they become so unlucky? Perhaps he had to start from the battle with Lin Wani. Since then, their luck became really bad and everything they did wasn't smooth. Wu Zhige wanted to keep silent but he couldn't sit still and wait for death. He had to find a reason for himself. Commander, you can't blame us for this. The natives were about to be wiped out by us but Lin Fan suddenly appeared. His strength reached an uncontrollable level. Although he isn't our match, Monster Emperor's appearance caused the situation to change. Really, before he finished, he was interrupted by the commander. This isn't an excuse for your failure. Wu Zhige was helpless. His expectations were a little high. What did he mean by it wasn't an excuse for failure? He really had no choice. At that moment, he realized that Zhu Daoxun's expression was really calm and he didn't say a single word from start to finish. He thought about how he said so much and was still scolded by the commander. What right did he have? Why didn't he say anything at all? Suddenly, Zhu Daoxun opened his mouth. Haze, I am old and I am not as agile anymore. I should just go home and take care of my granddaughter so that I won't embarrass myself. As for the Alliance's strongest 9-star general, please take it back. Huh? The 9-star generals in the meeting room were delighted. Those who had the title didn't change their expressions and those who didn't were interested. If someone took a step back, then someone else would definitely step up. Maybe they would have a chance. The commander's expression changed and then he said gently, Old Zhu, what nonsense are you saying? Forget it, we can't blame you for this. I will let it go this time. Don't feel too burdened. You have contributed so much to the Alliance headquarters and no one can replace that. Damn. Wu Zhige was stunned as he looked at Zhu Daoxun. Was he so cunning? He was saying that he wasn't going to do anything and he even asked the commander to calm him down. Chapter 485. Outside the Alliance headquarters meeting room. Wu Zhige's gaze towards Zhu Daoxun changed, not bad, retreating in order to advance, letting the commander console you. You are really skilled. Why didn't I think of that? What do you mean by that? Zhu Daoxun was stunned and then he reacted to what he was saying, I am speaking the truth. I am indeed a little tired and I really want to let go of my burden and reunite with my family. Thinking about it, I have served the Alliance for close to 100 years. If not for the commander asking me to stay, I really would have wanted to leave. Wu Zhige looked at Zhu Daoxun's expression and his lips curled. His words sounded like they were the truth. Continue acting. What a cunning fellow. What happened next was really simple and as expected. Wu Zhige and Zhu Daoxun, the two strongest 9-star generals, lost and the Alliance suffered heavy losses was exposed. The two of them were at the center of the storm and were scolded badly by the Alliance citizens. Even if an old citizen mentioned what the two strongest 9-star generals had done for the Alliance, they were ignored and drowned in the ocean. Their intentions were obvious. No matter how much they had done in the past, now that there was a problem, naturally, they would scold them. Wu Zhige's mental state exploded and he nearly killed all of them. Zhu Daoshan was really calm. The key was that he didn't know. His family blocked all information and didn't let the old man come into contact with such things. Anyway, the old man was playing with his granddaughter and didn't pay attention to the Alliance platform. A desolate desert. A beautiful carriage slowly traveled on the desert. The ones pulling the carriage weren't horses but people. They were naked and each of them grabbed a rope and dragged it forwards. There were marks on their backs. It looked like they were imprinted by burning iron. Simply put, these people were slaves. At that moment, an old man walked to the carriage. "Little miss, the person we picked up on the road isn't simple. Is it a problem to bring him back without investigating him?" At that moment, the curtains were opened and a girl's face was revealed. It was indeed very beautiful, but it gave off a feeling of coldness and cruelty. "Not simple." The woman smiled coldly and said, "Regardless of whether you are simple or not, once you are in this lady's hands, you will have to obediently become a slave. I have never seen a slave with such a special body before." Behind the carriage was a cage, and inside it was an extremely fat man. If not for the fact that he was still breathing, they would have thought that he was dead. The woman's luck was simply too good. She didn't expect to pick up such a strange species on the road. However, if others were to see this, they would probably be so scared that they would piss their pants. "You even dared to pick up Monster Emperor's corpse. Did you not know how death was written? Hell Mountain. Who is it?" The guards guarding Hell Mountain saw a black-robed man walk over and stopped him right away. Hell Mountain had an agreement with the Alliance headquarters to allow them to develop in rich land. To them, this was the peak of their lives and they were about to reach a point that they couldn't reach in their past glory. The black-robed man stood there and took off the black hood on his head. An uproar. The guard instantly knelt down. "Greetings, evil god Zhenming." Zhenming's expression didn't change as he walked in. When Hell Mountain learned that Zhenming had returned, everyone was shocked. After all, to them, Zhenming should have fallen in Laoshan City. Who knew that he would return? This was a piece of news that made everyone excited. The return of an expert obviously made Hell Mountain stronger. But to those who were familiar with Zhenming, they felt like Zhenming had changed somewhere. But it was hard to say. To them, it was good that he was back. Martial Path Mountain. "Young Master Lin, this place is not bad. It isn't in the territory of the Four Alliances, so you can develop well," Zhao Lishan said. The Four Alliances were really terrifying and it was really tough to develop in their territory. Unless one relied on absolute strength, there was no hope. Zhao Lishan didn't think that he had such an ability. Lin Fan smiled. 1,000 miles around is Martial Path Mountain's territory, those weak powers have all been wiped out. What we lack now is experts. However, since old Zhao and you are here, then this problem will be solved. Zhao Lishan didn't expect young Master Lin to be so skilled to actually expand his territory to 1,000 miles. It was really shocking. "Young Master Lin, if Master Lin knew that you had such achievements, he would be really happy," Zhao Lishan said. He was really impressed. To have such cultivation at such a young age, how many people in the world could have such achievements? Everyone came to the mountain gate. "Please." As the host, naturally, Lin Fan had to bring them around. Martial Path Mountain's buildings had been renovated and overall, it was still okay. "Brother Lin, this place is really a treasure land. You actually have a livestock." Hu Luo looked at the fat pig that walked over and couldn't help but laugh. "Once it grows up, we will get some piglets. Then, we won't lack pork at all." Lin Fan was stunned. He wanted to tell Hu Luo to stop but it was too late. Zhu Shen hurried over when he saw young Master Lin return. He didn't hear anything else but he heard everything Hu Luo said. Then, he raged. "Kid, who are you talking about?" Zhu Shen scolded. "Arrogant, really arrogant." He obviously didn't hold him in any regard. Even if he turned into a pig, he wouldn't be a normal pig. But this kid actually treated him like a livestock. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would really be too arrogant. But when he saw the person who came, he was shocked. Then, he was delighted. Zhao Lishan, sword head, how did you all come? Zhao Lishan was stunned. It was like a movie was playing in his mind. He thought about it and didn't expect that he knew a pig. You are? Zhu Shen said, I am Zhu Shen. Due to some special reasons, I became like this. Zhu Shen. At that moment, not only was Zhao Lishan stunned, but the others were too. How did the top blade of the imperial dynasty become like this? Zhao Lishan saw Lin Fan nod his head and totally believed that this was Zhu Shen. Lin Fan said, this is a long story and it is hard to tell it in a short time. Why don't we head to the main hall and talk about it? Within the main hall, Lin Fan told everyone about what happened in Yu City. Zhu Shen sacrificed himself and died with the alliance. But due to some luck, he turned into a pig. Although it made one feel helpless, it was a good thing that he was able to keep his life. Everyone was filled with respect for Zhu Shen's fearless attitude. Even if he turned into a pig, he was still willing to give his last bit of strength to fight against the alliance. If Zhu Shen knew what they were thinking, he might have said, thank you all. Guys, with our current strength, although we might not be able to catch up to the top sects, we aren't too far away. The imperial dynasty is colluding with the alliance headquarters and the four alliances are fighting amongst themselves to occupy territory. If we want to chase the alliance out, we can only rely on ourselves. If we can gather the other city defense experts, then our strength will increase. Even if we face the strongest 9-star generals, we won't be afraid. Lin Fan was really confident. Before Zhao Lishan and the others came, he was already really confident. Much less now. His biggest trump cards were the two places that believed in him. City of Darkness and Mountain City. These were the places where he spread his faith. During this period of time, the faith from these two places was at an explosive rate. It was obvious that more and more people believed in him. There weren't many who could reach the purple level of faith. There were only 3 of them in these two places. With such a huge base, it was really too little. Zhao Lishan said, their whereabouts are unknown and I don't know where they are. If we can find them, they will be of great help. Swordhead said, I lost contact with Sanfeng Daoist, but they might still be in the Alliance's territory. If Sanfeng Daoist appears, we will have top combat power. In the past, the various defense cities were unequal. Yu City was facing experts. Old Priest Sanfeng was weaker than Lin Wani, but he could still fight against the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance. Oh, by the way, I heard that an extraordinary expert appeared in Tianshui City at the border. No one knows his name. Everyone calls him Old Monk. He is very powerful. When Tianshui City retreated, they were surrounded by the strongest 9-star generals. This old monk forced them back alone. Lin Fan was a little curious, so amazing? Swordhead nodded, very amazing. Although I don't know his name, he has a guy beside him. I think he is called Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong? Lin Fan frowned. He felt like he had heard this name before but he couldn't recall it. Forget it, since he couldn't recall it, then he wouldn't think about it. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. But if he could pull the old monk in, then his strength would increase once more. Zhao Lishan said, Young Master Lin, I think they are definitely looking for us. There is no rush. The key is whether we should slowly develop or expand our territory. Expand. Lin Fan said, the top sects won't have any conflicts with us, so we don't have to worry about facing people we can't fight. He was in a rush to raise his strength. At Dao Realm Stage 4, he could fight against the strongest 9-star generals and also those peak experts from the top sections. If not, he felt like his life wasn't that free. Just as Lin Fan and the others were discussing the development of Marshall Path Mountain, something happened at the four alliances. The main reason was that the battles became more intense. The top sects joined the battle. It wasn't so intense at first. But there was a misunderstanding. Thus, the four alliances really started fighting. This saved the alliance headquarters the trouble of thinking of ways to sow discord. For some reason, they reached their goal and that felt great. Chapter 486. Where the former imperial dynasty prince was. Lin Wani, what did you say? Old ancestor Su Changsan asked. He looked behind and didn't see anyone. He had a weird expression on his face. Why did Lin Wani come back alone? Logically speaking, he should have brought someone back. Lin Wani shook his head, he didn't succeed. It is a little weird. I feel like something happened to him. Su Changsan frowned, with your relationship with him, he shouldn't have not given you face. He should have told you something, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you back so easily. Lin Wani went to invite a divinator. He studied destiny his whole life and his divinations were really accurate. He wanted to invite him to help the prince recover the imperial dynasty. He said that there was no hope and that he wouldn't leave the mountain for the rest of his life. He just wants to live a peaceful life and has no interest in fighting and killing. Lin Wani said. Old ancestor Su thought about it and nodded his head, his words make sense. Even I feel like there is no hope now. He thought about Prince Xiao's situation and how he had no motivation at all. Instead, he felt like this place was really comfortable. But as the country protector, he had the heavy responsibility of recovering the imperial dynasty. Even if he felt like there was no hope, he couldn't give up. He even felt that with these old fellows here, they would definitely succeed. What are the two of you whispering about? Can you share it with me? Water Emperor smiled and walked over, the divinator didn't come. That fellow is really careful. People who know destiny are really afraid of death and will run faster than anyone else when there is danger. If he didn't come, doesn't that mean that he has no confidence? Truthfully, with our current strength, it is really tough. It is really tough to suppress those top sects and the alliance. But riches are found in danger. There is a path that we can try. Water Emperor was really mysterious, like he knew a huge secret. His gaze towards the two of them was like he was sending a signal. Do you dare to try? Lin Wani and Su Changsan looked at one another and didn't know what Water Emperor was talking about. Water Emperor didn't hide anything, do you know how the Yin demons came about? Su Changsan frowned like he understood something but he wasn't sure. Water Emperor, just say what you want to say. Can you stop stuttering? You are more knowledgeable than us, we admit that, but if you want to show off like this, then it is pointless. Although Lin Wani was strong and knowledgeable, there were some secrets that he didn't know. Water Emperor smiled and didn't hide anything. Okay, then let me tell all of you. I learned about this from a secret place. You should know that Yin demons are usually really weak, the strongest is around God Essence realm. It is tough to meet any higher, unless there are special situations. But based on what I know, Yin demons aren't so simple. They live below us and due to some reason, they were sealed a long time ago. Only some Yin demons that aren't considered Yin demons are helping us fight against the Alliance. So, what I mean is to find the place where the seal is and remove it to release the Yin demons to throw the powers of the world into chaos. Only then will we have a chance. Lin Wani didn't even think and waved his hands, that won't work. Yin demons eat human flesh and blood. Do you really want to wipe out the world? Those people from the Alliance are humans but Yin demons aren't. Su Changsan nodded his head, I also feel that we shouldn't take the risk. Yin demons were sealed by the people in the past, which means that they are really dangerous, otherwise, they wouldn't have been sealed. Water Emperor, do you have something to do with Yin demons and want to trick us to remove the seal? When Water Emperor heard this, he was unhappy. What do you mean by that? I am just giving you a suggestion. The stone plaque is at the bottom of the ocean eye. If you don't believe me, then go take a look. Water Emperor was furious. He was planning for them and actually said that he had something to do with demons. That was just so annoying. Oh right, there is something important that I didn't tell you. I obtained a huge secret from the stone plaque, do you want to know? Su Changsun took in a deep breath. Once again, his emotions were going to explode from Water Emperor's actions. Damn. This old fellow was so infuriating. Just say what he had to say. What secret? Lin Wani asked. Water Emperor said, as for the method to break through to Tao Realm Stage 7 and above, it seems to have something to do with demons. But the stone plaque didn't record it, so I don't know either. Shock. Lin Wani and Su Changsun were obviously shocked by Water Emperor's secret. Who knew how many people wanted to break through to Tao Realm Stage 7 and above? But they had no choice. When they reached that limit, they would feel like there was no path ahead. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. At the start, they thought that Stage 7 was the peak and they didn't care much about it. But now that Water Emperor said those words, they were shocked. Not long later. Lin Wani reacted, okay, let's not think so much. Let's solve the matter in front of us first. Su Changsun understood what Lin Wani meant. It was best not to try unknown dangers. So what if they knew how to step into Tao Realm Stage 8? With the current situation, the conditions didn't allow it at all. A few days later. During this period of time, Martial Path Mountain expanded their territory. Lin Fan went out and was a little tired. He continued to be taken care of by Go Z and ate delicious food every day. His life was really comfortable. Not bad. At this moment, Lin Fan laid there comfortably. Mu Gang's snow-white fingers landed on his back. Mu Gang, it has been a while and your skills have improved. Not bad, not bad. Continue to work hard. Was Lin Fan's life still a human? It was something that only evil landlords could enjoy. It is good that young master likes it. Mu Gang replied shyly. Go Z frowned. It wasn't good for Mu Gang to speak to young master like that. If this was in Yu City, she would definitely be punished. Was she trying to seduce young master? A small servant actually wanted to make a comeback. She was really scheming. During this period of time, 9 demons slowly changed. In the past, it had already grown a pair of wings. Just recently, 9 demons' body had actually grown golden scales. It was quite strange. He knew that 9 demon was a good thing in Insect Valley, but he didn't know what it was exactly. Feng Poliu was once the Insect Valley Grand Disciple and knew about 9 demons' background. But 9 demons' changes stunned him. The changes were huge and it was different from its mother. He wanted to study 9 demon. But he knew that he wasn't strong enough. The main reason was because he left Insect Valley too early and didn't learn much. He had the heart but no ability. Young master, what do you want to eat tonight? Go Z asked. Lin Fan wanted to say something but suddenly, there was movement in the god domain. He got up and raised his hand to tell Go Z and the others not to speak. Just now, he sensed that there was a source of faith that he could ask for. It wasn't for himself but for the protection of a god when he faced trouble. City of Darkness. This was the village. At this moment, the village was in a bad situation. It faced its biggest crisis in history. After Shui Jinru and the others came here, they stayed here. Originally, she wanted to become the village chief's disciple, but the village chief explained that the villagers were only so powerful because they received the protection of the gods. Therefore, she began to worship the statues of the gods like the villagers, hoping to receive this power. I didn't expect that you natives would actually hide here. Shui family people are here too. You really aren't afraid to die. The village was surrounded by a bunch of Alliance members. The one who spoke was an old man, an Alliance 9-star general at Dao Realm Stage 3. They occupied a city for the Alliance and Shui family was the family in that city. Who knew that they would actually dare to fight against the Alliance? Naturally, they had to wipe them out. Who knew that half of them would be killed and only a few of them would escape? General, that is the general. We are finished. Shui Zhong's face was ashen white. Facing the Alliance 9-star general, he didn't have any will to fight back at all. The gap in strength was just too huge. The expert they recognized, the village chief, was suppressed by the Alliance 9-star general. He was heavily injured and was praying in front of the statue. The villagers were furious. Come and pray. The chief god will protect us. The village chief said weakly. He was no match for him, but he believed that the chief god would save them. When the Alliance 9-star general and the others saw this, they laughed out loud. Ignorant natives, you actually want to seek the chief god's protection. What you are praying to is just a statue. What use is it? The villagers listened to the village chief and didn't bother about what the Alliance said at all. They believed that the chief god would protect them. Father, what should we do? Shui Jinru asked anxiously. They prayed to the statue for a long time but there was no change. They felt that it was a lie. If the village chief wasn't so strong, they would have left long ago. Shui Zhong had a bitter expression on his face. What can we do? Even if we want to run, we can't. If we knew that we were safe, we should have left and not stayed here. The Alliance would definitely be able to find us. Haze. Shui Jinru looked at her father in despair. They were surrounded by the Alliance and the village chief that they thought was no match for the Alliance 9-star general. The outcome was obvious. They would be destroyed along with the village. Shui Jinru looked at the villagers. During this period of time, it would be a lie to say that she had no feelings for them. Especially when the village chief treated them really well. Village chief, you are the strongest, so you can definitely run. Don't believe that anyone can protect you. Just run. Shui Jinru believed that with the village chief's strength, he would definitely be able to run. But the village chief, who was praying, didn't care about the voices around him at all. Ha ha ha. Forget it, I will send all of you on your way. The moment he said this, the Alliance 9-star general slapped forwards. At that moment, a giant hand covered the sky and covered the village. It then gave off a terrifying aura and pressed down. It is over. Shui Jinru and the others raised their heads and were about to close their eyes in despair. But just at that moment, a shocking phenomenon occurred. Chapter 487. If they hadn't personally witnessed it, they wouldn't have believed it. The ordinary-looking statue gave off an eye-catching light that covered the entire village. There was a loud explosion. The giant palm landed and everyone thought that they would die. Who knew that they were perfectly fine? The light from the statue blocked the attack. This, Shui Jinru's face was filled with shock and disbelief. She stared at the statue and huge waves rose up in her heart. Was what the village chief said true? The Alliance 9-star general was shocked and then laughed coldly. You do have some skills but this is the end. The moment he said this, the 9-star general attacked once more. A vast power surged like a river and struck him. However, when he stretched out his hand, his heart suddenly stopped beating. His expression changed to one of panic and unease. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. He felt a terrifying aura cover him. Wang! The statue shook. The villagers cheered. The chief god was protecting them. From start to finish, they believed that the chief god wouldn't abandon them no matter what danger they faced. Shui Zhong sat on the ground with a thud and muttered to himself in a daze. I didn't expect it to be true. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared on the statue. Its face could not be seen clearly, but one could feel the might that the illusory figure emitted. It was vast and unstoppable. What is that? The Alliance 9-star general was shocked. He panicked and wanted to flee. Instantly, the image punched forwards. This fist was filled with an endless aura that pierced through the sky. One couldn't block it and there was no way to block it at all. When the Alliance 9-star general saw the fist, he felt like his body was locked down. It was too late to flee. No, Peng. One fist killed the Alliance 9-star general. He turned into dust and disappeared from the sky above the village. The Alliance members who followed wanted to run. But it was too late. Everywhere the world-shocking power passed through, everything exploded. Not even a wail could be heard as they completely disappeared without a trace. To everyone, everything happened too quickly and it ended in the blink of an eye. The aura slowly disappeared and the statue returned to its usual calm state. Shuizhong recovered from his momentary daze and knelt in front of the statue, worshipping it devoutly like the villagers. He believed everything that the village chief had said. It was all true. They were saved by the village chief and learned that the village chief had great strength. They thought of him as a hermit expert who was tired of fighting. Later on, the village chief said that everything they had was a gift from God, but they didn't believe him. Even if they said they believed him, it was just a perfunctory act. Until now. They completely understood. From the beginning, what the village chief said was true. He didn't lie to them, but they didn't believe it. They looked at the statue as if they could already feel the glory radiating from it. The village chief stood up and said, "God told me that this place isn't safe. He told us to move. Everyone pack up and we will leave this place." "Yes, village chief." Martial Path Mountain. Go Zi looked at young master who was standing there with his eyes closed. He didn't ask anything and didn't disturb him. He didn't know what was going on with young master and didn't dare to ask. Very soon, Lin Fan opened his eyes. The matter had been resolved. He used the power of faith to transfer the power to the statue. The person who came was just a Dao Realm Stage 3 9-star general. With his current strength, it was really easy for him to crush him. But if it was a Dao Realm Stage 4 9-star general, he wouldn't be able to do much if he transferred his power to the statue. After all, this was just a projection of power and it couldn't reach the true strength of the main body. Such a thing happened in City of Darkness and a 9-star general died there, so the Alliance definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. So, it was safer for them to move. "Young master, did something happen?" Go Zi asked. Lin Fan waved his hands. "It is okay. Everything has been solved. It is just a small matter." It was indeed a small matter, but to others, it wasn't a small matter at all. It was a terrifyingly huge matter. Just at that moment, Zhang Tianshan hurried over. "Sect leader, an old man wants to see you." Lin Fan was prepared to let Mu Gang continue to massage him and enjoy life. When he heard that someone wanted to see him, Lin Fan was a little confused. "Do you know him?" Lin Fan asked. Zhang Tianshan shook his head. "No." "Is he a guy or a girl?" "Old man, he doesn't seem reliable. I don't know where he came from but he is a little arrogant. He said that if you don't see him, it will be your regret for the rest of your life." Zhang Tianshan had never seen such an arrogant person. If he wasn't a little old, he would have smacked him with a rod and made him run. Lin Fan thought about it and waved his hands. "Let him wait. My body is a little tired and I need to rest for a while." He then told Mu Gang to continue the massage. It was so comfortable, so how could he be interrupted by some unimportant things? Mountain entrance. An old man who looked like a celestial stroked his beard. He looked really old but his eyes were special and gave off a bright glow. "Ah, This sect doesn't look like much, but it is gathering the luck of heaven and earth. An expert is about to appear. There is no hope for the former imperial dynasty. There will never be a prosperous imperial dynasty. We have to follow the times. The old man stood in front of the mountain entrance and felt that his arrival would bring about a huge change to the sect. Of course. He was thinking about how he would be respected like a senior. Time passed minute by minute and second by second. The old man's calm expression changed. He waited for a long time. This was different from what he thought. The old man smiled like he thought about something. Interesting, really interesting. You know that I have an extraordinary background and want to receive me with the highest standards? The old man was more active and thought about this possibility right away. Since that is the case, then I will give you some time. A long time passed. Zhang Tianshan passed the entrance and turned his head to take a look. He noticed that the old man was still waiting. He didn't want to bother but forget it. There was a need to remind him that there was no point in waiting here. He then walked towards the old man. The old man looked at Zhang Tianshan and smiled confidently. Your sect leader is here. I don't care about such a fancy welcoming ceremony, but since your sect leader wants to, then I. Before he finished, Zhang Tianshan interrupted him. Why are you still here? Zhang Tianshan frowned and felt like this old man was a little problematic. What was he talking about? He didn't understand what he was saying at all. Huh? The old man was stunned like he didn't expect him to say such a thing. Zhang Tianshan didn't care about his expression and said directly, my sect leader is busy and can't come out to see you. Why don't you head back first and when he is free, then you can come over. What? The old man was filled with disbelief and then hollered, you didn't bring my words. Zhang Tianshan said, I did. Sect leader said that regrets aren't important, the key is that he really doesn't have time now. The old man couldn't accept such treatment. Who was he? Others personally invited him out and he didn't go. Now that he took the initiative to do so, he was actually looked down upon like that. Hateful, how hateful. With his temperament, he would naturally turn around and leave. Then, he left behind a few words. Your Martial Path Mountain missed out on me and that is your loss. Don't regret it in the future. That was something he would only do under normal circumstances. The current situation wasn't normal. The old man didn't leave. He took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. Is he looking down on me? Go tell him that I know fate, I am connected to yin and yang, there is nothing I don't know. Zhang Tianxian frowned and muttered, damn, another scammer. What did you say? The old man felt like Zhang Tianshan was saying something bad. Zhang Tianshan waved his hands, I didn't say anything. Wait a moment, I will tell you. He turned around and left. He dissed in his heart. Damn, how were there so many cheaters in the world, to cheat people all the way to Martial Path Mountain? Haze. Of course, he really went to tell Lin Fan. That was because he thought about himself in the past. Wasn't he a cheater? His acting skills were not bad and he was probably really experienced. If he really kept him in Martial Path Mountain, he could teach him. It would be one less cheater in the world, and then everything would be filled with beauty. Seeing Zhang Tianshan leave, the old man shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that he would face such a situation when he came to help the future leader. To the old man, he definitely didn't report back to him. This kid was so tough to deal with. After a long while, Zhang Tianshan returned. Sect leader said that he can meet you, but to prove whether or not you are really talented, he will give you a simple question. If you can answer it, then he will meet you. The old man said, okay, speak. Zhang Tianshan said, where is sect leader's cousin? To the old man, he was well versed in the past and there was nothing that could stop him. Thus, he didn't care much about it. He just had a bad impression of Zhang Tianshan. He felt that this person was a kid. When he heard that question, the old man was stunned. What was that question? What did it have to do with him where sect leader's cousin was? He had never seen him and didn't know what he looked like. Why didn't he ask where his 8th aunt's nephew's daughter was? This question is a little preposterous. The old man forced a smile and asked. He really didn't expect that it would be so difficult to meet someone. That was just too much. Zhang Tianshan said, I am not, this is what the sect leader told me to ask you. He told the sect leader that the old man outside was a cheater who said that he knew destiny and was connected to yin and yang. He made it sound like he was really amazing. This attracted Lin Fan's interest. Since that was the case, then he didn't hold back. The old man took in a deep breath. I am a human and not an omniscient god, so I can't answer this question. Zhang Tianshan muttered softly. If you don't know, then why are you bragging? The old man stared at him in rage. What are you saying? Zhang Tianshan shook his head. I didn't say anything. Chapter 488. The old man was the divinator. He was an expert in seclusion. Lin Wani invited him but he didn't agree. That was because he predicted that the former imperial dynasty wouldn't be able to return to its former glory. Moreover, he predicted that Lin Wani would face a calamity. If he followed beside him, he would suffer. Of course, he couldn't reveal the secrets of the heavens, otherwise, he would be the scapegoat. This was why he came out to search for the person destined by the heavens. If Lin Wani knew that the divinator had left right after he left, he would have smashed his head. Was this what you meant when you told me you wanted to live in seclusion and farm? Who would believe you? Zhang Tianshan said regretfully, if you can't answer the question, the sect leader won't meet you. You should leave, this place isn't suitable for you. The divinator was stunned. What kind of joke was that? He actually said that this place wasn't suitable. He didn't want to meet the Martial Path Mountain sect leader but for his own pride. He wanted to meet him and ask him directly. Who was he looking down on? What kind of status did the divinator have? When others begged him, he didn't care at all. Now that he sent himself to him, he was actually despised. He couldn't accept such humiliation. I won't leave. Today, I want to meet the Martial Path Mountain sect leader. The divinator said stubbornly. His expression was totally different from before and it was so huge that it was a little scary. He was going all out against Martial Path Mountain. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Zhang Tianshan looked at him and didn't know what to say. What was the point? Forget it, forget it. Since he was so firm, then he would just wait. Zhang Tianshan shook his head and left. He was helpless towards this person who insisted on fighting to the death. The divinator looked at Martial Path Mountain and rage flashed in his eyes. More importantly, he didn't want to leave this place. Looking closely, Martial Path Mountain was covered in luck. In other words, it was the will of the heavens. If he missed this shop, there wouldn't be another one. Mu Gang rubbed her palms, causing them to heat up. She pressed onto his back and then her fingers curled. Her fingernails touched his back and it felt really numb. Comfortable. Lin Fan closed his eyes. It was so comfortable that he was about to fall asleep. Head, I don't think the old faker will leave until he sees you. Zhang Tianshan ran over once more. Why don't I just take a look? That old man isn't young anymore. He is still lying to people at his age, how pitiful. Wait, wait. Lin Fan closed his eyes and told Zhang Tianshan not to speak. He was feeling good, at least until he was done. After a long time, Lin Fan opened his eyes and sat up straight. He twisted his neck, feeling great. He looked towards Zhang Tianshan. Are you thinking of letting him join Martial Path Mountain? How can that be? It just looks pitiful. Zhang Tianshan shook his head and said. He would never admit that he just wanted to teach the old faker a lesson and make him repent. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan. After a while. Alright, let's go take a look. At the entrance of the mountain. In the distance, Zhao Lishan and Sword Head were discussing what to do next. Zhao Lishan looked at the old man standing at the entrance of the mountain and fell into deep thought. Sword Head, look at that person. Don't you find him familiar? Sword Head came back to his senses and looked into the distance. At first, he didn't see anything, but shortly after, his expression changed. It was obvious that he recognized who it was. Why would the divinator appear here? Sword Head was shocked. It wasn't because something amazing had happened but because the divinator was a special person and rarely appeared in the world. Now that he appeared in Martial Path Mountain, Sword Head was shocked. I have heard of him. Zhao Lishan had never seen the divinator before. He had been in Laoshan City for a long time and was a normal commoner. He had never had any conflicts with the outside world. Naturally, he hadn't seen the divinator but he had heard of his name. I heard that the divinator would avoid calamity and wouldn't go to places that wouldn't benefit him. Did he come to Martial Path Mountain because there was something he was interested in? Sword Head was confused. If there was something he was interested in, it would be young Master Lin. Apart from young Master Lin, he couldn't think of any other shocking place. The divinator stood at the entrance and suppressed the rage in his heart as he waited. He had already thought about it. When he met the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, if he didn't apologize to him, he would show off his talent and then leave. He would let him regret it. He wanted to tell him that it was their good fortune that he came. Unfortunately, they didn't cherish it. Then, he wouldn't accompany them to the end and let them regret it. He is here. When the divinator saw Zhang Tianshan walk over from afar, a smile appeared on his face. But that smile seemed to be sending a message that they didn't know what was good for them. My sect leader is here. Zhang Tianshan said. Why did the old man want to meet the sect leader? He even forgot to say that he was the deputy sect leader and if he had anything, he could tell him. Lin Fan said impatiently, who is it? Why does he want to meet me? Martial Path Mountain was developing well and batch after batch of experts came. They had enough manpower and the only thing they lacked was top combat strength. But that didn't matter. He would become a top expert himself and didn't need others to be stronger than him. You are the sect leader. It really isn't easy for me to come here to meet you. The divinator's tone wasn't good. He looked towards Lin Fan and wanted to say something. But that one look stunned the divinator. Yeah. How eye-piercing. The divinator covered his eyes and his expression was really exaggerated. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Tianshan like he was asking him why did he ask him to meet a lunatic. Zhang Tianshan felt like he was innocent. This had nothing to do with him, so how would he know that he was a fool? The divinator didn't dare to use the eye of destiny to look at Lin Fan as it was too eye-catching. If he looked for too long, his eyes would be blinded. He only wanted to say that. How terrifying. Even when the imperial dynasty was at its peak, it didn't have such thick destiny. Moreover, the destiny of the imperial dynasty didn't come from one person but from numerous people. But now, this person's destiny was even stronger than when the imperial dynasty was at its peak. It terrified the divinator so much that his heart jumped. At that moment, flames burned in the divinator's heart. He only thought about one thing, which was that if he could mix with Lin Fan, then his future would be amazing. Even a pig would be able to fly if he stood on the wind. And he wanted to be the pig that stood on top of the wind. Although he called himself the Heaven's Fate Master, when he was weak, he was extremely unlucky. His fate was full of ups and downs, and he had endless disasters. After he could see through destiny, he started to play with people with destiny. He used their destiny to slowly change himself. But now, he realized that all the people he had seen with destiny added up weren't even as thick as one of his fingers. Damn! How was there such a person? Even the son of the heavens wouldn't be so vicious. Lin Fan frowned and felt like this old man was arrogant. He dared to be so arrogant in his territory. He was just so arrogant. Not to mention Zhang Tianshan begging to let him in. He had to teach him a lesson to let him know how important it was to speak nicely. But suddenly, the divinator walked forwards with a friendly and respectful expression. I have heard of sect leader Lin's name for a long time. I came from so far away just to see your true face. Now that I have seen it, I am filled with emotions. Sect leader Lin is like a dragon amongst humans, a dragon amongst dragons. To be able to see sect leader Lin is a blessing that I have cultivated for 3 lives. Zhang Tianshan was stunned. His lips moved and he could only mutter to express what he was feeling. Previously, the old faker was very arrogant, as if he was the lawless one. But looking at the situation, he instantly turned into a bootlicker, and his bootlicker was really sharp. He wanted to ask the other party, "You're so good at sucking up to your face?" But thinking about how he was just trying to earn a living, he forgave him. After all, it wasn't easy to earn a living. He was the same in the past, but he was lucky and didn't have to worry about food. He even became the deputy sect leader. Just thinking about it made him feel like the heavens were taking care of him. Lin Fan didn't know what to say after being sucked up by the heavens' fate master. What do you want to do? He could see that Lin Fan was someone with cultivation. He should be around Dao Realm Stage 6. If it was in the past, he would have looked up to him. But now, if he wasn't Dao Realm Stage 7, he wouldn't even want to speak. The divinator said, "Sect leader Lin, I didn't come here to do anything. I was influenced by sect leader Lin's charisma and want to follow sect leader Lin to do something big. I believe that under sect leader Lin's leadership, I will be able to shine again." Lin Fan looked at him and just looked at him. The divinator felt a little uneasy from Lin Fan's gaze, and he felt like he was being suspected. Even if someone held a knife to his neck and told him to scram out of Marshall Path Mountain, he wouldn't. To be able to meet someone with such terrifying luck was a huge fortuitous encounter. If he could let this go, then why not just smash his head into a wall? Although he didn't know what the luck of the people beside Lin Fan was like, without even looking, he knew that their luck would change. Marshall Path Mountain doesn't accept the old and weak. What ability do you have? Lin Fan asked. The divinator said, "Sect leader Lin, I know fate and can avoid calamity. I will definitely be of great help to Marshall Path Mountain." "Okay, then let me test you." Lin Fan thought about it and asked, "Do you know where my cousin is?" The divinator was stunned once more. Why was it this question again? Did these people really think that he was a god? If he was, then why would he come to this place? But after seeing Lin Fan's luck, the divinator followed his heart and said calmly, "Sect leader Lin, I really can't divine it." If it was someone else, the divinator's attitude would have changed. He would have said something. Scram! Chapter 489. You don't even know this, yet you call yourself knowing destiny, connecting yin and yang, a fraud. Lin Fan was filled with disdain. He didn't have high hopes for this old man who had come to seek refuge. Although Lin Fan was Dao Realm Stage 6, he didn't know where he came from. Especially at such a crucial moment, he couldn't just let him go. Who knew where he came from and what his goal was? The divinator's face turned red. He swore to God that this was the worst humiliation he had ever received. This was too much. However, he was very worried now. It wasn't that the divinator didn't think about it. He came to Marshall Path Mountain to join them. Even if he was strong, they might not believe him. "Head, I'm afraid it's not easy for this old faker to get along outside." Why don't you let him follow me and let me train him well? Zhang Tianshan didn't have much of a reaction to the word scammer. After all, he wasn't a scammer. Moreover, he was talking about him and it had nothing to do with him. The divinator didn't even look at Zhang Tianshan. Out of the entire Martial Path Mountain, only Lin Fan was worth his attention. The others were all trash to him and weren't worth mentioning at all. He saw through Zhang Tianshan's cultivation. Such a weak person wanted a divinator to follow him. Was there something wrong with his head? Sect leader Lin, to tell you the truth, I know your father. The divinator said. He had no choice but to say this. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to do things smoothly. Oh. Lin Fan wasn't interested. Alright, I'll give you one last chance. Where is my dad? The divinator. Holy shit. If it wasn't for his inner quality, he really wanted to curse. After asking my cousin, I asked your father. You don't even know, so how would I know? Calm down, you can't get angry, you have to stay calm. Sect leader Lin, I really don't know. The divinator really wanted to kneel down and tell Lin Fan to take him in. His luck was really strong and he really wanted to follow him. He wanted to fly into the sky and stand beside the sun. Could he give him such a chance? Lin Fan shook his head, disappointing, how disappointing. You don't know anything and you dare to say that you know your destiny. I hate people who brag the most. When the divinator heard Lin Fan's words, it was as though there were thousands of sharp blades stabbing into his heart. Oh my God. Was this even something a human could say? What did he take him for? Did he take him for a god? Also, what's with the look in this guy's eyes when he wants me to follow him? Zhang Tianshan was unhappy with the divinator. This guy would not shed a tear until he saw his coffin. He had clearly given him a chance, but he did not cherish it. This was truly disappointing. Why did he have to brag in front of Lin Fan? Don't you know that this kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve? Not even the slightest bit of movement can escape his eyes. Sigh, you look quite old, but I didn't expect you to still be so young. You haven't settled down at this age, and you're still fooling around. Zhang Tianshan wasn't young, but at least he was smart. Now that he was the deputy sect leader, his status was pretty good. Sect leader Lin, I really can't do what you said. Other people can't do it either. The divinator said. Lin Fan said, it's normal for others to not be able to do it. But since you claim to know destiny, you're definitely not a normal person. If you don't even know this, then how can you show that you're different from others, right? The divinator looked at Lin Fan like he was right no matter what he said. What could he do? He just wanted to ask what else could he say since he had already said that. Young Master Lin. At that moment, Zhao Lishan and Sword Head walked over from the distance. The divinator looked at the two of them. He didn't care at first, but when he saw Sword Head, his expression changed. A person who was already dead was still alive. Is his luck really that strong? The divinator muttered and found it unbelievable. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have believed it. Zhao Lishan pulled Lin Fan to the side and said softly, Swordhead told me that this person is a divinator who is really strong. If he is here to join us, we can consider taking him in. Lin Fan asked, Swordhead knows him. I do, but he might not know Swordhead. Zhao Lishan said. After he heard Swordhead say all this, he felt that this divinator was different. He might not be the strongest, but he was really good in other areas and had abilities that normal people couldn't have. After hearing Zhao Lishan's words, Lin Fan nodded his head. He did need people now. In terms of strength, he wasn't important. But since he had other special abilities, that made one really curious. He wasn't dumb. He was just teasing him. The divinator didn't know what the two of them were talking about, but they would look at him from time to time. It actually made him a little nervous. It was like they were testing him and he was worried about whether or not he would be chosen. Such a situation wouldn't have happened in the past. Not long later. Lin Fan asked, "Do you really want to follow me?" "Follow?" The divinator was stunned and then said, "Sect leader Lin, I don't want to follow you. I am someone who wants to do something. Don't worry about whether or not I want to do something. I just want to ask you, do you want to follow me?" Lin Fan frowned and asked impatiently. What an annoying fellow. If he wanted to follow, then follow. Why did he have so many tricks? The divinator said helplessly, "I want to." Lin Fan nodded, "Okay, since you want to, then I will take you in as a disciple. Think about it. If you are willing, then so be it. If not, then forget it." When Swordhead heard young Master Lin's words, he was stunned. Although he wasn't familiar with the divinator, he knew that he was a proud person. He had roamed the world for a long time and had a high status. How could he become someone else's disciple? One didn't even need to think about it. That was basically impossible. Swordhead shook his head. It seemed like young Master Lin was going to miss out on the help of an expert. If it was meant to be, then it was meant to be. Swordhead couldn't say much. The choice was up to young Master Lin. They could only tell young Master Lin about his background. Whether or not he treated him was up to young Master Lin. The divinator looked at Lin Fan and blinked. He was a little stunned. Disciple? Damn. He actually said such words. If someone else said such words to him, he would have risked his life to fight him. That was just too much. Did he really think that he was here to beg? At that moment, rage burned in the divinator's heart. He insulted him time and time again and he was just a bully. The Eye of Destiny looked at Lin Fan. Aya. It was so fucking dazzling. Okay, I am here to follow sect leader Lin. Naturally, I will listen to your arrangements. The divinator cupped his fists and said. His expression was firm and he didn't seem like he was lying at all. Swordhead looked at the divinator with his mouth agape. He was totally stunned. Was he a fake divinator? Zhang Tianshan, since that is the case, then I will leave him to you. Bring him along in the future. Lin Fan said. Zhang Tianshan smiled, "Don't worry sect leader, I will arrange everything." Lin Fan knew his background but he definitely wouldn't trust him. Who knew what his goal was for coming to Martial Path Mountain? But as long as he wasn't a dog of the Alliance, so what if he gave him a chance? Zhao Lishan stood beside Swordhead and said softly, "Swordhead, didn't you say that this person has an extraordinary background? Why can he take such humiliation?" Swordhead didn't understand. He thought about it for a moment and said slowly, "Maybe he has a request, which is why he is willing to take such humiliation." Truthfully, he really didn't understand what the divinator was thinking about. Young Master Lin was really amazing, but even so, there was no need for him to lower himself like that, right? Since he wasn't welcomed, then he could just leave. What was the point? The divinator didn't know what Swordhead was thinking, otherwise, he would have grumbled. What do you know? If I meet someone with such great luck, let alone becoming a disciple, I'll even consider becoming a servant. A rare chance was right in front of his eyes. If he didn't cherish it, he would regret it in the future. Zhao Lishan thought about it, then, we have to be careful in the future. Since the matter was solved, Lin Fan wasn't interested anymore. He just wanted to have a good rest. As for the divinator joining in, that was just a small interlude and it wasn't much at all. Zhang Tianshan took the divinator away. To Zhang Tianshan, he always felt that Lin Fan was a fraud who wasn't doing well. Compared to him, the gap was just too huge. Looking at how pitiful he was, if he had time, he would teach him a lesson. He would develop him into a qualified fraud. The divinator heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could join Marshall Path Mountain and enjoy the benefits of the luck, then it would be a success. In the past, his thoughts were really simple. He just wanted to find someone with decent luck. He didn't need to reach the peak of the dynasty, but he didn't want it to be too bad. Who would have thought that there would be such a monstrous genius with such luck? If he couldn't even grab such a chance, then he would have lived his life for nothing. He looked at Zhang Tianshan, who was leading the way. This person was covered in luck and his destiny was showing signs of riches and honor. In the future, he would probably be someone important. With his strength, for him to have such a destiny, he was already an anomaly. Logically speaking, such strength should have disappeared long ago and he should have become one of the commoners. Suddenly, the divinator stopped on the spot. His eyes opened wide and he was in a daze. What are you doing? Why aren't you leaving? Zhang Tianshan frowned. What was going on with this old fellow? What was he looking at? He followed his gaze and saw that the person in the distance was Go Zi. What was there to be surprised about? Deputy Sect Leader Zhang, who is this person? The divinator asked anxiously. Zhang Tianshan said impatiently, Go Zi, he is the sect leader's servant. Don't offend him, otherwise, the sect leader will beat you up. The divinator was stunned. The image of a great emperor. He was the second luckiest person in Marshall Path Mountain. If he didn't ask to die and nothing unexpected happened, his future would be amazing. I want to become a servant. The divinator muttered to himself as if he had discovered something extremely important. He could tell that the other party's luck was also acquired. It wasn't Xiantian luck at all. That could only mean that his destiny was formed under sect leader Lin's guidance. That was just too terrifying. Zhang Tianshan took a look and heard his muttering. He only had one thought in his mind. Something was wrong with him. Chapter 490. This is an amazing place. This was the position that the divinator gave Marshall Path Mountain. He only had one thought in his heart. If he could, he was willing to become Lin Fan's most loyal and friendly partner. That night, the divinator stood on a mountain peak in the distance. His eyes shone with a golden light as he observed the landscape around Marshall Path Mountain. A normal mountain range with nothing special about it. He was certain that the changes in Marshall Path Mountain were all caused by Lin Fan alone. He was just so sick in the head. He had to work hard to get into the group. He had to show his strength to gain their respect. When that happened, luck would be on his body and he would charge forwards bravely. Imperial Dynasty. The lights were bright. In the Imperial Dynasty prison, there were furious roars and shrill screams. Zhu Xiang stood there without moving at all. His expression was calm but his eyes were filled with panic. King Wudong, you despicable person. We came to join you and this is how you treat us. Ah! The tentacle broke through the air and pierced his body. Very quickly, his body disintegrated and his flesh and blood were all absorbed. All that was left was a pile of clothes on the ground. Zhu Xiang sensed that something was happening in the Imperial Dynasty. That was because from the start, maids kept disappearing. Later on, they showed no signs of disappearing but those experts who joined the Imperial Dynasty disappeared for no reason. He wanted to find out. In the end, he realized that everything was because of King Wudong and King Wudong was eating people. When King Wudong noticed Zhu Xiang, he didn't tell him to keep it a secret. Instead, he patted his shoulder. Everything I do is for the Imperial Dynasty. As my most trusted person, are you willing to head forwards with me? At that moment, Zhu Xiang was touched. He knelt in front of King Wudong and swore that he was willing to help King Wudong expand his territory. But now, he looked at the scenes in front of him. King Wudong's viciousness made him really afraid. This wasn't something a human could do. A living person disappeared in the blink of an eye. Each time King Wutong swallowed a person, he could sense a dark aura spreading out from King Wutong's body. But he could sense that King Wutong's strength had increased. Relying on devouring others to strengthen themselves, this kind of method was even crueler and more ferocious than the corrupt path. But he could understand. The pressure from the Alliance headquarters was just too huge. With the current strength of the Imperial dynasty, they didn't have the ability to fight against the Alliance. They didn't even have a chance. Very quickly, the screams in the dungeon disappeared, and the people who were captured also disappeared from this world. Congratulations for improving your strength. Zhu Xiang knelt down and congratulated. King Wutong stood in the darkness and his eyes shone red. Very quickly, the red light disappeared and he walked out of the darkness with a smile on his face. He was the same as before and there were no changes at all. How is Lu Xian and the Alliance? King Wutong asked. Zhu Xiang said, Your Majesty, Lu Xian is really ambitious. Everything he has was given to him by Your Majesty, but he colluded with the Alliance. I followed Your Majesty's instructions and told some secrets to some people. I think Lu Xian knows about it and should have reported it to the Alliance. It's just that I have a question. Why didn't you kill Lu Xian? King Wutong was calm, he is still useful. The current Imperial dynasty didn't have the ability to go up against the Alliance on the surface. The Alliance could use brute force to suppress the Imperial dynasty. As for the Imperial dynasty, they could only rely on some schemes to slowly strengthen themselves. King Wutong didn't trust others and only trusted himself. As long as his strength rose to a certain level, all problems would be solved and there wouldn't be any more problems. Zhu Xiang lowered his head and didn't say anything more. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan officially started his path of expansion. Now, there were many experts following Martial Path Mountain. Unless they faced top sects, they would be unobstructed and no one would be able to stop them at all. Pre-war mobilization. Those disciples who believed in Lin Fan basically didn't need to cultivate and just worshipped Lin Fan. As long as they worshipped him, they would be able to increase their strength. This was why only lunatics would work so hard to increase their strength. When Lin Fan appeared, those disciples worshipped him like they were possessed. They were all addicted. Each time they worshipped him, they didn't feel anything, but as they continued to worship him, one day, their cultivation would suddenly increase. In their opinion, cultivation was way too fucking easy. Lin Fan wanted to say something to motivate them, but looking at the situation, he didn't need to say anything. Maybe this was because his charisma was just too terrifying. The divinator looked at the people worshipping him and was shocked. These people were really amazing. To follow Lin Fan, who was so lucky, they actually worshipped him so crazily. That was just too terrifying. This was his second day in Martial Path Mountain and he hadn't merged into the group yet. He knew that he had to think of a way to merge into them. If he didn't work hard, then he would be no different from a salted fish. Sect leader Lin, let me divine your luck for this trip. The divinator waved his palm in front of him and weird runes appeared in the air. He couldn't understand them but they seemed really strong. Ah! Scoff. As time went on, the divinator's expression changed. Solemn, confused, and weird. Lin Fan took a look and didn't bother about him at all. Head out, expand our territory and fight for Martial Path Mountain. Yes, sect leader. The faith disciples left swiftly. They were all pumped up. This was a battle to open up Martial Path Mountain and it was a huge matter that made them all excited. The divinator was anxious. Haze. Haze, I am divining, how can I, Pata? Zhang Tianshan patted the divinator's shoulder. Okay, stop with all this nonsense. We are all on the same side, so stop lying. But your move is really amazing. What are those runes? They are so realistic and I am interested in them. To be able to use such realistic moves and still end up in such a bad state, that only meant that there was something wrong with his brain. Zhang Tianxian was a little interested, he had already spoken like that. Logically speaking, as long as one was knowledgeable, they would definitely express their feelings when they heard his words. The divinator was furious. He felt like he was being underestimated. Such a situation had never happened before and now it really happened. He wanted to question Lin Fan. As the Martial Path Mountain sect leader, why didn't he give him face? But even if he was 10 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to. He wanted to stay in Martial Path Mountain and if he missed this chance, he would have no more. Sect leader Lin, Sword Head and I have scouted the situation 1,000 miles out. There are more and more sects and there is also a country. Zhao Lishan said. Lin Fan nodded, our target is the sects outside and slowly occupy them. In the current era, the weak sects don't have the ability to protect themselves. They still exist but they are unwilling to give up what they have now. The higher-ups of the sects all know that they want to disband their sects but don't have a good reason. They also don't have the determination, so we will be the bad guys. To think that such a shameless thing could be described in such a reasonable manner. Zhang Tianshan muttered. He always thought that he underestimated Lin Fan but it seemed like he really did. Instantly, Zhang Tianshan sensed the terrifying gaze and raised his head awkwardly. His expression was solemn and respectful as he raised his thumb, sect leader, amazing. Zhao Lishan said, young Master Lin, will there be repercussions? Lin Fan smiled, what repercussions can there be? After so many things, isn't the strongest the king? Since the alliance is here, the so-called sects are useless and might as well not exist. So, what we need to do is to let Martial Path Mountain only exist in the world. Shock. Zhao Lishan and the others looked at Lin Fan in shock. It was obvious that they didn't expect young Master Lin to have such a thought. To let Martial Path Mountain only exist in the world, who would have the courage to say such words? Even if others heard it, they would just laugh out loud. Zhao Lishan and the others knew that Lin Fan was strong and at the same time, they were on the same boat. But they still didn't believe it and hid it deep in their hearts. The one who was the most emotional was the divinator. He looked at Lin Fan excitedly. Other people didn't believe it but he did. Damn. As expected, he had a good eye for talent. If he had divined it earlier and met sect leader Lin earlier, then the situation would have been different. Before the alliance broke through the border, he had been divining it but it was all gray and he couldn't see the future. He could only see that it was a disaster. After the alliance broke through the border, he made some progress and was able to see some clues. On a certain day, after the clouds were pushed aside, one could see the clear sky. Everything was clear and he saw where his future luck was. This was why when Lin Wani found him, he rejected him right away. Stop dreaming if you want to recover the former imperial dynasty. The former imperial dynasty was destined to be wiped out. Lin Wani's luck wasn't weak but he dragged a dynasty that was destined to be wiped out and helped the former imperial dynasty survive. His luck was reduced by half and a calamity was destined to happen. Of course. He definitely wouldn't tell Lin Wani all this. The secrets of the heavens couldn't be revealed. If he revealed too much, he would be punished by the heavens. I believe that sect leader will be able to sweep the sects in the world. Such actions will be a huge achievement and one day, sect leader will become the top person in the world. His light will shine across the world and everyone will worship him. The divinator said. He was really emotional and hoped that such a day would come. Zhang Tianshan patted the divinator's head, you old man, you are so good at bootlicking. How did you end up in such a tragic state? Hayes, I really don't understand. The divinator was furious. He had such a high status and this deputy sect leader dared to be so arrogant. Swordhead looked at Zhang Tianshan and could only say that he didn't know where he came from. He was calm and didn't fear anything. Amazing. Chapter 491. Young Master Lin, the one ahead is just a mid-tier sect. We can solve it, so there is no need for so much trouble. Martial Path Mountain occupied 1,000 miles and there were sects 1,000 miles away. They weren't really strong. They were just mid-tier. Either he or the Sword Master would be able to deal with it easily. They didn't even need to attack. They just needed to release their aura and they would be able to suppress them such that they wouldn't even think about fighting back. Lin Fan was really calm and one couldn't see any emotions from him. Some things need to be done personally. He could say that he needed rage points. If he let them solve it so easily, then what was there to see? Lin Fan was eager to get to Dao Realm Stage 4. Once he reached Stage 4, his strength would definitely be able to fight against the strongest 9-star generals. So what if the top sects had experts? When both sides fought, it would depend on who could last until the end. The divinator was in a bad mood. First, he was ignored by Lin Fan. That was okay as he had a good attitude and wouldn't bother about such things. But Zhang Tianshan actually smacked his head. That dog was just so lawless. If not for him being the deputy sect leader of Martial Path Mountain, he definitely wouldn't have tolerated it. He would have chopped off his hand. But one had to listen to one's heart. Following a lucky person was such a joyous thing, so why did he have to do all those fancy things? Great Tribulation Temple. This sect was Lin Fan's target this time. The overall strength of the sect was decent and it was considered a mid-tier sect with a Dao Realm expert. This was a Dao Realm expert that their sect had spent so much effort to get to. It really wasn't easy. They didn't join Buddha Alliance and didn't move their sect to Buddha Alliance territory. In their words, they were sects with dreams and goals. They would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Just looking at the 1,000 miles around, which power was stronger than their Great Tribulation Temple? At that moment, in the main hall, the higher-ups of Great Tribulation Temple were all gathered together. Sect leader, there is a faction that is developing really quickly near our Great Tribulation Temple. It has already seriously affected our position. An elder said. He was really worried that such a thing would happen and he felt that things weren't going well. The surrounding elders started discussing among themselves. Right, a while ago, many people passed by the Great Tribulation Temple and after asking, they found out that there was a really arrogant faction there that wiped out all the sects within 1,000 miles. Those normal sects couldn't fight back at all and were all chased away. Of course, there were also some elders who did not take this matter to heart. Actually, there's no need to worry about this matter. The ones we're eliminating are just some ordinary sections. What can those sects count as? If they don't offend us, it is okay. But if they dare to offend us, we will let them know how tragic the outcome is. The sect leader's expression was solemn and dignified, and he didn't say anything. Finally, he raised his hand and waved it down. Be quiet. Don't take this matter to heart. Send some disciples to scout out the situation and see what kind of background this new force has. He was a little curious about this new force. As they got closer to Great Tribulation Temple, there would definitely be a conflict in the future. Therefore, they had to be fully prepared. If the other party's strength wasn't sufficient, then he would naturally have to completely destroy the other party before they grew up, so as to prevent future troubles. There was a loud rumble. The entire hall began to shake violently. What happened? The sect leader's face was dark and sunken. What was going on outside for there to be such a commotion? To the people from Great Tribulation Temple, they didn't know what was going on. The reason was because Lin Fan descended from the sky and jumped down. When his feet landed on the ground, power spread out from his legs. Cracks appeared on the ground and spread in all directions. Lin Fan wanted to use a simple and violent method to shock everyone. At the same time, he would draw all the Great Tribulation Temple disciples out and let them personally witness how their sects were disbanded. So, if you have rage points, then throw them at me. I will take them all. The divinator exclaimed. Sect leader Lin is such an energetic young man. Zhang Tianshan wasn't here. If he was, he would definitely frown and scold. Was his brain so smart? Why was he so good at sucking up? Lin Fan's method of descent was a little violent. The Great Tribulation Temple disciples surged out like fish. They didn't dare to get too close, but they had already surrounded him. But when they saw the situation, their faces turned ashen white and they broke out in a cold sweat. The ground was cracking. Many buildings had cracks on them like they could collapse at any moment. Many people were discussing. Who is he? He actually dares to cause trouble here. How terrifying. What did he do to cause such an effect? He is an expert and we can't go up against him. Who is going up? Take them down. I don't dare. I don't dare either. They only dared to look on and not charge up to take him down. Rage points increased. Some gave very few rage points, but some were decent and worth praising. The first wave of rage points made Lin Fan feel really good. Where are the higher-ups of your Great Tribulation Temple? Are they so frightened that they scrammed? Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back. His voice was like a bell that spread out in the Great Tribulation Temple. The moment he said this. Preposterous. A furious roar spread out from the distance. The Great Tribulation Temple sect leader's face was dark and sunken. Rage burned in his heart. Who dared to cause trouble here? Very quickly, he saw Lin Fan, who was surrounded by people. Who are you? What is your goal for coming here? The sect leader hollered. The surrounding elders were furious. But when they saw how calm he was, they were shocked. This kid was too calm, so did he have a trump card? But all of that wasn't important now. As long as they dared to cause trouble here, they would have to pay a price. This was how overbearing they were. Lin Fan took a look and was slightly disappointed. There weren't any strong people. Only the sect leader was a Dao Realm Stage 1 expert. The others were just so. Lin Fan raised his hand and everyone thought that he was going to attack. Guys, I didn't come here to cause trouble. I just want to persuade all of you to leave. In the future, the Great Tribulation Temple will just disappear. I don't want to attack and I don't want to leave any wounds on your bodies. I just want to persuade all of you to know what is good for you. Uproar. Everyone from the Great Tribulation Temple was furious. Not only was the sect leader angry, but even the normal disciples were furious. They really wanted to slice Lin Fan into pieces. How could there be such an arrogant person? He obviously didn't care about any of them at all. How despicable. He was so infuriating. Sword Head, do you think that young Master Lin's words are so infuriating? Zhao Lishan asked. They were all informed by young Master Lin that they didn't need to attack and just needed to look on. Sword Head replied simply. He didn't care about all of that, but that young Master Lin said that there wouldn't be any sects apart from Martial Path Mountain in the world. Would his sword palace be disbanded too? Just like what young Master Lin said to the Great Tribulation Temple. Preposterous. The Great Tribulation Temple sect leader had white hair. Don't think that just because the sect had to be bald, it was a lie. The sect leader in front of him had white hair and a white beard. His face was flushed red. He was infuriated by Lin Fan's words. This kid was just too arrogant. Rage points increased. Lin Fan was satisfied with the current situation. He personally attacked and hoped to totally infuriate him to gain a bunch of rage points. Who are you? The sect leader asked. Lin Fan said, speaking of which, we are neighbors. Marshall Path Mountain Sect Leader, your Great Tribulation Temple is in the territory that my sect has occupied. I don't want to kill, so I advise you to pack up and disband your sect. Go and live a carefree life. The battle between sects isn't suitable for weaklings like you. The sect leader was stunned and then said coldly, "You are the sect leader that rose up recently. The Great Tribulation Temple has no animosity with you, but now you are here to cause trouble. Aren't you looking down on us?" Lin Fan waved his hands. "It isn't that I don't care about your Great Tribulation Temple, but I don't know where your sect came from. It is just that your sect is in my territory, so just disband." Damn it. The surrounding disciples gritted their teeth. They were all disciples of the Great Tribulation Temple and they were bound together. Now that someone was provoking their sect, how could they take it? "Arrogant kid, I will teach you a lesson." An elder was furious. It was obvious that he couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up from the crowd and his robe swelled up. Power roared out and the aura he gave off was really extraordinary. He looked like he was going to suppress you with one move. "Elder, teach him a lesson." "Okay, soon." When they saw that the elder was about to strike him, they were delighted and delighted. In an instant, the following scene appeared in their minds. The elder slapped him until he spat out fresh blood. Then, he stepped on his face and hollered in rage. "Scram! Wah! No, no." Some of the disciples imagined those scenes and instantly, they reached their peak. When the elder saw that Lin Fan didn't do anything, he was delighted. It seemed like he had thought too much. Lin Fan might have been strong, but he was definitely no match for him. Now that he attacked, Lin Fan was stunned and didn't react at all. Suddenly, pang! A person flew backward like a cannonball and smashed into a building in the distance. The elder who attacked Lin Fan was stuck in the ruins. His limbs went soft and his eyes rolled back. What was going on? What happened? No one knew what happened. The elder was about to suppress Lin Fan, but why did it suddenly change? Lin Fan flicked his clothes and said calmly, "Don't not cherish the chance I gave you. I just don't want to attack the weak, but if you don't know what is good for you, I won't hold back. Don't worry, I don't fish and I don't act cool. I will let you experience it. If you think that you have the ability to fight me, then you can try." The moment he said this, the aura in the space became terrifying. Lin Fan stood there but a shocking aura spread out. Kacha! The space shook and dimension appeared. The ground cracked once more. Many buildings couldn't take it and collapsed right away. To the Great Tribulation Temple people, they were astonished. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 492. Lin Fan wasn't someone who liked to show off. He just needed to release his own aura. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would crush the Great Tribulation Temple members to death. If they were really crushed to death, then, wouldn't all his rage points go to waste? "Young Master Lin is so strong," Swordhead exclaimed. In the past, he had seen many geniuses but he looked at them as seniors and encouraged them. But facing young Master Lin, he treated them as equals. Even if they were much older than young Master Lin, they were treated as equals. Zhao Lishan said, "Young Master Lin is so young and your strength has reached such a level. That is just unbelievable and there isn't a second person in the world." The key is that a few months ago, young Master Lin wasn't even at Dao Realm and wasn't even at Domain Realm. Now, you are at Dao Realm Stage 3 and your true combat strength exceeds that. Amazing, this is just too amazing. When the divinator heard their conversation, he didn't think much of it at the start. He just felt that the two of them were making a huge fuss. Wasn't it normal for sect leader Lin to be so strong? What was there to be surprised about? But when he heard the latter part of the story, the situation changed. What? The divinator was shocked like he had seen a ghost. Damn. Are you serious? Sect leader Lin wasn't even at Dao Realm a few months ago and now he is at Dao Realm Stage 3. Aren't you mistaken about one thing? The time needed to raise one Dao Realm stage wasn't so simple. He had never heard of one stage a year. He hadn't heard of one stage 2 years. Now, he was telling him that he crossed several realms in a few months. Moreover, there was an uncrossable gap between Domain Realm and Dao Realm. Some people would be stuck at that realm for their entire lives. It was basically impossible to break through from Domain Realm to Dao Realm. At that moment, the divinator was stunned. Something that he didn't even dare to think about appeared in his mind. Could it be that those with great luck were all so domineering? Even his cultivation base could increase at an unreasonably fast rate. But that didn't make sense. In the past, the Imperial Dynasty's luck was really strong. Even if it wasn't as good as sect leader Lin, it should have done something, right? But based on what he knew, he didn't cause much of a commotion. How could he compare to sect leader Lin? The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. At that moment, the people from Great Tribulation Temple felt as if their hearts were being suppressed by a heavy mountain. They couldn't even breathe. The buildings were severely damaged, and countless of them collapsed. The other party hadn't even made a move yet, but his aura was already so ferocious. The Great Tribulation Temple elders looked at Lin Fan in terror. Unknowingly, they were drenched in sweat. As for the normal disciples, they couldn't maintain their previous posture. He was crushed to the ground by Lin Fan's aura. Just like a dead dog. As for the Great Tribulation Temple's sect leader, needless to say, he was completely stunned. If he hadn't experienced it for himself, he wouldn't have believed it. But now, after experiencing it for himself, he completely understood how big the gap between them was. How is it? Lin Fan asked indifferently. Those with slightly better brains would naturally understand how insurmountable the gap between them was. What exactly do you want? Asked the sect leader after a long moment of silence. Lin Fan sighed and felt like he was playing the lute to a cow. He made it really clear before. Why did it feel like there was a hole in their heads? Until now, they still didn't understand. Lin Fan said impatiently, "Can't you all open your eyes and look around? Don't you know the situation now? I don't want to repeat myself. Think about it yourselves." What a bully. Some disciples pounded their chests and shouted. Their faces turned red. Rage points increased. As expected, only by killing a bunch of people could rage points increase crazily. He was very satisfied. This was how it should be. To the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader, they couldn't fight. Lin Fan revealed his strength and that wasn't something they could go up against. They didn't even have the courage to fight him. Sect leader, what should we do? An elder asked with an ugly expression. The sect leader kept silent and after a long while, he slowly opened his mouth. Do you all have confidence in suppressing him? The elders looked at the sect leader in shock. The light in their eyes seemed to be saying, "Sect leader, stop joking. How can we fight like this? We asked you to see what you think. How would we dare to have any thoughts?" The sect leader didn't continue to ask. Looking at their expressions, he knew the answer. Naturally, they had no confidence at all. Okay, let's go. Under the threat of absolute power, the sect leader had no choice. Where there was life, there was hope. Sect leader. Sect leader. When everyone heard the sect leader's decision, they were all filled with disbelief. Some disciples were unwilling. Sect leader, we are not afraid of death. Let's fight them. Right, let's fight them. These disciples were young and were hot-blooded. They were rash and would fight if they were unhappy. Who was afraid of who? At the same time, they were extremely confident in the sect leader. They felt that as long as the sect leader was there was nothing that couldn't be solved. The elders looked at those disciples and only had one thought in their hearts. Your lives may be cheap, but our lives are very precious. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate to their current realm. They spent so much time and put in so much hard work. As for normal disciples, how long have they cultivated? If they die, then so be it. Anyway, they would just be like this for the rest of their lives. All of you, shut up. The sect leader hollered in rage. He then looked at Lin Fan. We are not as skilled as them. Great Tribulation Temple deserves a tribulation. Since that is the case, Great Tribulation Temple will disband. All disciples, pack up and prepare to leave. When he said those words, his heart was really dripping blood. Great Tribulation Temple was his blood, sweat, and tears. Now, this fellow who came from who knows where messed it up. Young Master Lin, actually, there is no need to make things so problematic. Zhao Lishan said. They had been here for a period of time and didn't do much. They just watched young Master Lin argue with them. That was a waste of time. If he was the one to solve it, maybe he wouldn't need to waste too much time to solve it all. Lin Fan shook his head. You don't understand. Zhao Lishan had nothing to say. He really didn't understand. If he did, then that would be great. Naturally, Lin Fan wouldn't tell him that he needed rage points. Very quickly, the Great Tribulation Temple disciples packed up. They turned their heads 3 times with each step they took. They looked at the sect that they were about to part with and step onto the path of wandering. They felt really annoyed. Many pairs of furious eyes looked at Lin Fan and gave off a furious glow. They were really furious. They were bullied and didn't even have a chance to fight back. They were really unwilling to accept it. Although they didn't have many rage points, they won in terms of numbers, so it wasn't bad. Sect leader Lin, I will leave Great Tribulation Temple to you. The sect leader looked at Lin Fan and cupped his fists. But no matter how he looked at it, he felt like Lin Fan was really angry. Thinking about it, it was normal. He was bullied to such an extent, so if he acted like nothing was wrong, wouldn't that be too fake? A large group of disciples followed behind the sect leader. Some of them had thought it through. So what if they left for a short while? They were just biding their time. When they were strong in the future, they could just charge back. Lin Fan had a smile on his face. He didn't want to kill these people. They were too young and had a long road ahead of them. If they were too weak, then the rage points would be too little. This was why he liked to raise fish and raise them until they grew bigger. In the future, he would be able to use them again. So, now, unless he really had to kill them, he wouldn't be ruthless to some people. Okay, I will send all of you off. Lin Fan said. The moment he said this, Lin Fan waved his arm and a dimensional tunnel appeared in the air. When the sect leader saw this, he was shocked and had a bad feeling. What do you mean? Lin Fan said, it is too obvious if so many of you leave together. For your safety, I will help all of you. Let's go. To the surrounding disciples, they felt like their bodies were uncontrollably flying into the dimensional tunnel. They screamed. They were swallowed up by the tunnel. As for where they went, Lin Fan didn't know. Maybe they were at the ends of the world. You bastard! The sect leader was furious. If he split the disciples up, then he would be destroying the foundations of Great Tribulation Temple. Who knew if he was blinded by rage, but he actually slashed towards Lin Fan viciously. Pang! Lin Fan raised his palm and with a light slap, he slapped him into the dimensional tunnel. You thief, I won't let you off. The sect leader hollered. Slowly, his voice disappeared. Everything returned to normal like nothing had happened at all. Have a good trip. Live well with your hatred towards me. Lin Fan waved his hand and then looked at the empty Great Tribulation Temple. Next, I will continue to search for factions in the area. With the current situation, I might attract attention in just a short while. Things developed a little too quickly. The key was that Lin Fan's methods were violent. As long as he faced a faction, he would chase them away. This caused everyone to be filled with rage and leave their homes. The Great Tribulation Temple sect leader traveled through the dimensional tunnel. He didn't dare to touch or move as he was afraid that the surrounding dimensional power would rip him to shreds. There was a light in front. He felt his body become light and the scenes in front of him made him feel lost. Where is this? People walked around and many pairs of eyes stared at him. He thought that he was a Great Tribulation Temple disciple, but when he looked closely, he realized that he wasn't. Who dares to come to 9 Demon Hall? A voice that struck the depths of his soul was transmitted. To him, he felt like a small boat that could capsize at any time in the turbulent waves. Expert. That was the voice of an expert. Damned guy, where did you send me to? Even if it was a place with few people, why did you send me to such a dangerous place? A person walked over. In the eyes of the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader, it was like an endless blood ocean surging towards him. Pata. The Great Tribulation Temple sect leader sat on the ground paralyzed. His body turned cold. He was finished. Chapter 493. A few days later. That night. Within the room. As expected, only hard work will give me rewards. Although I have the small support system, I have never been a lazy person. I have my current achievements step by step. Lin Fan didn't study much and didn't know what the word shameless meant. Rage points, 2215484. Not only did the Great Tribulation Temple provide 2 million rage points, but many other small factions also provided a lot. Although during this period of time, he was more overbearing and caused many people to lose their homes. But he had no choice. Forget it, he didn't think so much and just focused on improving his cultivation technique. Internal and external cultivation, Tao Essence and Tao Body both reached stage 3. His cultivation technique was slowly used up, but it was still enough to improve. Consumed 10,000 rage points. Heaven End, Basics. To raise a Tao Realm cultivation technique to return to true required 210,000. It was so good to have the small support system. If he cultivated it himself, to raise a Tao Realm cultivation technique to the highest realm, the time needed wouldn't be so simple. Forming Tao patterns. Now, he had 97 Tao patterns. In Tao Realm Stage 3, he was really overpowered. There was no one who could form 97 Tao patterns at Tao Realm Stage 3. With the small support system, all of that wasn't a problem. Martial Path Mountain. Swordhead said, Brother Zhao, young Master Lin has developed too quickly and chased away many factions. Maybe in just a short time, the 4 alliances will notice the situation here. Zhao Lishan nodded and a worried expression appeared on his face. That is indeed the case. It is okay if normal sects notice, but what I am afraid of is the top sects noticing. In terms of peak combat strength, they were much weaker. He had mentioned this to young Master Lin before, but young Master Lin was really casual about it. It was obvious that he didn't care much about it. He admitted that young Master Lin was really strong. But compared to peak experts, the gap was huge. Let's ask the divinator. Swordhead said. The two of them went to search for one another. In the end, they found traces of the divinator on a mountain peak. He stood there and looked towards Martial Path Mountain, looking at everything that happened there. There was no change in his expression, but there was a hint of worry between his brows. I heard that the divinator can seek luck and avoid calamity. What do you think Martial Path Mountain will do in the future? Swordhead and Zhao Lishan appeared on the mountain peak and Swordhead asked directly. Zhao Lishan didn't know the divinator and was a little suspicious. Are there really people in this world who can tell good from bad? Why does it feel so surreal? The divinator turned his head and said, "Calamity, huge calamity. Martial Path Mountain is in trouble and someone has to die." But that is impossible. Now, don't ask the Heaven's Fate Master if he could see it clearly. Instead, ask him if he was still in a daze. How could something like this happen when the luck was so dense? This was simply impossible. What exactly went wrong? What he didn't know was, Lin Fan's luck was indeed thick, but he couldn't help himself from courting death. Not only that, he was a little devilish as well. It was normal for him to have some twists and turns. No solution. Swordmaster frowned and asked. He believed what the divinator said. The divinator nodded, there is no solution for now. At that moment, the divinator's mind was filled with a battle between the heavens and man. Leave. Not leave. His personality was that if he knew that danger was heading his way, he would definitely flee. He wouldn't stay at all. But now, there was a battle in his heart. This was a rare chance. One had to admit that sect leader Lin's luck was the most terrifying. Maybe he would face danger, but he would always win. As long as he stayed and got through this, he would definitely soar into the sky and be covered by luck. But what he was most afraid of was that he would be the one to die in this calamity. Everything depends on one's effort. Some things can't be decided by the heavens. Zhao Lishan scoffed at such things and looked down on them. Swordmaster said softly, "Brother Zhao, there are some things that you have to believe in." Zhao Lishan smiled and shook his head. He didn't say anything more. Swordmaster told him about the divinator's background and legend. Although he was impressed, he always believed that man could defeat the heavens and that destiny could be defied. The so-called seeking luck and avoiding calamity was just a form of escape. Zhao Lishan, you can choose not to believe me, but you have to believe in my ability. You were someone who was going to die, but due to some reason, you survived. Someone changed your destiny for you. The divinator said. Zhao Lishan was stunned and then he laughed out loud, "Interesting. Do I need the heavens to decide whether or not I will live?" The divinator shook his head and sighed, "Ordinary people don't understand the will of the heavens. Now that I picked up a stone, I didn't think that I couldn't go against the will of the heavens, so I naturally threw it away. But when I thought about it, I had to go against the will of the heavens. So, I crushed the stone and its fate changed. But I thought that I had changed my destiny, but I didn't know that I had just fallen into another cycle." Swordmaster nodded his head. The divinator's words made sense and he understood. But Zhao Lishan closed his eyes and didn't want to say anything more. He felt like there was no point in saying anything more. This person was really good at saying weird things. Maybe what he said was right, but he would never be able to make him believe him. He only believed that there was nothing that couldn't be changed. If Zhang Tianshan heard what the divinator said, he would definitely beat him up. What the hell was he talking about? At the same time, he understood why he was in such a bad state. Although he knew how to brag, he didn't do it well. This was a deep look of disdain from a bronze-level expert towards a king-level expert. At that moment, the divinator wanted to leave, but suddenly, he stopped. His expression changed and his eyes were filled with shock. He blurted out. "How is that possible?" Swordhead saw the change in the divinator's expression and didn't know what had happened. He asked curiously, "What happened?" The divinator didn't reply to Swordhead's question. He looked towards Martial Path Mountain. It changed. Suddenly, it changed. To the divinator, Martial Path Mountain, which was filled with luck, suddenly had a sense of danger. But just as he was about to leave, he realized that there was a shocking change in Martial Path Mountain. It's gone. The danger has actually disappeared and the luck has become even thicker. How is that possible? he muttered to himself. This was an insult to his 100 years of experience. When Swordhead heard what the divinator said, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the danger had disappeared. That was good. As long as there was no danger, it was fine. Zhao Lishan giggled. He said that there was danger and then he said that there was no danger at all. His words were like farts. He instantly lost interest. He left right away. Within the room. 10 more Dao patterns. I have finally reached Dao Realm Stage 4. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and felt really good. When his Dao patterns broke 100, he felt a terrifying power boiling in his body. Maybe this was the breaking point. Anyone who wanted to increase the number of Dao patterns to 100 would encounter this obstacle. But to Lin Fan, this wasn't a problem at all. With the small support system, as long as you had enough rage points, you wouldn't need to worry about too much and you would be able to instantly raise them. Dao Realm Stage 4, Astronomical Phenomenon. It was a true mystique and secret technique, and he was a dual cultivator. He really did not know how powerful the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth would be. To him, cultivation was just so simple. He could fight with those strongest 9-star generals or the true experts of the top sections. He pushed the door open. Go, Z, I am hungry. Lin Fan said. He didn't show too much excitement. So be it if his cultivation increased. Actually, there was nothing to be happy about. He was used to it. If he acted excited each time he improved, then after a year, he would be so excited that his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Go, Z, who was on standby, ran towards the kitchen. There were many people on Marshall Path Mountain. Naturally, he wouldn't prepare food for everyone. Other people's food would be passed to other disciples. Lin Fan chose a purple faith line. That was definitely cousins. Power transfer. Using the power of faith, cousins' cultivation reached Dao Realm Stage 3. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader landed in 9 Evil Spirit Hall's territory. He wasn't from the 4 alliances, but if he fell into the hands of Evil Alliance, he would definitely end up in a tragic state. For some reason. He thought about the humiliation he suffered and started to cry. 9 Evil Spirit Hall didn't even attack and he cried. This made Evil Spirit Old Ancestor think back to himself. He had faced such a sad matter. Perhaps it was because of the same experience. Thus, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor didn't do anything to him. He gave him a chance to cry. If it was unimportant, then it wouldn't be too late to kill the other party. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader couldn't stop talking about his experiences. Someone came and chased all of them away. He even sent their disciples away through the dimension tunnel and they didn't know where they were. At the start, he didn't feel anything. But slowly, the situation became a little off. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor recalled something. That feeling, that situation was really familiar. He asked him whether or not that person was called Lin Fan. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader shook his head and said that he didn't know his name. He just said that his surname was Lin and he called himself sect leader Lin. The moment he heard that his surname was Lin, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor raised his head and his tears flowed down uncontrollably. When the surrounding disciples saw Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's expression, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to say a word. What was going on? What was going on with Evil Spirit Old Ancestor? Why did he have such an expression? Did something happen? Not only were the disciples stunned, but even the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader was stunned. Are you crazy? I am talking about my tragic experience, so why are you crying? Suddenly. Ha ha ha. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor laughed out loud. A vicious glow appeared in his eyes. I have finally found you. Shortly after, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor lowered his head and looked at the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader. His face was dark and sunken. Tell me where he is. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader was stunned. He only had one thought in his heart. That was that the expert in front of him had a grudge with that person. Chapter 494. What made Go Z happiest was personally witnessing young master destroy all the things he made. Moreover, he was still reminiscing about it. Cultivation wasn't important to Go Z. As long as he could make good food for young master, that was the happiest thing. As for cultivation, it was still okay. He could find all sorts of rare ingredients for young master. Go Z, this dish is not bad. I have never seen it before. He used his chopsticks to pick up a golden mushroom. There was still some soup on it and it looked really delicious. Young master, I found this when I was searching for ingredients in the mountains. I don't need to add any ingredients and it tastes really delicious. It melts in the mouth. Lin Fan acknowledged. He had high hopes for Go Z's talent in finding ingredients. As for Zhang Tianshan and the others, they could only watch. Even if they drooled all over the ground, they wouldn't be able to eat it. As for Nine Demon, he felt really comfortable. He squatted beside Lin Fan's feet like a puppy. He raised his 9 heads and wagged his tail. Occasionally, he would take a bite. Not long later. Young master, what is wrong? Go Z saw that young master was stunned and thought that there was something wrong with the food. Zhang Tianshan and the others took a look and stopped paying attention. What an overbearing fellow. No matter what, he was the deputy sect leader, so he had to be treated better. Lin Fan kept silent for a moment and shook his head. Nothing, I just feel like something is about to happen. Go Z felt that young master was under a lot of pressure, which was why he had such thoughts. It seemed like he had to make some soup for young master to heal up his body and also relieve his mental pressure. In the distance. Since the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader knew that evil spirit old ancestor was enemies with the person who chased them out of the sect, he became more active. As long as Lin Fan asked, he would tell him everything he knew. With his own strength, he couldn't beat him at all. This was why letting an expert attack was the wisest choice. Evil spirit old ancestor, is that person really there? This time, not only was evil spirit old ancestor working alone, but he also gathered many people. One of them was the heaven-covering demon sect leader. Lin Fan went to their sect to provoke them and caused hatred. Thus, after evil spirit old ancestor confirmed Lin Fan's location, he headed to heaven-covering demon sect right away to inform them. How could they take the humiliation they suffered? So, it was the same as he thought. Heaven-covering demon sect leader personally came out and said that he was going to grind his bones to dust and smash him into meat paste. His methods were really cruel. When Great Tribulation Temple sect leader heard this, he felt really good. At the same time, in the face of these experts who were once unreachable, he put down his pride and willingly acted as a bootlicker. He only hoped to leave a good impression in the other party's eyes. Everyone, this person is Lin Wani's son. Even though his cultivation base isn't at the peak, it is still shocking. To be able to reach this realm at such a young age, if we allow him to continue developing, he will be a disaster for us. And now, I can clearly tell you that it's right there. There's no mistaking it. Evil spirit old ancestor had been suppressing his anger for a long time. The blood lotus was the flesh of his heart. Ever since he lost the blood lotus, he thought about it day and night. He was always in a daze, and when he thought of the pain, he would secretly cry. He knew his place. He had fought with Lin Fan before and he wasn't his opponent. Therefore, he found an expert. Now, there were many of them. Of course, the strongest one was the heaven-covering demon sect leader who was at stage 7. This kid came to heaven-covering demon sect to cause trouble and humiliated my kid. He deserves to be killed. Heaven-covering demon sect leader's face was dark and sunken. A fierce glow shone in his eyes. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader agreed, he does deserve to die. But the moment he said this, Lin Fan's gaze caused his body to turn cold. He shivered and didn't have any thoughts at all. To the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader, he felt like he was innocent. He was a victim, so couldn't he be more friendly to him? If one was weak, one had no rights at all. Let's go, I can't wait to see that kid's tragic end. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was so furious with Lin Fan that he didn't want to waste any more time. Martial Path Mountain. The divinator's eyelids jumped. Weird, why is my eyelid twitching so quickly? He rubbed his eyes, feeling a little flustered. Could it be that something is about to happen? Suddenly, the divinator raised his head and looked into the distance. He sensed a few shocking auras moving quickly and they were heading towards Martial Path Mountain. Was it Hung Long? The space around exploded. Several people appeared in the sky above Martial Path Mountain. The aura that they gave off was really terrifying and even the space around them was shattered. Lin Fan, scram out. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor hollered in rage. His voice was like thunder that buzzed. Instantly, a light barrier covered Martial Path Mountain and several places around shone brightly. These were the formations that Zhang Tianshan laid out. When they sensed attacks, they would automatically activate to defend. Although this was just a casual holler from Evil Spirit Old Ancestor, it was filled with rage. The first barrier was broken. Shortly after, the second barrier shone and blocked Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's shout. They are killing their way to our doorstep. The divinator was astonished. He knew that Martial Path Mountain would be in danger. So, he wasn't wrong and there really was. But didn't they say that everything was fine? How did this happen? The divinator started to doubt himself. Did his standards drop and he really see wrongly? Swordhead and Zhao Lishan rose into the air and looked at the few people in the distance. It is the Heaven-Covering Demon sect leader. Swordhead saw him right away because Heaven-Covering Demon sect was really strong. They were even stronger than Sword Palace. After all, his cultivation was at Dao Realm Stage 7. Even the top sects had a gap. Some top sects only had Dao Realm Stage 5 or 6 but some had Dao Realm Stage 7. Before Evil Spirit Old Ancestor saw Lin Fan, he definitely wouldn't stop. Lin Fan, scram out to die. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor had an explosive temper. He felt like he was someone who had been conned and the rage in his heart was caused by Lin Fan. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan laid there and enjoyed the happiness of life. Right as he was about to rest, he was shocked by a loud voice. Who is so bold to actually fight their way to our doorstep? Lin Fan got up. Go Z was unhappy, young master, let me deal with them. You are no match for them. What a joke. If he let Go Z face them, then he would have to collect Go Z's corpse. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was still shouting like he wasn't going to stop until he saw Lin Fan. Swordhead and Zhao Lishan didn't dare to attack. Swordhead was the one who told Zhao Lishan that this was the Heaven-Covering Demon sect leader. He was at Dao Realm Stage 7 and was much stronger than them. Even if the two of them worked together, they would be crushed. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor saw that Lin Fan didn't come out and was furious once more. Lin Fan, if you don't scram out, then I will wipe out your mountain. The moment he said this, a voice spread out from below. Okay, why are you shouting? Lin Fan walked out impatiently. When he saw Evil Spirit Old Ancestor, he was stunned. So, it is you. It seems like I didn't give you a deep impression last time. You. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was so furious that flames shot out from his body. The hand that was pointing at Lin Fan was so furious that it was trembling. Good, you are stubborn. Let's see how you are going to do that today. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor was really confident because the people who came were all experts. Especially the heaven-covering demon sect leader, he was a Tao Realm Stage 7 expert. Oh, so you are all familiar people. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader, you really are smart. You knew that you couldn't do it, so you went to find helpers. You even found Evil Alliance. Not bad at all. Lin Fan understood the situation right away. Apart from him, who else could it be? If it was a while ago, it would have been really problematic to face these people and he would have even had to pay a price. But now, he didn't fear anything. So what if they were Tao Realm Stage 7 experts? Move aside. Just at that moment, heaven-covering demon sect leader didn't say any nonsense. He held the celestial slaying spear and his aura exploded. He then slashed towards Lin Fan. His attacks were vicious and his aura was really strong. Young Master Lin, let me. Zhao Lishan exclaimed and wanted to block that move for young Master Lin. After all, he was a Tao Realm Stage 7 expert and young Master Lin was only at Tao Realm Stage 3, so how could he fight him? But shortly after, something that he didn't expect happened. Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and appeared in the distance. He clenched his fingers and punched towards the celestial slaying spear. You overestimate yourself. Heaven-covering demon sect leader scoffed coldly. He was actually so dumb to fight him head-on. Was there something wrong with his head? But shortly after, a shocking change occurred. Pang! Hung Long. The two powers clashed with one another and a bright light exploded. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The shockwave was really strong. It caused the sky to split open. Zhang Tianshan's usefulness was totally used at that moment. The formation that he laid out started to shine and heat up, forming many circles of light to block the shockwave. How is that possible? Heaven-covering demon sect leader was astonished. The moment they clashed, he sensed that the power that Lin Fan used was really shocking. It didn't look like something that someone at Tao Realm Stage 3 could do. Maybe he didn't know that Lin Fan was already at Tao Realm Stage 4. When he really exploded out, he could use the strength of someone at Tao Realm Stage 7. This, evil spirit old ancestor shouted the fiercest. But when he saw Lin Fan and the heaven-covering demon sect leader fight, he was totally stunned. Damn! When did this kid become so terrifying? Not only was he stunned, but so was everyone else. Zhao Lishan and Swordhead looked at one another. They only had one thought in their hearts. Had young Master Lin's strength reached such a terrifying level? Lin Fan clenched his fists. That feeling just now felt so good. Chapter 495. Still okay. Dual cultivation, Tao essence and Tao body reaching Tao realm stage 4. This was something that no one had ever done in the past and no one would be able to do. How did this fellow become so strong? Evil spirit old ancestor felt like he was totally blind. If he hadn't personally witnessed it, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The last time they had a conflict, he was just SOSO. But now, he was actually able to fight against the heaven-covering demon sect leader who was at Tao Realm Stage 7. Lin Fan floated in the air. 9 Demon turned into a streak of light and squatted on Lin Fan's shoulder. What are all of you thinking? But forget it, since you are all here, then let's have a good fight. After dealing with all of you, it is time for me to conquer the world. You, and you, all of you, be careful. If your sect is in my territory, you will be chased away. Lin Fan's words caused the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader to feel really conflicted. He thought back to his own experience and it was just so tragic and unbearable. Lin Fan, the few seniors are here and you still dare to be arrogant. You are so evil and you will definitely pay a heavy price. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader hollered in rage. With a few experts here, what was there for him to be afraid of? Naturally, he used their strength to show that he was fearless as the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader. He was going to fight them head-on. Instantly. He was terrified by Lin Fan's gaze. His face turned white and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. His heart was beating fast. He gathered his courage. What kind of gaze is that? Did I say anything wrong? The few seniors are going to help the heavens and kill you. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader panicked from Lin Fan's gaze, but he forced himself to calm down and scolded. Evil spirit old ancestor frowned. It wasn't that the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader was annoyed, but the kid was just too arrogant. Even at such a time, he was still annoyed. Young Master Lin, sword head, and I will help you. Zhao Lishan's expression was solemn. Although they weren't as strong as the Alliance's strongest, they weren't weak either. Although young Master Lin was strong, it would be tough for him to fight one against many. Lin Fan waved his hands, no need, leave it to me. They know that I am on Martial Path Mountain and still dare to cause trouble. That only means that they are confident. I won't back down from such provocations. Ever since his strength had increased, even his words had become much more forceful. If it was in the past, even though he would have said a few words, he wouldn't have been so unyielding. The Martial Path Mountain disciples had never seen their sect leader fight an enemy. Right now, they were facing a very strong enemy. But our sect leader's words were so domineering, so shocking. The blood in our bodies was already boiling. Jiuyao, let's fight together. Instantly. 9 demon turned into liquid and merged into Lin Fan's body. Buzz. The power was burning and expanding, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Puchi. Lin Fan could feel that the power within his body had been dormant for a long time now, as though it could not wait to burst forth. The third form of insect transformation. 9 demon's power was further released. The muscles on his back twitched as if something was about to break out of his body. Puchi. It broke open. A curved blade stretched out from his back. White bone spikes gave off a cold glow. One after another, it made Lin Fan look really vicious. His limbs swelled up and a thin layer of armor appeared beneath his skin. This form should be called the Bug Battle Suit. Hong. The power in his body spread out, forming a shocking shockwave that covered everyone. This power. Evil spirit old ancestor took a step back. He understood that he was no match for Lin Fan. The aura that spread out was just too strong. He could only rely on heaven covering old demon for this battle. Feng Poliu, who was in Martial Path Mountain, raised his head and had a weird expression on his face. Lin Fan and 9 demons' chemistry had reached a level that even he couldn't understand. If people from Insect Valley saw these scenes, maybe they would be as shocked as him. Lin Fan looked at them. Now, come on. I think all of you have waited for a long time, so let's not talk any nonsense. It is just a waste of time. The moment he said this, there was a pang. Lin Fan instantly disappeared from the spot like he had disappeared into thin air. Where is he? Demon refining old ancestor was shocked. Lin Fan was so quick that even he couldn't find any traces of him. He was at Dao Realm Stage 5 and he felt that he wasn't weak. He was an old ancestor in Evil Alliance. This time, evil spirit old ancestor dragged him over to deal with this Dao Realm Stage 3 kid. He felt like he was making a mountain out of a molehill, but now he felt like he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Suddenly, demon refining old ancestor's body turned cold. This was the feeling that one would have when danger arrived. Not good. The demon refinement ancestor roared and retreated quickly, smashing through one dimension after another. Shortly after, the space around him trembled and illusory faces appeared in all directions. They inhaled and sealed the space around them. He could only do that to protect himself in the middle. As long as Lin Fan stepped in, no matter how fast he would be able to see where he was. But at that moment, the situation wasn't right. With a gotcha. The illusionary face shattered and his hair stood on their ends. A cold glow struck him. Lin Fan didn't sneak attack and instead attacked him head-on. Jerk, do you really think that I am easy to bully? Demon Refining Old Ancestor hollered in rage. He grabbed towards Lin Fan with his heaven and earth demon hand. His aura was extraordinary and it felt like the entire area was under his control. Dao Realm Stage 5 was really strong. Even in the 4 alliances, he was an expert amongst experts. In the top sets, he was a peak existence. Schwa. Schwa. 1 cold glow, 2 cold glows, and then they intersected to form a giant net. In the blink of an eye, everything became calm once more. Lin Fan appeared. He didn't look at Demon Refining Old Ancestor but at Heaven Covering Old Demon. Don't you think that you are stupid to come to find trouble with me without understanding the situation? At that moment, Demon Refining Old Ancestor lowered his head and looked at his body. There was nothing wrong with him and joy appeared on his face. He hollered in rage, "Kid, what is the meaning of this? This is your gotcha." Before he finished, many wounds appeared on Demon Refining Old Ancestor's body. The cracks became bigger and bigger and with a scream, Demon Refining Old Ancestor was split into hundreds of pieces. It would probably take a long time to piece them together into a complete body. Uproar. How did this happen? Evil Spirit Old Ancestor's face was ashen white. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. Demon Refining Old Ancestor, who was at Dao Realm Stage 5, actually died just like that. Impossible, that was definitely impossible. How could the difference in strength be so terrifying? Even if he wanted to kill Demon Refining Old Ancestor, he would need to use some methods. Lin Fan's arm shook and a white bone blade appeared from his joints. He then retracted it into his body like nothing had happened at all. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader nearly fell to the ground. His body was covered in a cold sweat. When he saw such a terrifying scene, he was really unable to keep calm. How was this kid so strong? That fellow was at Dao Realm Stage 5. Did he even know what Stage 5 meant? That was a realm that many people wanted to reach but were unable to reach in their entire lives. Now, he was killed so easily. That was just too unbelievable. Who lives and who dies will depend on the heavens. I am here. Lin Fan turned into a streak of light and headed towards Heaven Covering Old Demon. He wanted to see the gap between him and Heaven Covering Old Demon. Of course. He believed that with his own strength, there shouldn't be any difference. Zhao Lishan was stunned. Young Master Lin has become stronger. Naturally, Zhu Shen was the most shocked. He had seen young Master Lin's strength jump. During the U-City battle, young Master Lin wasn't so strong. In just a few months, he actually reached such a level. If Master Lin knew about this, who knew what he would think? Divergent, this was definitely a divergent. No one in the world could raise their cultivation so quickly. That was just impossible. For some reason, Zhu Shen had a bold idea in his heart. That young Master Lin might really be able to suppress all unstable factors in the world alone. Aya, how could I have such a daring idea? This is something impossible in the past, okay? Hung Long. Heaven and earth shook. It was as if someone had swallowed medicine and the energy currents became really violent. The shockwaves from Lin Fan and Heaven Covering Old Demon's battle were just terrifying. Each time the two of them clashed, it would cause an intense tremor. Not bad, no wonder you dare to cause trouble in Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan's power surged forwards like a flood. Each fist, each palm caused the surrounding space to shatter. At the same time, a sharp blade would pierce forwards. Heaven-covering old demon wasn't easy to deal with either. He was shocked by Lin Fan's strength. He was so young, but he was so strong. Were the people from the Four Alliances fools? They actually allowed such a potential danger to become a true danger. When Lin Fan and Heaven-covering old demon fought, he didn't forget about evil spirit old ancestor. Everyone had a share and he couldn't just take care of one person. Evil spirit old ancestor's face turned white. He faced death several times but each time he was safe. The first time, he thought that he was strong enough, but he realized that that wasn't the case. That was because each time Lin Fan left injuries on his body, he would smile in disdain. Evil spirit old ancestor lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest. Just as the kid appeared in front of him and punched him, in the blink of an eye, a sharp blade stretched out from his arm and sliced his chest. The pain caused him to wake up. He knew that Lin Fan didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, he would have been sliced into two. When one reached Tao Realm Stage 6, one would have an undying body and wouldn't die so easily. But if Lin Fan wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be difficult at all. How did this happen? He didn't have such a feeling a while ago. Chapter 496. Heaven-covering old demon's expression was really solemn. The celestial slaying spear in his hand was really fierce. The tip of the spear pointed into the air and many ripples spread out. The sky couldn't handle such strength and it was on the verge of being destroyed. The situation between Lin Fan and Heaven-covering old demon was currently on the same level. But for some reason, Lin Fan felt that if he had time, he would be able to suppress Heaven-covering old demon. He relied on the unlimited power of the small support system. If he continued to fight without any losses, who could take it? Lin Fan was probably the only one who could endure it. Astronomical phenomenon. Lin Fan hollered. After reaching Tao Realm Stage 4 and having the ability of Stage 4, he really wanted to try it out. Hung long. The sky shook and a shocking power drew the area. Lightning surged in the sky and each bolt was as thick as a thigh. They were like many lightning dragons. Kacha! The ground shattered and it couldn't handle Lin Fan's strength at all. Instantly. With Lin Fan at the center, a strong storm exploded. Lin Fan's body continued to grow taller. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. Very quickly, his entire upper body was in the clouds. He was so tall that one couldn't even look up to him. Normal Tao Realm Stage 4 people could only reach 1,000 feet when they used astronomical phenomenon. When one's strength reached the first stage, it was normal for one to reach 100,000 feet. Terrifying. Zhao Lishan and the others raised their heads and looked. Maybe they would never forget this scene. Young Master Lin was just too strong, so strong that it sent chills down their spines. Come, the battle has just begun. Lin Fan opened his mouth. His voice was really loud and it spread throughout the area. He raised his leg and landed. Hung long. The ground cracked and was instantly destroyed. A strong shockwave spread out and destroyed everything around. Peng peng. Evil spirit old ancestor's robe swelled up and his long hair danced in the wind. His face was filled with terror and he was totally stunned. He didn't know what to do. Lin Fan clenched his fingers into a fist and punched out at the ground. Even before his fist had reached the ground, the winds and clouds in the world were stirred up into a frenzy, turning into a devastating storm. Hung long. The fist landed and the ground split apart, forming a bottomless hole. Magma exploded from the ground like the fist had pierced through the earth's core. Pang! Bang! Evil spirit old ancestor didn't touch the fist but the power that exploded out was like a hammer that smashed into their bodies. Damn it, how did it become like this? He was extremely indignant in his heart. This should not be the case. But the current situation made him unable to resist. How could he improve so quickly? This was simply impossible. A world-shaking power. Ordinary people are unable to contend against it, Zhao Lishan said. He was deeply shocked by the strength that Lin Fan had displayed. At this moment, heaven-covering old demon and the others used their lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and their bodies turned to the same size as Lin Fan. Lin Fan's body grew bigger, but his speed wasn't slow at all. Striding forward, he smashed through everything, causing the void to explode and shatter into pieces. Watch my fist. If someone once said, "Have you ever seen a fist as big as a mountain?" he would definitely be scolded angrily. Was there something wrong with his brain? How could he have such a fist? But now, all of this had really happened. The difference between heaven-covering old demon and Lin Fan in terms of physical body cultivation was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Pang! An intense clash occurred between the two of them. Heaven and earth split apart and the sky shattered. Everything in the surroundings was annihilated by the terrifying power. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader started to doubt himself. Why did he have to return? Why was he so terrifying? As time went on, the battle became more and more intense. The battle between Lin Fan and heaven-covering old demon wasn't something that they could interfere in. To heaven-covering old demon, he felt really bad. He wasn't able to take down this kid, and they were even on the same level. To him, this was an insult. Just thinking about it made his heart feel like it was about to explode. Puchi. Heaven-covering old demon had many deep wounds on his body. Fresh blood flowed down like a waterfall. But very quickly, the wounds healed and there weren't even any marks left. Damn kid. He knew the kid's cultivation. Dao Realm Stage 4, but he had the aura of someone at Dao Realm Stage 7. At the same time, he felt a chill down his spine. If this kid continued to develop, the outcome would be catastrophic. One day, he would become an uncontrollable existence. Shua. At that moment, the heaven and earth roared. Time seemed to have stopped and everything became really silent. When Lin Fan sensed that, he was shocked and actually felt a sense of danger. Clang! Heaven-covering old demon held the celestial slaying spear and his aura surged. At the same time, it turned physical and the power of heaven and earth gathered onto the spear. At the same time, many Dao patterns spread out from his body and wrapped around one another. Each Dao pattern represented a combat technique, and at that moment, all of them were gathered together. It was as if someone had brought them together. Dao Realm Stage 7, Dao returned to 1. Shortly after, heaven-covering old demon moved. He wasn't fast, but he wasn't slow either. Celestial slaying spear broke through space and time. There weren't any fancy techniques and it was just a simple move. It became faster and faster. In the end, the celestial slaying spear turned into a streak of light and struck. Lin Fan felt a terrifying suppressive power strike him. The surrounding space was locked down and the celestial slaying spear got closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Hung long. A bright light covered the sky and a circular blade spread out. The wind exploded and it felt like the space was being sliced into two. He should be dead, right? Evil spirit old ancestor was stunned. Heaven-covering old demon's move could be said to have surpassed everything. If God blocked him, he would kill him. Who could block it? But he wasn't too sure. To him, Lin Fan shouldn't have existed. He was someone that one couldn't understand and no one knew what the outcome would be. Suddenly, Lin Fan's voice spread out from the light. Very strong. Evil spirit old ancestor's expression changed. How was that possible? Not only was evil spirit old ancestor filled with disbelief, but even heaven-covering old demon didn't dare to believe it. Even if his spear couldn't kill Lin Fan, it definitely wasn't something that could be easily blocked. The light dissipated. Lin Fan's body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Fan used his palm as a shield to block the strike. But the price he paid was that his palm was pierced. To Lin Fan, this move was tough to block and it was impossible to dodge. The damage that he would have to take would be unknown, so it was best if he pierced his palm. Of course, more importantly, he had to fight him in close combat. Heaven-covering old demon frowned. He shook his wrist and the celestial slaying spear spun crazily. It formed a terrifying spinning force and wanted to destroy Lin Fan's entire arm. Clang! Lin Fan reached out with his perfect hand and grabbed the celestial slaying spear. He wanted to pull it over. Naturally, heaven-covering old demon wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. He didn't move his hand but his giant body smashed towards Lin Fan. Good timing. There was a poochie. Lin Fan pulled out his hand that was pierced through and used the blood demon reversal technique to heal himself up. Pata! He grabbed the celestial slaying spear with both hands like he was having a tug of war with heaven-covering old demon. You! Rage appeared on heaven-covering old demon's face. He wanted to retract the celestial slaying spear but the kid was a little strong and he was actually unable to do so. Naturally, he couldn't let go now. He definitely couldn't let go of the celestial slaying spear, so he could only fight him head-on. Lin Fan felt much better. He had been chased by heaven-covering old demon once and this time, he didn't flee. He was going to fight him head-on and see who was stronger. Kid, let go of me. Heaven-covering old demon raged. This was something that had never happened before. Now that it was happening in front of him, how could he take it? Lin Fan shook his head, I won't let go. Why don't you let go and let me see what your Tao artifact looks like? Maybe when I am sick of it, I will return it to you. What do you think? When heaven-covering old demon heard these words, his face flushed red. Preposterous. He was regretting it now. He allowed this kid to escape in heaven-covering demon sect. If he knew that this would happen, he would have killed this kid to prevent future problems. There was a loud explosion. In terms of strength, heaven-covering old demon wasn't Lin Fan's match at all. His giant body flew towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan hollered. Green veins appeared on his arm and he punched heaven-covering old demon's face. With a pang, it was as if the world had exploded and there was a terrifying explosion. Heaven-covering old demon flew backward and his giant body fell to the ground, causing the ground to shake. Lin Fan didn't even take a look. He just played with the celestial killing spear in his hand. Your Tao artifact is not bad. It contains some sort of power within. Who created this weapon? I feel like it's impossible. Lin Fan asked. After using the astronomical phenomenon, the celestial killing spear became huge and even sharper and more terrifying. There was a loud explosion. Heaven-covering old demon climbed up with a furious expression. His eyes were bloodshot and he gritted his teeth, return it to me. Kiki. Lin Fan smiled. Just as he was about to say how was that possible, the celestial killing spear in his hand changed. It disintegrated at a speed that the naked eye couldn't pick up. It turned into many thin ropes that tied Lin Fan up. Then, more ropes pierced Lin Fan's body like they had a mind of their own. There were many of them. They were all bloody holes. Lin Fan was shocked like he didn't expect this. Ha ha ha, heaven-covering old demon laughed, kid, how can you understand the mysteries of a Tao artifact? Each Tao artifact is born from the heavens and has many uses. If you want to steal my Tao artifact, then let's see whether or not you have the ability. Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. In the blink of an eye, The celestial killing spear returned to normal and turned into a streak of light that appeared in heaven, covering old demon's hands once more. Lin Fan, on the other hand, looked a little miserable. How is it? Is it painful? With your current state, I think, damn. Heaven covering old demon shouldn't have said such words, but he had no choice. He had to say it. What did he see? That kid recovered in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan sighed and shook his head. Young people will always be young and will always suffer at the hands of old people like you. But suffering is a blessing and it is normal to suffer. Okay, let's start again. I won't fall for it. Chapter 497. When Lin Fan snatched his celestial slaying spear, heaven-covering old demon was furious, but that was just fake. This was why after the Tao artifact counterattacked, he was really excited. Young people were just young people. They thought that they were strong and dared to do whatever they wanted. That was a price to pay. Even a Tao Realm Stage 7 expert would be badly injured. Even if they relied on the undying body to recover, they would need large amounts of energy and strength, causing them to be in a weak state. That kid was so injured, but he recovered in the blink of an eye. That was unbelievable. Was he even giving him a chance to live? What secret technique is that? Heaven covering old demon asked. Just now, he felt a sense of familiarity, but it was too mysterious and he didn't know what it was. Lin Fan smiled, speaking of which, all of you are familiar with it. Xiedao Sect's blood demon reversal technique has a lot to do with your evil alliance. How is that possible? Heaven covering old demon didn't believe it. How could an outsider obtain Xiedao Sect's secret technique? Moreover, how could he have such ability? If he was so overpowered, would Xiedao Sect still be like this? They would have crushed all the sects in the world. Nothing is impossible. Naturally, Lin Fan knew why heaven covering old demon didn't believe him. The main reason was that he was just too overpowered. But what could he do? Blood demon reversal technique was a secret technique that couldn't be cultivated to the peak. It was also a technique that was hard to use. Even if someone cultivated it to the 4th stage, it would be tough for them to use it even once. If not for Lin Fan having the small support system that could provide unlimited recovery Tao patterns, he wouldn't have been so confident. Okay, there is no need to think about all these problems. I fell for your tricks and took a small loss, but I won't next. Lin Fan's gaze became solemn and his aura boiled. The destructive strength of the astronomical phenomenon was just too terrifying. This area had long been turned into a deep abyss. Maybe once this ended, he should change a place. Heaven covering old demon didn't dare to be careless. He didn't underestimate Lin Fan anymore. He treated the kid as someone of the same level. The battle exploded once more. Heaven and earth shook. Evil spirit old ancestor couldn't help at all and could only stare. The other old ancestors who followed him all had the urge to run. But as the battle hadn't ended, they felt like it wasn't good to just run like that. Rumble. Terrifying astral winds blew over, like sharp blades, mercilessly slapping at their bodies. Evil spirit old ancestor didn't expect that he would face such a situation. The battle situation between the two of them was enough to force him to take a step back, not daring to take the initiative to approach. With such strength, even if this old man joins in, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold on for long. Evil spirit old ancestor was someone who knew his place. He could see more clearly. Time continued to flow. Heaven covering old demon felt huge pressure. It wasn't that Lin Fan was suppressing him, but that the battle between the two of them consumed too much energy. But looking at that kid's situation, he was full of energy and didn't look like he had been fighting for such a long time. If he had known that Lin Fan had the small support system that gave him unlimited stamina and strength, he probably wouldn't have continued fighting with Lin Fan. It was too tiring and torturous. Rumble. A fierce collision broke out between the two. A bright and dazzling light burst forth. The light enveloped heaven and earth. The space within the range continued to shatter, and the void flowed in reverse like a giant dragon, tearing apart everything nearby. This fellow will never get tired. Heaven-covering old demon panted and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. With his cultivation, naturally, he wouldn't feel tired from such an intense battle. But the kid in front of him was problematic. Each time he attacked, he used his strongest strength like he was using the strongest strike of a Tao Realm Stage 7 expert. Each time he counterattacked, he could only use his strongest strength to block. At the same time, Lin Fan's physical strength was too terrifying and it restricted him a little. Lin Fan looked at how heaven-covering old demon was panting and smiled. "Old fellow, you feel tired already? The battle has just begun, so don't be too anxious. Kid, don't be too arrogant." Heaven-covering old demon looked at him coldly and thought about how to deal with him. He wanted to use strength to suppress him, but surprisingly, the kid wasn't weak and it was tough for him to take him down. As for evil spirit old ancestor and the others, there was no need to say much. Apart from evil spirit old ancestor, the others didn't have the right to do so. Heaven-covering old demon was filled with regret and felt like he was being used as a tool. Evil spirit old ancestor was the one who suggested this. But now, he was the only one who made the move. The others were still watching from the sidelines. If we continue, there is a high chance that we will lose. Heaven-covering old demon kept silent and thought about what was going to happen next. Leave this place and not clash with this kid. The moment such a thought appeared in his mind, he was prepared to execute it. As for the others, he didn't care at all. Their lives and deaths didn't have much to do with him. This kid's combat strength could fight against someone at Tao Realm Stage 7 and it would be tough to kill him. He thought that since the kid hadn't comprehended the undying body, there was a high chance that he could kill him. However, after witnessing the secret skill of instant recovery, there was no longer any hope. This was tough. Lin Fan smiled. "Old fellow, you aren't saying anything and aren't doing anything. Are you thinking of running?" Heaven-covering old demon was stunned as he looked at Lin Fan. Damn! This brat could even see this. He really did have the thought of running away. "Kid, do you think that you can continue living? You are someone that everyone in the 4 alliances wants to kill. As long as they know where you are, no one will let you live." Heaven-covering old demon said. Lin Fan smiled. "Is that so? Maybe you're right, and not many people are willing to let me live. But in the current situation, how many people do you think it will take to kill me?" Heaven-covering old demon frowned. What an arrogant fellow. At the same time, heaven-covering old demon confirmed that no matter what, he had to kill this kid. Just as he was thinking about all of this, the situation changed once more. Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. Although his 100,000-foot body disappeared from the spot, his body was too huge and when he sped through the air, there was a loud explosion. Pang! In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan appeared beside heaven-covering old demon and punched. Under such a situation, skills weren't important anymore. Just his fist alone could smash him into pieces. There was no difference in strength between the two of them. It was tough to say who was stronger. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying giants exchanged hundreds of blows, exchanging blows with each other, neither of them backing down. Heaven-covering old demon's Tao artifact was really terrifying. This was the first time Lin Fan had faced a true Tao artifact. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between Tao artifacts and heaven-covering old demon's Tao artifact was slightly stronger. From the few clashes, one could sense how strong it was. It didn't come from him but from the Tao artifact itself. Pang! Just at that moment, the two of them attacked and hammered one another. Lin Fan's fist landed on heaven-covering old demon's body. Naturally, heaven-covering old demon wouldn't just take a beating. Hung long. Heaven-covering old demon felt his blood boil. This kid's strength was just too terrifying. If not for his strength, just that fist alone would have badly injured him. Evil spirit old ancestor frowned and didn't know what would happen next. He couldn't sit still anymore. No. Even if he couldn't sit still, he didn't dare to move. Suddenly, when he turned his head, he realized that the few old ancestors who followed him had all fled. How did this happen? Even if they couldn't help, heaven-covering old demon was still fighting with Lin Fan and the outcome wasn't decided yet. For them to leave just like that was just too embarrassing. Where do you want to go? At this moment, evil spirit old ancestor realized that the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader wanted to run. He chided and stopped him. Senior, the situation is not good. Why don't we leave? Great Tribulation Temple sect leader said. Such a battle was something that he couldn't imagine. It was just too terrifying. It was so terrifying. Moreover, he didn't have high hopes for heaven-covering old demon. If he could suppress him, he wouldn't have dragged on until now. So, the outcome was already predicted. Maybe the senior who was fighting ran faster than anyone else. Why are you leaving? Do you think that we will lose? Evil spirit old ancestor hollered in rage. A fierce glow flashed in his eyes like if he dared to say anything more, he would die. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader panicked. Although he wanted to run, he didn't dare to fight back against evil spirit old ancestor. After all, the person standing in front of him wasn't someone he could offend. If he really pissed him off, the outcome would be catastrophic. Suddenly, leave! Heaven-covering old demon hollered in rage and dashed into the distance. He had decided not to fight head-on with Lin Fan. There was no need for that. With his strength alone, he couldn't do anything to Lin Fan. He had to find someone stronger. Evil spirit old ancestor was stunned. He looked at Lin Fan in rage and then didn't bother about anything else. He just left. Great Tribulation Temple sect leader was left stunned on the spot. Damn! All of you ran, so what should I do? In that short moment, Great Tribulation Temple sect leader exclaimed. He felt like there was something wrong with his brain. Since everyone was gone, then why was he still here? Naturally, he had to run. But right as he wanted to run, a terrifying aura spread towards him. Don't leave. With a smack, Lin Fan opened his fingers and instantly covered the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader. To the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader, this palm was like a piece of the sky. He lived in this piece of sky and it was tough for him to escape. No! Great Tribulation Temple sect leader panicked and his face was ashen white as he cried out. With a pang, his fingers closed and the Great Tribulation Temple sect leader's body disappeared forever. I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. Lin Fan shook his head and didn't care much about this matter. He shrunk his body and deactivated the bug's battle mode. Everything returned to normal. But the environment around Marshall Path Mountain was too bad. It was destroyed in a battle. Haze, such a good place was destroyed just like that. What a waste. Chapter 498. He learned a lot from the battle with heaven-covering old demon. It felt good and he didn't feel anything weird. He felt that these old fellows had many tricks up their sleeves. In terms of strength alone, he was confident that he could exceed him. Of course, if the battle dragged on, it wouldn't be hard to suppress him. Young Master Lin, are you okay? Zhao Lishan asked. Swordhead and him were both stunned. That battle was just too terrifying. Dao Realm Stage 7's destructive strength was just so terrifying. Even if Swordhead and him went up, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. I am okay. It is just that this place is badly damaged. It was such a beautiful place in the past, but now it has become like this. What a waste. Lin Fan shook his head. He placed Marshall Path Mountain here because the environment was beautiful. But now that this place was in ruins, it was filled with holes and holes. Zhao Lishan looked into the distance and looked around. Haze, it is indeed a waste. But there is nothing we can do about it. The ripples from a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert are enough to destroy everything. It is fortunate that Marshall Path Mountain wasn't affected. But what should we do next? It seems like they know where Marshall Path Mountain is and they definitely won't let this matter rest. Zhao Lishan was a little worried. This time, a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert moved. The situation wasn't good, and if several more came, the outcome would be catastrophic. It is okay. Let's find a good place, but it doesn't need to be too far. As for whether or not they will let this matter rest is not important. As long as they dare to come, I will deal with them. Moreover, there aren't many Dao Realm Stage 7 experts. Lin Fan believed that there weren't many Dao Realm Stage 7 experts. If there were, then those sects wouldn't have tolerated the Imperial Dynasty for so long. Sword Head was also the Sword Palace sect leader. Sword Palace was a top sect, but Sword Head wasn't at Dao Realm Stage 7. So, not all the top sects had Dao Realm Stage 7 experts. Zhao Lishan respected young Master Lin's confidence. He didn't even think about what would happen next. The enemies that they offended were really terrifying and they weren't easy to offend. If they were not careful, they might die. The divinator was so excited that he was about to jump up. So, I wasn't wrong. Sect leader Lin's luck is just too thick. Even if he faced danger, he could solve it instantly. That is just too terrifying. The divinator was knowledgeable, but he had never seen such a situation. So, he decided to follow sect leader Lin and not think about anything else. If he gave up on such a lucky person, then he didn't need to live anymore. This was a rare opportunity. If he missed this chance, there wouldn't be a next time. Therefore, even if he had to kneel down and hug someone's thigh, he had to firmly grasp this opportunity. Oh right, I think the original location of the Great Tribulation Temple is not bad. Let's move there first. These guys ruined the scenery around me. I'll remember this first and make them regret it when I have time. Lin Fan was a little narrow-minded and had already remembered this matter in his heart. In the distance, evil spirit old ancestor's heart jumped. He didn't dare to think about the Blood Lotus anymore. It was too fucking scary. He thought that the kid's strength was at most on par with his. He didn't expect that he would be able to fight evenly with heaven-covering old demon and even force him back. Just thinking about it was terrifying. I am walking further and further on the path of death. Evil spirit old ancestor wanted to toss this hatred to the back of his head and not think about it anymore. Although the Blood Lotus made his heart hurt, he had to think about his own life. He couldn't lose his life just to take revenge. But, he couldn't imagine what Lin Fan relied on to raise his strength to such a realm in such a short time. Did he rely on some shocking treasure? That was obviously impossible. As for talent, that was just nonsense and couldn't be trusted at all. Forget it. He wouldn't think about all that for now. For some reason, when he thought about how heaven-covering old demon was forced back, he wanted to laugh. Maybe the fact that an expert ran away made him feel a little more at ease. No wonder the Alliance headquarters wanted to leak news of this kid and wanted the 4 alliances to kill him. But it was useless now. That kid had totally grown up. Who would be sick enough to fight someone with Dao Realm Stage 7 strength? If they couldn't kill him, the consequences would be unimaginable. After heaven-covering old demon left Marshall Path Mountain, his face was dark and sunken. He fought with the kid for a long time and didn't gain any advantage at all. He didn't even do much to the kid. As a Dao Realm Stage 7 expert, he couldn't accept that. He thought about gathering some Stage 7 old demons to head back, but he decided against it. Those Dao Realm Stage 7 old demons were all really cunning. If there weren't any benefits, it was impossible for him to get their help. To him, he would rather work with Celestial Alliance than Evil Alliance. He was afraid that when he was badly injured, the Evil Alliance old demon would suppress him and swallow him. Why do I want to kill him? Heaven-covering old demon thought about it and then thought about his son. But thinking about it, his son was just beaten up and his life wasn't in danger, so why did he have to do that? Forget it. I admit defeat and won't argue with you. But if I have a chance in the future, I will definitely take revenge. Heaven-covering old demon muttered to himself and thought about it for a moment. There was nothing to argue about. Stabilizing himself was the most important thing. During the time he fought with Lin Fan, he understood his situation. He had an instant recovery technique and no matter how badly injured he would be able to recover instantly. Such an ability was just too terrifying. Moreover, it wasn't a smart thing to offend such an enemy for heaven-covering demon sect. But demon refining old ancestor was really pitiful. He was instantly killed at Dao Realm Stage 5. He was just sending himself to die. If that was possible, then, no, this had nothing to do with him. It should have been evil spirit old ancestor's matter. If demon refining old ancestor wanted to find someone, then they should find evil spirit old ancestor. Some city. The Alliance headquarters worked together with the Imperial dynasty to suppress the sections. At this moment, Zhu Xiang led the team back and when he passed by the city, he realized that it was empty. The streets were in a mess like they had just been robbed. General, what is going on? When we passed by just now, there were a lot of commoners living there. An assistant looked at the situation in front of him and asked in disbelief. Zhu Xiang was expressionless and a weird glow shone in his eyes. He knew what had happened. But he couldn't say it. He didn't expect that His Majesty wouldn't even let the commoners off. This was different from the Majesty in his heart. In the past, when His Majesty wanted to rebel, he really thought that His Majesty wanted to. But later on, he realized what the problem was. His Majesty didn't want to rebel but was just acting out a show. But in the end, the show became real. He should have left. Okay, stop wasting time. Let's return. Zhu Xiang waved his hands and didn't say anything more. Imperial dynasty was at a disadvantage now. The Alliance headquarters started to be unreasonable. Not only did they need sect territory, but they also needed cities. Even if the Imperial dynasty wanted to fight back, they had no ability at all. Just the Alliance 9-star generals alone could suppress them so much that they couldn't breathe. To protect themselves, they could only swallow the humiliation and listen to the Alliance headquarters. But that was what he wanted to say. His Majesty had gone overboard this time. A few days later. Great Tribulation Temple original location. Let's just make do with this place. Lin Fan took a look. If he had to choose, he would choose the original place and not this place. But he had no choice. It was already a good thing to have a place, so why would he have so many requests? Young Master Lin, the Great Tribulation Temple's buildings are not bad. We can keep them. Zhao Lishan said. Lin Fan shook his head, no, I am not used to using other people's things. It is better to use my own. Moreover, they were all built with real money. The moment he said this, Lin Fan slashed forwards and sliced off the Great Tribulation Temple. He then placed Martial Path Mountain there. He was a person who cared about the past. The buildings on Martial Path Mountain were built with money that he worked hard to earn, so how could he just throw them away? Moreover, Martial Path Mountain had investors. If young Master Huang came to find Martial Path Mountain one day and missed it, wouldn't it be a huge regret? Imperial dynasty's wealth was depreciating really quickly. This was also because of the alliance and the four alliances. It caused their wealth to collapse. It wasn't worth much anymore. Among the Martial Path Mountain disciples, their faith swelled due to this battle. There were already 10 who reached Purple Faith. That was a terrifying number. This meant that Martial Path Mountain would have 10 Tao Realm Stage 3 experts. But there was no rush. He had to take it slow and let more people feel the benefits of having faith in him. Zhu Shen couldn't understand young Master Lin's cultivation anymore. Even if he racked his brains, he wouldn't be able to believe what he had just seen. If Master Lin knew about it, he would be really happy. During this period of time, heaven-covering old demon went into secluded meditation after he returned. He wanted to break through to Tao Realm Stage 8. Although this realm had become a legend, the battle on Martial Path Mountain had a huge impact on him. The prideful him obviously couldn't accept such a result. Thus, he didn't want to bother about anything else. He just wanted to cultivate in secluded meditation. On the contrary, Evil Spirit Old Ancestor had a huge headache. Demon Refinement Old Ancestor's death infuriated Demon Refinement Old Ancestor, and they found 9 Evil Spirit Hall to demand an explanation. Evil Spirit Old Ancestor had a huge headache too. What did this have to do with him? He wasn't the one who killed him. If he wanted to find someone, then find the person who killed Demon Refinement Old Ancestor. Unfortunately, he didn't listen at all and just treated him as the Evil Spirit Old Ancestor. He was the one who called for him, so now that something had happened, he had to take responsibility. Thus, when the four alliances were at war with one another, Evil Alliance had conflicts within themselves. This was why Celestial Alliance White Lotus St. Purity Mountains Guyuan and Celestial Alliance Guasian Islands Su Yuanming felt that something wasn't right. Evil Alliance had top sects fighting amongst themselves, so how could they fight against Celestial Alliance and Buddha Alliance? Chapter 499. Su Yuanming and Master Guyuan met again. Celestial Alliance Guasian Island was led astray by White Lotus St. Purity Mountain. Su Yuanming didn't want to work with the Alliance headquarters at all. He didn't want to work with them at all. The Alliance headquarters was a trustworthy existence. But there was no other way. Not only him, but even Guasian Island was dragged down and had no chance of escaping. Therefore, he could only take it one step at a time. At this moment, the two of them appeared on the summit of a mountain. In front of them, white clouds drifted slowly like snow. They couldn't let others know that they were meeting, otherwise, there would be big trouble. Brother Su, the situation right now isn't too good. Some of the top sects in the Evil Alliance are in conflict and this is affecting our plan greatly. Guyuan paid a lot of attention to this matter. He and Su Yuanming were like the masterminds behind the scenes, watching the changes happen. But now that there was a problem with the changes, it affected everything else. Su Yuanming kept silent for a moment and then said, Brother Guyuan, I feel like this isn't good. We are walking on the edge of danger, and the slightest mistake will cause us to fall. Why don't we stop here? What nonsense are you saying? We have already reached such a stage. It is too late to stop now. Guyuan denied. He knew what Su Yuanming was worried about, but there was no need to worry. Su Yuanming sighed and didn't say much. He and Guyuan were really close. People often said that at their level, there were no more true friends. But Su Yuanming treated Guyuan as a true friend. Even if he was the despicable Grand Master of White Lotus St. Purity Mountain, he knew that Guyuan wouldn't harm him. Guyuan said, I received some news that Evil Alliance's conflict was caused by Evil Spirit Old Ancestor bringing Demon Refining Old Ancestor and the others to find trouble with someone. Then, Demon Refining Old Ancestor was killed. At the same time, Heaven Covering Demon sects Heaven Covering Old Demon joined in. But this might be a chance for us. If we can direct Evil Alliance's hatred to Celestial Alliance and Buddha Alliance, then this will be a knot that can never be undone. When Su Yuanming heard Gu Yuan's words, he frowned. He felt like they were causing trouble at the edge of the abyss. It was really dangerous and it was easy for things to happen. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Since the game had already begun, there was no turning back. Martial Path Mountain. Lin Fan had nothing to do every day. Young Master Lin, what kind of people did you bring back? Especially those few kids, they are so annoying. Zhu Shen grumbled. Since Zhang Rongming knew that Zhu Shen was a border defense expert and because he died with the alliance, he became like a pig. He worshipped him and followed behind Zhu Shen all day. He shouted Zhu Shen time and time again, making Zhu Shen feel like he really was a pig. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Shen. Why? Don't you feel good? Having someone following is better than having no one following. Don't you see how envious others are? Zhang Tianshan is probably really envious. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked over from afar. Elder Pig, so you are here. Zhang Rongming ran over excitedly. When he saw Lin Fan, he said happily, Brother Lin. Yes. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. You have been out for a period of time and haven't thought about going back to Giant Sword Sect to take a look. With your current cultivation, you should be able to go back in style. When Zhang Rongming came out from Giant Sword Sect, he was only at Initial Grandmaster. Now, he was close to God Essence Realm. He improved really quickly. Normal people might need years or even decades, but in just a few months, he crossed several small realms. One had to say that training was really useful. Brother Lin, I don't want to go back. I am really happy now and have found my life goal. If I don't chase the alliance away, I won't go back. Zhang Rongming said. He hated the alliance. During his time in Laoshan City, he knew many people and many seniors took care of him. But they all died to the alliance, so he swore that if he didn't take revenge for them, he wasn't a human. Lin Fan saw the determination in Zhang Rongming's eyes and didn't say anything more. Zhu Shen was helpless towards Zhang Rongming's actions and didn't say anything more. Young Master Lin, what should we do next? Zhu Shen asked. Martial Path Mountain's existence wasn't a secret anymore. Some strong sects knew about its existence. Although nothing happened during this period of time, they weren't sure whether or not there would be danger in the future. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. What else can I do? Naturally, I will continue to expand. With my current cultivation, I don't fear those people. But before that, I have to head out. He was really annoyed with the alliance. Especially the strongest 9-star generals. They chased him when he was weak. Now that he was at Dao Realm Stage 4, he was on the same level as someone at Dao Realm Stage 7. He wanted to meet them and let them know that the person they offended in the past was back to deal with them. To where? Zhu Shen asked curiously. Lin Fan smiled, of course, to the alliance. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will think that I am easy to bully. Zhu Shen was stunned. Young Master Lin, Evil Alliance is the one who came to find trouble with us. It isn't the Alliance headquarters, so why are we going to find them? He was really impressed. Young Master Lin was just so overbearing. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to go to the Alliance. This was something that he wouldn't have dared to imagine in the past. Although he was worried about young Master Lin's safety, but with young Master Lin's current strength, naturally, he didn't care about them at all. If I don't find them, who else can I find? The 4 alliances are at war now. Although I was the one who started it, the alliance headquarters will definitely attack and push the situation to an irreconcilable stage. Logically speaking, I should head to the Evil Alliance, but to continue to weaken them is just too comfortable for the alliance headquarters. Lin Fan didn't want to see such a situation. The Alliance headquarters didn't suffer heavy losses at all, and they were even expanding their territory. Only the 4 alliances were fighting to the death. It is best if we are careful, Zhu Xin said. Don't worry. With my current strength, no one in the alliance should be able to do anything to me. Lin Fan was really confident in his own strength. He didn't think that the strongest 9-star generals could do anything to him, and at most, they would end up on a draw. But thinking about how his father could fight 4 of them and even kill 2, he felt like his father was much stronger than him. This was why he felt like he had to work hard to raise his cultivation. Zhu Xin looked at Lin Fan and didn't say anything. Alliance headquarters. Since Zhu Daoshan acted like he wanted to hide in the forest and scared the alliance commander so much that he didn't dare to say anything, he had nothing to do. This made Zhu Daoshan a little anxious. No matter what, he was the strongest 9-star general in the alliance. Losing so many times in a row made him lose face. This was why he wanted to prove that he wasn't trash and that he wasn't the strongest 9-star general who couldn't do anything. But regretfully, maybe because the people from the alliance headquarters were afraid, they didn't dare to let Zhu Daoshan take over many things. Even if Zhu Daoshan went to ask, the people from the alliance headquarters would say that someone had already completed the mission. They didn't lack manpower. Not only was Zhu Daoshan helpless, but even Wu Zhige was the same. In the meeting, the alliance commander said, I received news that a few evil alliance experts went to find trouble with Lin Fan and were forced back by him. This isn't a huge matter, but based on the news, one of them is the old ancestor of heaven-covering demon sect. He is at Dao Realm Stage 7. Do all of you know what this means? Just as the commander's voice landed, the meeting room started to rumble. What? That kid actually reached such a level? The person who spoke was Wu Zhige. His expression was one of shock, and it was obvious that he didn't believe that this was true. A while ago, he even fought them and was chased by them like a dog. He only knew how to run and didn't dare to fight them at all. Impossible, that is definitely impossible. How can he reach such a level in such a short time? It must be fake. Wu Zhige felt that all of this was fake. How could it be true? If this was true, then how terrifying would it be? Zhu Daoshan kept silent and then said, Commander, we are not at fault. I would like to fight and kill this kid. Since he knew that Evil Alliance had a battle with Lin Fan, then he definitely knew the location. Right, I want to go too, Wu Zhige said. When the two of them said this, everyone in the meeting room looked towards them with weird gazes. Their gazes annoyed Zhu Daoshan and Wu Zhige. What kind of gaze is that? Zhu Daoshan was unhappy. Wu Zhige frowned and felt that these people were so annoying. They were the strongest 9-star generals of the alliance, so when were they allowed to point fingers at them? At that moment, in the meeting room, someone muttered softly. They really aren't afraid that something will happen. They have already failed so many times. Haze, the more they want to prove themselves, the more they will fail. Although their voices were soft, they still heard it. Wu Zhige couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were filled with rage and he hollered, Who said that? Step out. Zhu Daoshan's expression was really ugly. What he hated the most was people rubbing salt in their wounds. Too much, this was just too much. Right. The two of them did fail many times, but there was a reason for it. If not for some accidents, how could we have lost? Now, these 9-star generals who weren't the strongest actually doubted them. This made them furious. They felt like they were slapping their faces. Okay, keep quiet. The commander raised his hand, General Zhu, General Wu, the situation is unclear and the alliance headquarters still needs the two of you. I will hand this matter to someone else. Commander, do you think that we will keep failing? Wu Zhige raised his head and asked solemnly. The commander actually didn't know what to say when he heard Wu Zhige's words. Even though his expression was calm, the glint in his eyes was telling the other party that he was spouting nonsense. But he knew that he couldn't say that. Suddenly, someone charged in. Not good. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.